I think that's an interesting claim.
You think that's interesting?
I think, yeah, I think it's interesting. I'm asking you how you verified it to be true, though.
No, I can't verify because we're stuck in this dome, right?
Okay, cool. So I guess that's interesting. Then
He's stuck in a dome. Where you?
Yeah.
What kind of dome are you stuck in, dude?
No, I'm just saying, like, what if we are stuck on?
Oh, I'm not.
No, what if we are on this flat plane, right?
Well, we are on a flat Earth. We are, yes. Uh huh.
he's saying that we're on a flat Earth and we're obviously contained by a dome. Outside where we are, inside this contained dome, there are other domes that contain other societies.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be wonderful.
Yeah. So far we've got that's an interesting idea that no one's verified to be true.
Yeah, but okay, so you say
Well, the good thing is, hey, dude, the good thing is you only need one sun. It would be like having a bunch of greenhouses in your backyard, and you only need one light spinning over it because all the greenhouses will still get the light. You see what I mean? That would be a great idea. Good idea.
What if there are many suns, though? What if there's many suns?
That would be awesome. That means there's a whole bunch of your domes in your backyard.
Yeah.
But what if there are many suns? Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, what can you see, like, let's say we are stuck to our plane and our vision. Like, for example, I know that we can only see so far with a camera, right? And when we see with a camera, as far as it can zoom, we can still see this fake horizon that people are saying, right? So we're not able to see as far to these other suns that exist that are going in a circular motion around our circumstance here. So there might be other civilizations that have the same thing. What do you guys think about that?
I think this is a tax write-off for some of us in here. We can actually put this as some kind of like charity work that we're doing right now.
Again, I think it's an interesting idea.
Okay.
My bad. Can I? I don't mean to step on your toe there.
Again, we're not going to get much further than that, though, are we? Because that's what they are. They're your interesting ideas. Now, I say interesting, it's kind of interesting to me. Might not be interesting to somebody else. But unless it's validated to be true, they're just your suppositions, I guess.
So true meaning like the senses that you use, like the five senses: sight, hearing, sound, all these sound, sight, touch, all these things.
Yeah, you haven't been there to see it or touch it, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So if I know, like, okay, so if I ran from here to, let's say, the southern hemisphere, and it's night there, our sun is moving. Like, how is it moving? Is it just because it's on like one side?
No, it's above another location. You've gone somewhere where
that's what I'm saying. It's
Oh.
at the moment it's at the northern hemisphere, but it's not on the southern.
Oh, he thinks he lives in little half bubbles. Hemispheres are bubbles.
No. I'm saying this on a flat Earth. I'm saying this on a flat Earth.
On a flat Earth, there's only light in the northern hemisphere. I say that with quotation.
Wait, say again. I didn't understand that.
Sorry, I might be following you badly. You're saying there's only hemisphere?
Yeah. Because, like, let's say I'm on the southern hemisphere, where, like, supposedly what globers think is that they think that the seasons are different. So the sun sets a little bit. It rises a little bit earlier, and then it sets a little bit earlier as well. And then on the northern hemisphere, it's the opposite. So, like, what is that like? Like, how do we explain that?
How do we explain the sun's different motions across the Earth throughout the year?
Yeah, like, what does that do? Like, how do we do that?
It's the sun's motion across the Earth. We define seasons as to where the sun appears into certain locations relative to our position. In the summer months, let's say the sun appears higher in the sky and I see more of it for a length of time. we define the winter as when the sun's highest peak is still relatively low in the sky, and we see the sun for a relatively shorter amount of time.
Oh, I see.
All of these things are going to be defined by the sun. You asked me to explain something. I don't follow.
So almost like the sun goes it goes from a lower circumstance to a higher circumstance. So it's kind of like in a loop where it goes lower and higher. The only way that I can say that is that it goes like in a circular motion, right? So it goes from like being in a lower circumstance, and then it gradually goes to a higher circumstance, and then it comes lower again, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so are you describing like a pyramid? The sun's getting higher and then getting lower, up and down in one circular motion. But that's not what we observe. That's not what we observe, though. I'll give you the example, right? Now, I can observe the sun for 6 months inside the Arctic Circle, move around me. But if I had a friend in the Antarctic Circle, for 6 months, it would be perpetual nighttime. Right? I would not be able to see the sun from this location for 6 months of the year, approximately, until those 6 months passed, and then I observed perpetual darkness in the Arctic, and the observation in the Antarctic was the land of the midnight sun. We observed the sun for, so that's two circles.
You're saying after 6 months it sort of flips, and there's this.
Yeah, because I'm trying to follow your analogy. It's like just one circle, but it appears that the sun.
Okay, interesting. I wonder why it does that.
I don't know.
Do you have any? Why would it not be continuous?
I guess you'd have to ask the guys as to why he decided to do the things that he does.
That does make sense.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. Well, yeah, it's like that was really my question. I was just curious about that. I was just wondering why 6 months versus the other 6 months. There's a difference. It can't be the sun. It must be something to do with.
Why can't it be the sun?
What? The Earth doesn't change every 6 months. The sun does.
So the sun changing every 6 months.
No, every day actually.
Well, yeah, but what do you mean by day?
It doesn't follow the same track till another 365 or 4 point whatever days from now.
Yeah, but that's using a Glober's method, right?
That's flat Earth.
No, that's observing what the sun does.
Okay, so flat Earth, 365 days. You guys agree with?
Not quite, right.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the other guy was saying, Professor Triangle. I'm a little bit confused.
365.25, by the way.
Yeah.
Fuck off, Rich. 0.25, nerd. So
you have a birthday on February 29th, and everybody hates you.
All right. Well, let's not let this nerd get us.
No, you've had a good amount of time. I have to concede something to Jedi very quickly. Jedi, Rayleigh criterion is based on angular size, so it is based on the optical limit of like someone's eye, based on the wavelength. So I was a bit misguided in the point I was trying to make before. But what I did come to realize is, if the reason that we see as far is because of the Rayleigh criterion, then we should be able to make an observation deck that could see across the entire Earth, or at least see the nearest obstruction of meaningful.
How big should the Eiffel Tower look from New York?
It would look the same height. It would be a different angular size.
Wow.
Rich, I don't think you're reading my snapshots that I'm sharing to you in the chat, where it says
I'm trying not to.
That the Rayleigh criterion and the internal total reflection serve as a brick wall when it comes to optics.
Huge air
regardless
quotes.
of a brick wall, regardless of telescopes and zoom capability. I don't think you're catching on.
Right, because when you have a particular diameter length of the aperture of the device that is doing the observing, you have a brick wall in huge air quotes in terms of the distance that you can make out an object. But with our ability, like especially on like the Hubble telescope and whatnot, we have the capability of having extremely big diameter of.
Dude, you said Earth.
Damn it, he said Earth, bro. You know what you're saying, Evan? There is no fucking Earth. Earth assumes that we are living in a sphere. You fucking dummy.
Wow.
Based.
These guys are just having a hard time.
But when you increase the diameter of the aperture, you're allowed.
How big do you have to make the diameter so you can see the Eiffel Tower?
Is this guy a fucking mod? Like, this is ridiculous. You can see things that are an extremely small angular distance, and this is all what the Rayleigh criterion states.
Man, look at this guy talking logic. Holy shit, bro.
So how far can you? How big of a diameter aperture do you need to see the Eiffel Tower from New York?
I don't know. I can math it out for you. Would you like to know?
Yeah, go ahead. Do that. Yeah, do that. Mm-hmm.
I think they got one in New York. They have one in New York.
When we're talking about the Rayleigh criterion, does that have anything or deal with anything to do with the atmospheric extinction coefficient?
Atmospheric extinction coefficient.
Yeah, how far light can pass through standard meteorological conditions before it disperses. Right, the same reason why we can't see the light at midday at the bottom of the ocean, because it has to pass through that water, and eventually the water will disperse it over, say, 500 meters. Conversely, the air acts the same way, and approximately at the distance of about 250 miles, light will not be able to penetrate. When you said brick wall, that's how it's described.
Yeah, the Rayleigh criteria
wall that the light can't penetrate at approximately 200 from ground level, standard atmospheric conditions.
But that's not the reason that we don't see far, right?
Sorry,
hold up. Foggy day. Right, this is what I'm talking about.
You got a blindfold on.
Over distance, hold on. Over distance, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, more air to look through. So eventually that's going to be so thick over that distance that the light isn't going to be able to penetrate that atmosphere. That's why you use looking down about 250 miles, something.
How far do we see on average?
Oh, we don't, dude. We're talking about absolute conditions with about getting the aperture, right?
Right. So bringing up the atmospheric
how far
attenuation coefficient isn't really relevant because we're not seeing 300 miles on average.
No, but if you're going to be making a big aperture, how far are you wanting to see?
Across the Atlantic.
Okay, so we're definitely going to be talking about 3,000. Guaranteed there's going to be meteorological conditions. I've given you standard ones.
That's fair. That's fine. That is a limitation on my my thought experiment, and I'm totally willing to grant that all the charitability, right? But
thank you.
That's not the reason that we see the horizon as we do right now, right?
Yes, sir.
The horizon as we do right now?
Yes, is caused by what?
That can be caused by meteorological conditions, but ultimately is caused by the optic that we look through.
By that logic, we should be able to zoom with the best optics that we have and see a lot, like talk about
250 miles.
We don't see nearly as far as we do, as we would expect to on a flat Earth that's merely limited by that coefficient.
Well, the limitation of how far we can see being the optic that we use, the altitude above the surface, let's say that's always the same, and the meteorological conditions.
Right, but as soon as, like, this argument cuts both ways. When you increase in altitude, you're decreasing the pressure of the air outside. right?
It's going to depend on the pressure and the density of that air, right? Now we've already decided. We already agreed that making the two observations, one horizontal, one downwards along the hypotenuse, different atmospheric gradient. Now you brought up a distance of about 500 meters up, if I remember correctly, and there wasn't that much of a difference. You said,
yeah, it was like 0.9, or it was like 96, 97%.
Okay.
But when
you're talking about
like, if you're talking about the long distance photography from airplanes that get the world records, that's not it's beside the point because good. If we're talking about at sea level, the amount of distance that we should be able to see, if the reason that it's being obstructed is based on the attenuation coefficient, then we should be able to see I looked it up and I have the linear attenuation coefficient.
Okay,
which is how easily a volume of material can penetrate by a beam of light, sound particle, or energy.
Going to depend on the angular size of the object and what we're looking at in our fucking. We can see a mountain, for example, that's 3. Okay.
Can we get something to be constant, and just for the sake of argument, say that we have something that is capable of like immense levels of zoom, and then we can say the light can only travel through the air so far. We're talking about hundreds of miles. Yet when we're at sea level, we don't see even 100 miles.
Okay, so this is why I brought up at 100 miles, right, at relative sea level. So that can be kind of arbitrary. We can maybe even say 50 meters, right? It's going to depend on the angular size of the object, the distant mountain. Some of these distant objects that have a large angular size can be perceived like hundreds of miles away. Again, we look at the long distance
photography. Height or necessarily size?
It's going to depend on both, I think.
Well, I would definitely argue that the height is going to matter because of the curve of the Earth. I don't think that something being large horizontally, like let's say you're on one beach, there's a beach 100 miles across the water, and there's something that is the same height as you, but is 100 miles long. Right?
Same height as me, but 100 miles long.
Yeah, so along the other shore, it's 100 miles. So it's a huge thing. You should be able to, and it's a pink wall. You couldn't miss it. You can based on your assumptions, that object should be large enough for us to make out, right?
Well, if it's 6 foot, but horizontally miles long, those horizontal lines are going to compress.
I don't know. Because the wall wasn't made well?
With distance.
The point here is that
it's like looking up a skyscraper, right?
It can be a large object width-wise, but you still won't be able to see it. We won't be able to zoom in to see it because it ends up being on a curve.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you explain the black swan then?
Obviously refraction, man. We're not going back to day one, are we?
No, but you're talking about what we should see on a flat Earth, conversely to the obstruction caused by the Earth's curvature.
What I'm doing, my point is we don't see far enough for it to be flat.
See far enough.
Exactly. As opposed to
hold on. I've pointed out we see as far as able to, depending on the optic and the meteorological conditions.
Of course.
Height, but we always keep that the same.
Right, but if it were flat, I would expect to see further.
Why?
Because of the explanations of the limits of vision as presented by flat Earth. Those atmospheric effects that you're describing, right, within your limitation of vision, as those have been described to me with the atmospheric diffraction coefficient or whatever it is, when you have those, then we get distances of hundreds of miles. But when we look in reality, we don't have these same distances.
It depends on what optic you're using.
Well, I'd love to see a sea level observation of hundreds of miles.
Wait a second. How do you know you're not seeing that far?
How do you know you're not seeing that far? I've never heard that.
How do you know that's what that far looks like, or not?
That is the
because
most
we have known.
Maybe
Maybe
that's exactly what that far looks like.
Yeah, because you're telling me something I know is 5 kilometers across the lake is like you're saying. Well, what if it isn't?
Oh, so you're not talking about like thousands of miles across an ocean, then?
We wouldn't be able to see that based on the attenuation.
All right, so we look across the lake and there's a mountain in the background that blocks the rest of our view. Oh, good job. What are you talking about?
Well, it's a lot more enjoyable when you're not so angry.
So what are you talking about then, bro? I'm not angry.
Okay, what I'm talking about is we don't see as far as we would expect to.
How do you know you're not
on the flat
How do you know you're not seeing that far? How do you know you're not seeing that far?
Because we have known distances that have been measured by surveyors.
Yeah. To what? To horizons.
So when I look out and I see a thing, I go, that thing's 5 kilometers away. And then I know that's 5 kilometers away. You get me?
But they can't see behind it because it's a thing sticking up in front of blocking their view.
So then when I look out over the ocean and I look where there should be, when I look out where I should see something that's 300 miles away and I don't see it,
like what?
No one's capable of seeing it. No one's ever observed. Show me not seeing it.
Show us the observation. You're looking towards something that's 300 miles away across the ocean.
I should just take a selfie. This is me not seeing.
No. Hold on. That is the observation. The observation is what Rich is saying.
Where is the observation? Show us. Show us you looking out over across the ocean and not seeing something that's 300 miles away.
How big's the thing that you should see?
There.
Yeah. How big is this object?
That was like a very dumb question. But anyways, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
No, hey, how do I know? If he doesn't show the observation, maybe he is seeing it. And just saying he doesn't see it. I need to see the observation. I need to see what he's talking about.
Sir, call me a liar. I will not stand.
Well, are you talking about a specific example where you went to see if you could see the thing 300 miles away and you couldn't see it? Did that actually take place?
Brother, oh my God, dude. Okay.
Come on.
Well, he had to leave. He left. He left.
Earth is round, by the way. I don't know if you guys know, but
can you at least get a little bit further away from the microphone?
The Earth is actually round, so you guys are dumb in the head.
Stop speaking into your microphone.
How do you guys not know that the Earth is round? We learned this in like first grade. You just don't even know. You don't even know how the Earth is.
Can you stop spitting into your microphone?
Pretty obvious, to be honest, that the Earth is round. I mean, we've had the Earth figured out for like thousands of years. Did you guys not go to school or something?
Can you get a little bit further away from your microphone?
Were you guys homeschooled or something? Because it's pretty obvious.
There we go.
All right, so Jedi, let's go. If nobody else is talking.
Weird
Strange. Yeah, Weird Strange. You're gonna have to relax.
So, just go on type it
All right, thank you. All right, Jedi. So, for anyone who believes in the flat Earth, there was a video or not a video, but the photo that I sent. Right. Let's say it's up here. It's a little bit up on the side chat. What do you guys think about this concept? Except take out space, take out the other Earth. It was an AI generated photo. Maybe I didn't do it correctly. What if this exists, right? What do you guys think about that? Right? Because you can see the sun, right, in our little Earth. But then, like, what about these other places? Right? Do you guys think that that's possible?
I think all things are possible, mate. I mean, and I don't mean that as all at once. I mean, I don't know. It's possible, I guess. But like I said earlier, dude, it's just an idea.
Fair.
Got no way of finding out, right?
That's true. We have to use empiricism, meaning we have to try to use our senses to understand the world around us. We see, we test, and then, we stick a stick in the ground, and then, sometimes it's not the same. And then that's how we understand the winter solace, these things, right? So,
yeah,
I don't know. Yeah.
Why are you so infatuated with these ideas of other domes?
No, because I kind of want to understand, like, what's I've talked to you before, Jedi. I'm just really trying to figure out, like, the end goal, right? Like,
the end goal. Oh, it's not this.
Yeah, like, okay, so, like, like I said before, communities and things of flat Earth people, right? And I'm not opposed to it. I think people live and let live, right? I'm just very curious as to how to understand this worldview, because how is it that we're able to understand winter solace, for example? And then if we just start, like, throwing around equations that cannot be proven, or you just deny, like, what people say because it's not provable by, like, whatever metrics that you want to use, et cetera, which is fair. Like, I get it, because in your case, you can't prove it. I just wonder, like, for me, why can I not believe in that version of Earth?
Because
right? What if that was true?
Because you can believe whatever you want to, but we must understand that when I say belief, that's kind of acceptance without evidence. You touched on it earlier. We try to deal with what can be empirically validated to be true. And in this regards, that's the surface measurement of water or the earth, salt flats or whatever. So in this regard, it's the surface measurement of the earth. I don't know about other domes, dude. For me to make claims about those things, I'd have to experience.
Yeah, you wouldn't. But be true. You know the mathematics of a flat Earth, though.
Okay, be more specific. What math?
So saying that, because you're making the claim that you understand empirically, meaning what you are able to know, test, and sense of the flat Earth, right? So you know this to be true. Okay, I have no problem with that. What I'm saying is that how am I? Okay, so if I have a different perspective from you, and you understand that we have different perspectives, what are you holding to be true that I necessarily cannot deny? My experience.
Okay, so you said this, that you've got a different worldview. What's my worldview based on?
No idea. I'm just telling you that I have a different...
I've already told you.
Yeah, you're saying that you have your empiricism, right?
So so that would be specifically, sorry to interrupt, specifically the surface measurement of water. You can know that too.
Okay, so right now you have done the surface measurement yourself of the whole Earth.
Got a measuring cup
of water.
Okay.
Let's put it like this, right? I don't have to measure the entirety of a curved surface to know that if I measure a small bit of it, it's going to be curved, right?
Okay, so if I go to the end of the beach, the edge of the beach, and then just if I'm a dumb guy, right? I go to the edge of the beach. I have a measuring tape, and then I look at from the edge of the beach, and then I take it to 12 inches, right? And then I do 12 inches, and then I put it measure from the beach to the water. Now I know what 12 inches looks like. What do I do with that information? Because that's my empirical evidence, right? That's what I know. What do I do with that to measure the ocean? How do I?
We're not really following with that example, bro. Can you help me understand what you're doing with the tape measure? Is this a horizontal measurement? Is it a vertical measurement? What are you doing?
Yeah. I'm just talking about like empiricism, right? I'm just trying to have you educate me. Like I just want
he's asking you
a 12-inch ruler, and I go to the edge of the beach, and then I measure where the water starts. I understand that we have high tides, low tides, so maybe that's let's forget the moon. Fuck the moon. It doesn't exist. We live on flat Earth. How do I when I touch?
Wow, dude. So now you're obviously being disingenuous. Everybody can tell. So you can relax for half a second. Yeah, the moon doesn't exist. That's what we said, right? Can you get me a sound clip of anybody here saying that?
I swear to God, I'm telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I think.
Why do you think there's no moon?
Okay, there is a sun in there, so there should be a moon. Okay, cool. I get you. But
should be a moon. No. Do you see a moon at night?
Yes.
So there's a moon?
Okay, I agree with you. Yeah, but I don't know if that exists though. So that's I don't know.
You don't know about what you're seeing exists? No, you can see it. It's a light in the sky. There's the moon.
No. I don't know if that moon actually affects the tide. I'm just telling you what I've been indoctrinated to believe. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the light in the sky doesn't exist. You're kind of being incoherent.
That's why I specifically said high tide and low tide.
Okay, so you're at the beach, you got your tape measure, and I presume we're measuring vertical. And what the water's going up and down.
Right. And then that's what people tell me, right? They tell me that the moon is what affects the high tide and the low tide, right? So because of the gravitational pull, but blah, 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 blah. Fuck these people. So what do I do if I take a ruler that's 12 inches and then I go to the edge of the beach? How do I now understand the ocean?
Holy cow, dude!
I tell you what, you might need a little bit. You might need a little bit more than your tape measure. You might need to go to the other side of the lake. Let's say it's 10 miles away. You might need to get a camera. You might need to get both, let's say you with a laser and a camera, let's say both 12 inches above the surface of the water, 10 miles separate.
Why would I trust the camera? Because the camera has like these numbers, right? If I use let's say I take a Canon camera, one that's digital, and then let's say I have a laser attached, and then I use ComSci in order to create like something that tells me the distance between the laser and where I'm at, right? And it gives me this.
We don't have to use that.
But I'm just saying, why would I believe that though? Why would I believe that laser? Why would I believe it?
Because
that's a good question.
I mean, it's because it's a leveling tool. It's a device. This is the practice that we're going to be doing from this moment onwards. We're going to be surveying across the water. We're going to use two heights.
I get what you're saying, but I just can't. I can't trust this laser that's telling me the distance of across the lake. And
the laser's not telling you the distance.
It does.
The map's going to tell you the distance.
The map? Who made the map? I don't trust them.
A cartographer. Why don't you trust them, dude? It got you to the fucking location, didn't it?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that what they could. That's like me picking up a map from anywhere and then they scramble up like scramble up. And I bought this from somewhere.
Let's use a specific type of map that's pulled for you to find distances because of the scaling of the map. Let's say that the map has surveyed the area and knows the distances and area of the lake.
Yes. But
You
why do I
using
trust?
this map can
Yes, but why
estimate
do I?
the map's distance between the two locations. You
Why do
with
I
your
trust?
fucking tape measure or ruler. Notice my tone's changing because you
Correct.
keep talking through me. You
Okay.
can measure that distance, so you can measure the distance between the two observational points across the distance of water, and you can measure the height above the sea or water level.
The thing is that why do I have to use their metric system? Like, why do I have to use what they
Like, you're
did?
fucking trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. I'm genuinely asking you.
Why do we have to use an agreed upon fucking standard?
Any method.
Yes. Is there any method that I can make for myself? How do I make my own map?
No.
I'll tell you what, if you want to come up with your own standards of measurement, use your fucking elbow. I know your big toe if you want to.
That's why I used a ruler. And then I wanted to come up with my own system. But you denied that, and you said that other people have a better system, and you said pick up a map.
No, dude, what I'm pointing out is we're going to be using agreed upon convention. Hold on. We're going to use agreed upon conventions, right?
Well, did I? That's the same thing. You told me to believe in someone else's map. Why would I believe?
No, God, dude.
Why
believe in somebody else's math? Do you understand what a standard measure is?
But I would be believing.
No, for example, a milliliter of alcohol.
Yeah, but I don't want.
So you understand that we have agreed upon conventions, right?
I want my own measurement of what that means.
Okay, then go and fucking do that then.
It's not a real milliliter. Why would I use someone else's empirical evidence and then go by what they want? Why don't I create my own system of thought?
Then fucking do it, bro.
Do you understand what international...
Go fucking do it. This came from Tides. We're talking about fucking Tides, dude. Now you're talking about how fucking empirical systems are not should be trusted.
I don't know what to do with you, dude.
It's okay.
You should look up Terrence Howard.
I gotta go
and
think.
Then he'll see what kind of a fool he's making of himself.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. Don't worry about me.
Honestly, dude, I gave you my time. I'm lost.
I'll talk to you guys.
I'm gonna come up with my own fucking meters. Anybody else? Anybody else got any thoughts, comments? I don't like the concerns bit. Things they want to raise, hills they want to die on.
That guy is retarded, bro. That guy was retarded as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you, my friend? You're not as retarded as fuck, are you? Well, there's over 20 people in the chat. There's lots of names that I do recognise. Some names that I don't. Starting at the bottom, we've got AG. We've got Sasha. T-Dub says who. Rayleigh Criterion. What's up, gentlemen? Hope you're all doing well. We've got Q. Semi-gone. What's up, Q? Hope you're doing well.
Good evening.
Quiet Noobs. Hello, mate. How are you? Sorry, I thought I heard somebody there.
Kids hunting ops are good. And nothing there ain't no discussing. Grab your guns cause the Brits are coming. Shoot man up. In London ain't no repercussion. See the feds. We rushing. Grab your guns cause the Brits are coming.
That was entertaining for a bit.
Yeah, I kind of want to see where that was going.
Yeah. But still, like I said, lots of people in the chat. Quite Noobs is here, plain in truth, over fences. What's up, guys? No tanks, hope you're doing well. MG478, I'm not going to pronounce the rest, not quite sure. But hello, welcome to the channel. Medina, hello, Lats. Josh has joined us, that's always fun. Flying A is here, that's a YouTube bot. Flat Hulu, Hulu. Effie Batman, Alaskan Malamute. We got Cider Filer in the house, Bert Durkin. What's up, Bert? Hello, MG. You got something else for us? Right, good, fair enough. But like I said, guys, lots of people in the chat. There's a couple of YouTube bots as well. A person has joined us. Hello, my friend. 20 Cups is at the top. But yep, like I said, there's a YouTube bot, so please be mindful we are live streaming 24/7. Getting the name from on YouTube. If anyone's got any comments, points I'd like to raise, hills I'd like to die on, please feel free to unmute yourself. If you haven't spoken, tell us your name, say hi, introduce yourself, and bring forth your point. Yeah, that came across right. But yeah, let's not have too much dead air. If anyone wants to bring something up, let's have a conversation. MG apologises for that farting. It's not quite sure that's what that was, mate.
I am not British.
Wait, what? Okay.
It's on Facebook thinking you're bad, mate. I lied every last one of your birds up and bomb them one by one. Fucking bear right, most. I'm gonna get my Aprilla right.
Oh, he said sorry again in the chat. Let's unmute him. How about this flying guy? Hey, flying guy, you seem kind of interesting. It says here in your profile you're an artist. Is that true?
Yeah. I'm an artist. That's not very good artist, but
okay.
I'm learning.
Something that comes up often in this topic is depicting like the vanishing point in art. Is that something? Were you taught that or not?
I'm self-studying. I'm not getting taught it. I'm doing game design and production now.
Okay.
Yeah.
As an artist, do you understand what perspective is?
Yeah. The further away something is, the smaller it gets. The closer it is, the bigger it is.
Yeah, cool. So eventually, something will become too small. That's what No Tanks was talking about with the vanishing point.
All right.
So we also depict a horizon, the vanishing point of the surface.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So Square, if you draw something in 3D and you want to make it look accurate, vanishing points is one of the main points that you want to learn when you're studying or teaching yourself how to draw.
All right, thank you.
You're recreating reality, and with it you need accurate mathematics. A vanishing point is a very strong premise point to start with.
like flying. Some people get like in this conversation, right? They say, "Well, listen, I know the Earth's a globe because when I look at the sun, it goes down and down and down and down, right?" But as an artist, like you as an artist, right? It might not be surprising to you that as something moves away from you, it appears to go, but doesn't actually go down. So to you, it's probably not shocking. To some others, they think there's only one explanation. It must be actually going down.
True, but something can be said here that if an object goes behind another object and then obscures the object from vision, when you say that object has disappeared in some sense?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah, it disappeared from from me being able to see it. Yeah, still somewhere.
Yeah.
Like I mean, you being an artist, I don't want you to not show me art. Like, you know what I mean? Like how would that be relevant? Like, oh look, as an artist, I can draw over top of my drawing, and then the other drawing disappears. That's not interesting. It's not art.
Yeah, true.
It's like a cover up for a tattoo, maybe.
But sometimes you need to, for like art, if you want to get like pretty good, you sometimes start with like a base or like a rough sketch, and you use that sketch to draw over it and more like perfected lines to finish that piece. So in a sense, you might be drawing over something that you've just drawn, but it's been used as a tool to make something better.
But then you're just sketching, right? If you want to make it, if you create a character, you want to look at its anatomy, right?
Yeah.
So you understand that there are certain proportions, distances between the fingers and the knuckles, to the elbows, to the shoulder, etc.
Yeah.
The same goes when you try to draw something.
A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think.
Sorry, I muted him.
It's the same as when you try to draw something correct, like a shape, like a circle or a square or a triangle. I mean, you can just draw it 2D, but if you want to add perspective to it, depth to it, you need to uphold certain methods which make it look, feel, and mathematically be correct. So it's a replica. So if you draw, what you want to do is like teach yourself the methods into how to draw. Like just sketching something, like we can all make doodles, but to make it actually correct, like draw a building, draw a street with a building with a couple of windows. And not just one window, like one in front of you and a couple lining away to a distance. Like how does that look to the eye perfectly? Can you just freestyle that, or are there methods to it?
There's definitely methods to... Definitely using perspective, like the 1-point perspective for buildings, because they're very like angular, and so it'd be very useful to use the 1-point perspective to like draw like a simple like cube, and then block out all the windows, and then block out.
Takes a simple method, but you can make amazing things with it, right?
Yeah.
But it's a tool, it's a method to replicate reality. Right, and that method can be applied in real life as well. When you look around you and you look at a horizon, have you ever noticed that? Like if you stand on the road and there's like trees at a certain distance away from each other, if you want to replicate it, you're kind of doing the same thing. You're just like drawing from a dot, which is the end of the road, and then towards you, and it upholds the same spacing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
But it's a line. There is no curve when you look at it, right?
Yep.
You don't draw a curve either at the end of it.
No.
It's cool to hear that you're working on art, man. Keep going.
Yeah. I've been pretty busy with game design production because I've been at uni, so it's been on a bit like a back burner, but I've been slowly trying to get like 10 minutes of drawing every like week or so.
Nice.
Just like Yeah.
Gotta stick with it, man.
Yeah, I will. That was a fun conversation. I'm probably gonna go to bed. It's really late where I'm at. I just want to pass some time. Hope you guys have a nice day, or night, or evening, wherever you are. Peace. Bye-bye.
Yo, who knows why the Artemis 2 mission was delayed?
Government shutdown.
Wait, actually? Oh my goodness gracious.
I don't really know, but that comes to mind. I don't know.
I know there were some people talking about it earlier, like 10 hours ago, but I don't think I was able to hear.
I think it's weather related. They don't want to pull another Challenger.
Oh, got it.
Oh my goodness, it's my flat Earth friends.
Hi, how are you?
Dude, how's Agartha doing?
How is the Earth doing?
How's Agartha doing? Do you believe in Agartha?
You mean like Agatha Christie?
Does anyone here want to smell my farts?
Bro, why you Glover so weird?
Flat Earth, flat Earth. Do you guys really believe that the Earth is flat? Seriously? Like, for real?
No.
Can you guys give me an example of why you think the Earth is flat?
There's no measured curvature.
There's no measured curvature? But didn't they debunk this already?
With measured curvature?
No, there was a guy on YouTube that tried to measure the curvature by like using shadow and light and pictures. And then by doing so, he fucking measured that there is a curvature.
Oh, how much drop over distance did he measure?
I don't know exactly, but maybe you can search that one. Because to be honest with you, if we haven't seen a flat planet out there else, how do we know that this one is flat, right? Like the Earth, like the sun isn't flat. We see it to be a disk in a sphere. The moon is also a disk in a sphere. How could it be flat?
Who says Earth is a planet? We're not proposing that we're a flat planet, bro, in a solar system.
You're not suggesting that we're a flat planet.
No, I posit to you that that idea of there being a solar system in a big, empty, expanding vacuum void of a universe, that's not true. So we're not in a big universe. We're not in a solar system. Those things in the sky are not what you've been told.
So you think that there's nothing out there?
No, I never said that. There's lights up there, but the interpretations of them are incorrect.
So you do believe that there is a moon and that we're in a solar
There's a light in the sky that moves across the sky nightly, except for when the 3 days that it's a new moon and you can't see it, and we identify it as the moon. We call it the moon.
You think that it's like a light bulb or something?
No, I just see it as light. I'll grant you that it's sometimes, like, I look at it and it appears to have texture to it, like it's a surface, right? But what that is, I don't know. For all I know, right, that's just a smaller portion of a much larger area that I can't see.
Interesting.
Who knows? Who knows?
To be honest
what
with you,
is?
I'm not sure. How does that feel? How does that feel for you, thinking like that?
Who the fuck are you?
Honest? Feels honest?
I mean, I'm not trying to judge. Excuse me. I don't mean to judge to sound judgmental. I just
look. You can look at the moon all day long, and the only thing you can yes, you can look at the moon all day.
We're just trying to. I don't know who this guy is. We're just trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, and I'm trying to.
Man.
Yeah. So why are you talking over me then?
Whoa.
Okay, really simply, I'm going to explain T-Dub's position, okay? It's really simple. We look in the sky, and the only thing we can say for 100% certainty is what it looks like. Its composition, how old it is, where it is, all those things are inductive inferences that you can't prove.
Okay, and again, I'm saying I'm not judging. Okay,
it's not about. This is pure logic,
and
you can't refute this. It's a logical fact.
How does
it's inference?
How does it feel for you?
We're not the topic here, brother.
How do you believe?
We are not the topic.
You're not the topic.
No, flat earthers are not the topic. See, it says flat Earth, not flat earthers.
But I mean, I'm curious as to how you feel about like thinking that the moon isn't necessarily real in that term.
Who said it wasn't real? Now you're straw manning.
Oh, jeez. Geez, man, I feel like you're kind of like
I don't care what you feel, dude.
Position.
I'm not insecure at all, dude. I'm pointing out your fallacy.
My fallacy of what?
Yeah, like when you make up that we said the moon isn't. Dude, really simply, I'll fucking mute you. When you say that we said something we didn't say, that's a straw man. We didn't say the moon wasn't real. T-Dub just described looking at it. Obviously, you look at real things. So, why would you think the Earth is a planet?
Why would I think that the Earth is a planet?
Yes.
Because in terms of the physics, right? Like if you take, we're 70% water, right? We experience different forms of life based on studies, and that models of a solar system, for example, gravity, a fully encompassing gravity can result to a sphere, right? Like a sphere is.
Can you show those equations?
Yeah, I think they've done that before.
You think? You don't know? Sure.
Well, I mean, it's geology isn't really my specific study. I'm more into like international relations, but I'm more curious as to like how does it feel being a flat earther? I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, we have to deal with people like you that think we're we have actually a name for people like you. It's called zookeeper. You try to come in here. Yeah, you're a zookeeper. You coming in here to look at the zoo. Oh, what are you flat earthers? Look at the zoo. Oh, there's one of the freaking biblical flat earthers. Over there's a Muslim flat earther. There's one of the atheist flat earthers. Like, bro, you're not in a position of any power here. Okay? You're probably the most ignorant person when it comes to this topic in this chat right now. Everything you said about gravity is really like 9th grade level nonsense. Do you know how the theory of gravity was even created? Do you know that Newton repudiated his own theory? Do you know any of that? Did they teach you any of that in school?
What was the term? What was it?
Well, Newton wrote a letter that said basically anyone that believed it was retarded.
What was it called?
His letter?
You said you were talking about a term or something like that.
Gravity? What do you mean?
You were saying that there was no. After that. I mean, it's okay. You were saying something about a term of like a different version of gravity or something.
No. The theory of gravity. That universal theory of gravity, universal law of gravitation is not actually a physical law. Okay? It's not actually a physical law. It's a geometric law.
The gravity that I mentioned was like 9th grade crazy.
9th grade level understanding of the concept. Because it's just a concept. It's just a hypothesis. It's not actually even at the level of theory, because the fundamental parts of the hypothesis can't be tested. And I'll give you an example of what can't be tested and has never been tested. The cause of a falling object is mass attracts mass. Now, no experiment has ever actually been done that proved that, because that experiment can't be done. Because whenever we drop something, they all fall at the same rate. So what do? How do you actually manipulate the independent variable to change the effect? Do you think it's mass? I manipulate mass. I drop a bus. I drop a bowling ball. They both fall at the same rate. Then I can't say that that's the cause of a falling object, because that's what the scientific method is. You have you observe a natural phenomenon, something falling. You hypothesize what exactly is the cause of falling. Okay, mass attracting mass. So you manipulate that variable to watch an effect on the dependent variable. Manipulate the mass. Still falls at the same rate.
So if you were to dig through your version of Earth,
there's no my version. There's only the version of what it appears to be.
Well, I mean, you can't force me to believe what you believe, right? So
no, I'm actually trying to force you to actually accept what you see. I'm not trying to force you to believe anything. I'm trying to acknowledge that the Earth looks flat and appears motionless. Do you agree with that? That if you climb a mountain or fly in an airplane or go to the ocean, it looks flat?
But a perception of an animal like
okay, don't give me the excuse why that is. Just tell me, does it look that way?
Sure. Why not? Yeah.
Okay. So, your initial impression, hey, that looks flat. Awesome. But that might not be true. It's not proving it's flat. But why would you think it's anything other than that? Because, yeah, you can come up with other shapes that large enough they would look flat too. But you know what also looks flat? Flat things. So why would you go out of your way to construct something of why that you're on a flat-looking globe and your whole reality is an illusion? All I'm telling you is the Earth looks flat because it is flat. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not trying to make you believe anything. I mean, okay, heaven forbid I try to get you to believe your own eyes. I shouldn't do that, right?
If you dig into the flat Earth, on the other side would be what?
There is no other side. The Earth is not in space. It's not a disk. Okay? Okay, so the Earth. It's not in a category. So, have you ever heard of the Copernican principle?
That the sun or the Earth revolves around one or the other versus
that's
the heliocentric.
Yeah, well, that's the Copernicus revolutions of the heavenly bodies, but it's based upon something called the Copernican principle, which is a philosophical position that the Earth is not unique, and it holds no unique position in the universe. Okay, so if the Earth is not unique, right? And like you said, the moon's round, the sun's round, the planets are round. Well, if the Earth's not unique, then the Earth obviously should be round, right? Because it's just like everything else. But the thing is, the Copernican principle is philosophical. There's no basis for it. There's no actual basis for the idea. It's just you start from the philosophical assumption that Earth is like everything else, and then you construct a reality from that. So when you see the planet and you see the moon, you go, oh, well, they're round. Earth is just like them, because Earth's not unique. Well, maybe the Earth is unique, and it's nothing like those things. It doesn't resemble like those, and the things that you mentioned about Earth, life and plants and trees and frickin' water, none of those exist on any planet.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of art do you like to indulge in?
Art?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a broad... Art is a broad category, dude. There's sculpture, there's freaking
what do you
piano.
Like? What do you like personally?
I don't really do art. I'm not really an artist.
Okay, I don't want to sound mean. Maybe you should go out there and delve into some art, man.
Well, I did do comic books when I was a kid, but I'm a little too old for that now.
Well, there you go.
I don't know how art is going to... I mean, maybe you should do art, and you should, like, if you do, have you ever done perspective drawing?
I've done. I would call myself an artist.
Okay, so you've done perspective, illustration, drawing, painting.
I don't want to seem like a arrogant piece of shit, but one could say that I'm well-rounded.
Is that a yes?
Wait, what was your question?
Have you ever done perspective drawing?
Perspective drawing.
Yeah, drawing in perspective. First person
Isn't
perspective,
drawing always
person.
perspectives?
No, not necessarily. There's inverse perspective, and then there's no perspective at all because you don't have to draw that way. Chinese frickin' didn't draw in perspective.
It's like, giving your artwork a 3D feel.
You know how things vanish on the horizon?
I mean, I'm not what you would call formally trained in the arts. I've delved into it. I've spent a lot of my time in the arts.
Okay. So you know how they make a work of art look like a 3D video game? You know what I mean? So objects in the distance appear smaller. That type deal in the painting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. Perspective. That's perspective. When like if you had a row of telephone poles that go off into the distance, even if they were the same height, they would look smaller and smaller and smaller. There's a name for it. It's called linear perspective, and it's half the size equals half the distance, or half the size equals double the distance. So something 20 miles away will appear half the size of something 10 miles away.
Have you heard of the what was it? The turtle universe theory?
Telling you that. Are you going to start trolling now?
No, okay, yeah, maybe I should leave if this is getting kind of crazy. I was just thinking about how.
Well, I don't know what you're bringing up. We don't think the Earth is on we don't think the Earth is in space. What don't you understand? We don't think there's a giant freaking vacuum.
What do you think that it is? Can you tell me?
Just the Earth. Okay, there's the Earth, right? It's not in a container. It's not in something, right?
It just is. Like we're just
it just
on
is. Yeah. Well,
like an ant.
Think about what people. Let's think about what human beings actually know. Actually, for real, what they actually know.
All right.
Do they know the boundaries of reality?
Maybe some people take drugs to push that. Maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Or maybe they're just wait. No, you got to hear me out. There's actually a study, a DMT study that was done. You can look it up. There's a video. People went into a hospital. They plugged them into, catheters or not catheters, devices to track their bodies. And that was like a mental trip that they took together. So that's a codified way of seeing where like reality to them goes. And they said
I'm having a mental trip listening to you right now.
I mean, I'd have to see that. I'd have to see that. I mean, I've heard of like anecdotes or where they, there's an ER and they'll stick something like a picture on top of like a bookcase or something, and there's no way the patient can see it, and then they, die on the table, and then are revived, and then he says he saw the picture. There's things like that. There's a whole book about it written by, I think it's a neurosurgeon or EI doctor. So yeah, but I'm talking about the physical and natural world. I'm not talking about the fucking spiritual world or the metaphysical world. Can anybody say where the boundaries of the physical world are? Or the physical universe or anything like that? All of reality, physical reality. Where's the end of it? Where's the edge of it? What is its nature? What's the universe inside? I go, hey, man, because they say that the universe is flat in modern cosmology. So if I go, okay, if the universe is flat, where's the edge? Can I fall off? Why don't you go there and take a picture? I could say all those things about the modern cosmology. So everybody's always going to have this boundary problem, and it's actually a problem in physics itself called the boundary problem. Okay, when you get to boundaries, and this was proved by Zeno 2,000 years ago, when you start trying to deal with the boundary between and differentiate one thing from another, you have problems of discrete mathematics versus continuum mathematics. It's in logic. Just logically, it's
Someone tried to use that earlier. Someone tried to use that earlier against us.
Who? I don't know.
Something about distance. They said,
"Hey, Indio.
Anyway,
thank you for hearing me out. I appreciate your words and your time. And
let me leave you with it. Flat Earth is a different cosmology than the one you learned in school. We don't think the Earth is the sun. We don't think the Earth is orbiting the sun. We think the sun is traveling above the Earth. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You calling me a zookeeper? You calling me a zookeeper now? I'm kind of like, I kind of feel like an asshole. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, we have this. Look, no, it's don't feel bad.
I just don't know what you guys are thinking. I just, that's why I wanted to stay here and chat it up with you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm gonna go now.
Great.
See ya.
Great. Peace out, man. Come back. Fucking broke him. Sorry, broke another toy. Mom's gonna stop buying me toys if I keep breaking them.
I used to pull apart my shit just because I was curious how it worked.
Yeah. Dude, what you said was awesome, man. That was good. But he wasn't really hearing you. I hate when they do that. When they ask questions and they only half listen. It's annoying.
Yeah, I know. Because it's just too out there. Like they can't. For them, there's only certain a setting within which we could discuss this. Right? There's no other setting that they can conceive of. I understand why it's really difficult to wrap your head around.
Well, I mean, we're gonna always end up with the identity crisis. The identity, like, oh my God, I'm not going to be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. What would my friends think? What would my family think? So there's always that psychological wall where they can't really take what you're saying seriously and like internalize it because they're afraid. Because they come in here and like we sound normal. We make sense. Everything we're saying is rational, but the Earth can't be flat. No way. Why would they lie? It opens up such a huge can of worms of questions, right? That they can't oh my God, if that's true, then what else is true? You know what I mean? Some people don't want to go down that road psychologically. I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You can ruin your own life. Shit, man. I was just about to get a job at NASA. Josh got me in there. I became a flat earther, damn it. Were you in here when Talon X was in here spurging out?
Yes.
Oh my God, he was going mental, man. I was on my phone, so I couldn't really post stuff because I was getting ready to go to the gym. But, God damn, he lost his mind. I thought he was going to be all right too, because the last time he was in here, at least when I was in here and he was in here, he seemed like he's like, this is one of the better.
It was chill, right?
Yeah, he was like, this is one of the better channels on the server. You guys let people talk. Well, I guess that honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it's all back to normal now. Yeah. Business as usual.
Motherfucking Neil. Neil, what you doing, boy? Shout out, Neil.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm chilling. It's 2026, easing into it.
I haven't even talked to you this year. What the hell?
I know, right? It's almost like I'm growing up. No, I'm joking.
Grow up so fast.
I'm just chilling, bro. How you been?
Oh, yeah, I've been all right. I'm chilling too. We all chilling.
Yeah, man.
And now that Mark's here, talking about spurging out, I had a bit of spurg out when he was
couldn't help it, man. He was like, I just lost my shit with him.
Who's this now?
This guy, he was just like a little kid going, but why?
Talon?
And then you answer that, and they're like, but why? And then again, why? Like, that's what he was being like. It was like, ugh.
Are you talking about Talon?
Nah, this guy called Mark. What was he? Philosophy something. Goes by Mark.
Oh, so was he's doing the sea lion troll where you just keep asking question after question after question?
Pretty much, yeah. And it didn't matter what you said, and it was all leading back to, like, because, you pretty much, say, look, we're not making a size or dimension claim. We're just saying that, the surface quality is flat and geometrically has to have curve if it's a sphere, right? The surface of water is flat. Yeah, but you don't know the size, right? How far does it go? Where's it? Like, it's just like, I said, why would we even know that? Because you're claiming to know. And I was like, Jedi was like, no, we're not. We're not claiming to know those things, just this one particular thing, Like, he just wouldn't let it go, bro. Like, I just lost it with him.
Who was that, Mark?
Yes, Mark, yeah.
Oh, he's a pain. Normally you get the question, what's your epistemology of the flat earth?
Here's my epistemology. What you see is what you get. It's like a web browser. The web browser editors, they call it what you see, what you get editors. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever you type in the editor, that's the way it looks on the web page. I was trying to get that guy. I was trying to get him to argue against what you see is what you get. I wanted him to argue that, like, believing his own eyes was okay. I'm always trying to get to do that because I think it's hilarious when they have to take that absurd position. You can't believe your own eyes, you dumb flat earther. You have to evaluate all reality with a slide rule and a calculator.
Right, but wasn't he just trying to determine what the Earth is by looking at what the things in the sky look like?
Exactly. It's selective empiricism. Someone did that. I don't know if you were in here, like, the other night. What if you went up to space and saw the Earth as a ball? So I told him, I'm like, well, that means if I came down here, I'd be able to measure the Earth curve. So, but that in and of itself, you see a flat Earth every day and you don't believe it, but I'm supposed to go fly in a rocket and see the Earth as a ball, and then I believe it's a ball, but you see the flat Earth every day and you don't think it's flat? That sounds like a double standard. He freaked out after that. Because, they think that's their ace card.
I love it. That's funny. The other question that's been breaking them lately, Indio, is when you say to them, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and media or television, where have you seen the curve? And they seem to go into robot malfunction mode.
Any astral projection answers? I was astral projecting. I took a bunch of that guy was trying to make Earths a go because of ayahuasca. Yeah, I asked that. I don't know if you were just in here, Matrix. I just asked that kid, like, does anybody know the boundaries of reality? He's like, yeah, some people take DMT, and there was a study about DMT, and they could see stuff. And they were just high.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a freaking, I took hallucinogenics, and I thought they were deep at the time. But now I know I was just high. Okay? I was just fucking high. It wasn't deep. I was fucked up. That's all it was. It's not complicated. People try to read all sorts of shit into their trips. No, you're just high.
Sorry, son, you're off your head.
Yeah. You just freaking... You know, we even do it when we were a kid, right? We'd spin around in the circle to get dizzy.
Now, there's actually a comedian that stood up and said that when they ban all drugs, they are going to go out into their backyard, around until they fall over.
Oh, we used to just hyperventilate. Yeah, that gives you a good buzz. Spin out, see shit.
We used to do, I mean, they freaking would expel you if they caught you and us in school doing this. But you bend over and hyperventilate for 30 seconds and stand up, and then someone put you up, you stand up with your back up against the wall, and someone pushes on your neck to cut off the blood supply. Dude, you go like instantly into a fucking dream, man.
Yeah, you're inducing a short-term coma.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just always found it weird. Like when you go to sleep, right? You have to like sleep for a couple hours to get into a dream state, but it's like you go instantly into a dream state. It's freaking really, really odd. We used to call it we call it China syndrome or something like that. I don't know where that name came from, but China syndrome was a movie about a 3 Mile Island, their plant meltdown. If you guys remember.
Came from China.
Was that Michael Douglas?
I think it was Jane Fonda, right? In could have been, Michael Douglas. Yeah, you might be right.
I'm not sure. I'm just I remember something about that. Yeah.
Oh, you got it, Michael Douglas. And I was right, Jane Fonda. And who's the other guy?
Oh shit,
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon was the.
Jack Lemmon? He was in a serious role.
Yeah. He was actually pretty good in that. Dude, but the cast of that movie, that's the pinnacle of libtard. Dude, I'm thinking about this movie, right, and how people were back then. How liberals were and like what they stood for. And though they were like a bunch of hippie peaceniks, you know, during the Cold War, and that brought them a lot of animosity. It is admirable to fight for peace. But they're all sellouts now. All of them. You ask them, should we send more weapons to Ukraine? They'll be like, hell yeah. Right? So they're all full of shit.
Right. Yeah, they should be stay out of it. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
leave it alone. Yeah, people are dying.
I mean, I remember the peace movement was about peace worldwide, right? No wars anywhere. That was the idea. Now it's to be like just peace with over there. And if you don't, it's like peace or we'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Flat Earth Tribe.
Tribe? That sounds racist.
No. It's like a place where I belong.
Place like where you belong. Yeah. We could be tribe, club. Like holding hands in Kumbaya by a campfire.
Well, yeah, holding hands is fun and it's good for your body, and you get oxytocin with human contact. So.
Oh my God, do you do astral projection?
I've tried before with limited results. Hold on one moment. What? Hold on, I'm not muted
yet. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I've had very limited.
Well, no, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies or something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection, do you believe in stuff like that, or?
That you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
I mean, I've had a few weird experiences.
I don't think you should, but I think you can.
No. Well, it's hard to do it for an extended period of time, because if you get up in your emotions or you get shocked by your experience, you'll snap right back to your body. One of the weirdest experiences I had was I was meditating by the water, and I calmed my body, and I started to see myself literally walking and wading through the water, but I got so shocked by what I was seeing that I snapped back to reality. And then another time I was laying in my bed trying to do it, and my head came out of my body, nothing else, but I could see 360 in the room. And then another night I got out of my bed, out of my body, and went up to the window and looked through it. But then I guess I fell asleep because I have no other memories, so I don't know. So yeah. But I love
one
stuff
night,
like
and I felt like I was floating above the bed, and then it felt like I actually sank back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever tried falling through the floor?
You shouldn't do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like, you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that, next day that they are spent, like as if just flat batteries type, worn out.
Well, the experience was so short, and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People are just. I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious, and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or, weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not going to get into like the weird coincidences that people have. And I mean, you literally, you have to actively ignore it to not see it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral projection isn't.
But that's a part of being alive. You know what I mean? That's just one part, because we also are physical, and it's that the rub, right? The friction between those two things, which give life its its zest or whatever. I don't know how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that, for sure, that we're limited by our senses to an extent. That's what causes our sufferings too. And then, because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then
well, I mean, you shouldn't neglect your body, because there's a lot to be said with
well, no, you shouldn't neglect
honing and training your body to do some particular thing just like extremely well. I mean,
Yeah.
like a sport, painting, art, all that stuff takes a supreme connection with your body. And like, I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. A lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you know, you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. You know, they're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together. So you would say that you believe in like the metaphysical. It's just a part of reality, that we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube. Like human rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them? Can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist, certainly. The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like, you know, these questions have been asked for 1,000 years. But they exist. The people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah, blah, blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no formulas. There's no laws of physics. There's none of those things, but they certainly happen.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
I'm sure an atheist would say, "Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it." Yeah. I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're just giving meaning to something that actually has no meaning. Yeah, they'll say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it's something that, like, you know, doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd, you know, eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
nothing. But can never mean anything. Right? And like their atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are going to freaking, you know, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are going to be gone. Right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah, that's what I would say too.
Because
I agree with you there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like, we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not so well. But then some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle too. You know, like that we even exist. Yeah.
I mean, and that's what we battle in here. I mean, that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are, you know, Christian or Muslim or whatever, and battle us. But it's really, but they've adopted the materialist worldview where like there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just, like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything must like fit within
a framework of
this is
explainability.
Explainability. So when someone says, do you have any evidence for God? Well, you ask them, well, what do you accept as evidence? And they'll instantly say, well, I need a photograph, or I need God to come over here and like write something down, or I mean, they need empirical evidence. That's what they actually want. They want something they can stick in a jar or a test tube, or they want to be able to videotape God or have God write something down, and they want to witness it, or you know what I mean? That's the only thing they're going to accept as evidence. So now that you know that they only going to accept this empirical, this little box of evidence, these are the only things they're going to accept. You just excluded pretty much everything else, even though those things exist. Like I just said, like the laws of logic, they certainly exist, right? But you can't even prove that the laws of logic exist. The only reason we know the laws of logic exist is because to argue against them, you have to use logic. To argue the laws of logic don't exist, you have to use logic to make the argument in the first place. So it's like a performative, you're proving it by doing it, But I mean, that's not in a test tube, it's not in, Yeah, it's a messed up position for atheists to be in, but they'll just not on it to death.
Why do they feel so empowered to try to get out in the world and want to debate just for the sake of debate? Like, that's what annoys me, really. It's like if you really believe this, why are you fighting for it so hard when it's nothing to fight?
Yeah, why are you fighting for anything?
Yeah.
Like I said,
so they believe in atheism.
You should be finding a cliff to jump off of. Just doesn't even matter. Why suffer?
Yeah, because they're always going to be bitching and complaining anyway. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you got that right.
How many genocides are connected to atheism now?
Yeah, but what if somebody argued to you how many people died because of religion?
It's not that many. That's a blown up number compared to secular reasons. Just think about all the abortions.
Yeah.
Just that alone is more people than died in any war. What is it? 70? I think the number for abortions is something like 75 billion.
Oh God! Don't tell me that. That's kind of scary.
I have to look up the number. It's large.
That's a shame. It's messed up.
Well, think about it this way too. Like in the Bible, it tells you, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Don't do something in God's name that's actually evil. So a lot of times they'll say, oh, look at these wars that were started. Yeah, people taking the Lord's name in vain. They do this horrible thing in the name of somebody who would disagree. People say, oh, what does that mean? Oh, it means just don't say, like, oh my God, or whatever. No, that's not what that's about. The about is people doing things wrong, but think they're doing it right because they're doing it in the name of.
Oh, I get it.
So it's not on, Christianity when somebody says they're doing something because of Christianity. That's on them. They're just dropping excuses for why they're doing something wicked.
Oh.
The current annual number is 73 million, but there's no way to say for certain how many. I'm talking about worldwide.
We'll do another arbitrary number of years and then see what that comes out to, because that's still a hella high number. Let's say go back to when abortion started becoming more accessible for people, and start from like a year when
Well, in the U.S., it's 63 million since 1973.
So that's how many years?
Yeah, just in the U.S., but that's just the U.S. Abortion was legal in the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's speculated that was hundreds of millions of people.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
And when did birth control become a thing?
Condoms were invented during the Civil War.
Well, yeah, good point.
They weren't great. They're better than burning your dick.
I think there was an early version the French invented out of sheep intestines.
Oh god! Oh, they still got them as lamb skins.
Yeah, for people who are allergic to latex, right?
And for people who want to actually feel what they're doing.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it transfers body heat, so it feels more realistic.
What's it called again?
I think that's where the term Frenchie come from, right? Frenchies.
It doesn't. Yeah, probably. They don't. They only prevent pregnancy. They don't prevent venereal disease. Or no, is that the other way around? I can't remember. I haven't used that shit in a long time.
I don't know where you thought of all that stuff, but you're pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, they don't work against STIs. So, yeah. Well, I mean, we got to keep our, we got to stay sharp in here, man. Like, because we could go over Earthers. Like, it's been years, and they're always trying to come up with something new to trip us up. But we're ready for them because we're way ahead of them.
Right. Chewing on this pizza real quick. Hold up.
Chow down.
A lot of us are just like life experienced and just have read and watched a lot of TV and stuff too. You just pick up odd bits of trivia here and there, right? It's like you'd never think you'd want to talk about it again, but then it comes up in the future, right?
Yeah.
See, the fundamental premise of Flat Earth is so simple. We were just talking about it. What you see is what you get. It looks flat because it is flat. If you think that's wrong and you think that it looks flat because it's a ball, okay. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, prove it. But we're Flat Earth is really in the superior position, just because we have what's called qualia of experience. We can go out and we can observe the Earth as being flat. They can't go out and observe the Earth as a ball. The only way they can observe the Earth as a ball is if they go to their couch or their computer desk and watch a screen. It's true. It's just true. And Matrix was talking about that just a minute. He said they've been putting it to him, and it's tripping them up. It's tripping the Go Earth apologists up, just asking them, besides a screen or a TV or, their phone, where have they ever seen the Earth as a ball? And it just lays them out.
A lot of them don't even care about the Earth being, flat or a globe. What they really care about is somehow something else in their worldview, this sort of like cosmic atheist nihilism. That is what they're really defending. They just need the Earth to be a ball for that. Because without that, they have a hard time maintaining this sort of cosmic nihilistic worldview that I suck, that Bill Nye, I suck speech. That's how they view
themselves. For their religion.
Oh yeah, even better. That this religious worldview that it's just everything's just chaos, just utter inconsequential chaos. And I'm like, well, sure, if that's true, why are you in here every day arguing with flat earthers? If it doesn't matter, if it's just utter chaos and you don't care, and everything's just completely random, why you here at all then? Why do you care so much? And you see that they don't really care. They care in. They're upset that somebody disagrees with them. That's what they're
care in.
Yeah.
They care. Jesus.
That's so true. Yeah. That's got to go on a t-shirt, man.
Oh shoot. I was gonna post the.
But Crit, what you said, I've always thought about, like, when I think about, like, most of the people that really triggered Globers that, you know, really hate us, that, like, but they really don't know their own model, and right, the ones that are obviously they're atheists, right? I think but the thing I think they're fighting against is the outer space thing. I think outer space to them is analogous to going to heaven, in that they've invested a lot into this atheism on the promise that there is a atheist heaven in space, right? Go up there with Elon Musk where everything's going to be perfect and jolly, right? We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to another planet. That's like it's analogous to going to heaven.
Yeah, like everything gets solved. Like all the whole world's problems just vanish as soon as you get to outer space.
Exactly.
Hey, maybe that's true. Maybe they'd say, like, in some sort of Star Trek idea that once you leave Earth, you leave government and religion behind. But what they don't understand is, like, it's more likely going to be like Warhammer 40K, where you get some fundamental, bizarre religious, cult of humanity. The God Emperor and whatnot. Like that's really what's going to happen. Well, they think like aliens show up. And all of a sudden humanity's going to be like, oh, look there's aliens. That must be there's no God. What's really going to happen is all the religious leaders are going to be like, let's convert some aliens.
I think that, like, when you've rejected any deity, God, and the promise of the afterlife has to happen here, has to happen like in physical reality, your reward, or why go on? And their reward is going to go to space. It's going to be so beautiful. I mean, you ever seen like the ISS stream on YouTube? In the comments?
Oh, yeah, the comments. I think a lot of those are bots,
amazing. Oh, it's just, I wish I could see, you know what I mean? Just the fawning. It's, oh my God, I'm gagging in my mouth just thinking about it. It's disgusting.
I think a lot of that's bots, though, because it's like the same comment over and over again. It's like, are these really like honest reactions? Or is this like, just some sort of like looped, like bot that just, repeats different comments?
I know. I mean, it's the internet. There would be trolls and they go, like, look at that. I'd never go there.
Yeah, it'd be some sort of comment that would be, it's like, especially too, because when it's like a black screen, sometimes you see like a completely black screen and it'll be like, someday I'm going to be there and see that. Dude, they're showing, like, the camera's like facing into the void or something, like your 24-hour live stream is showing a completely black screen. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got this, like, I used to joke around too, this romantic idea that they're going to meet, a lot of them are just like sort of upper middle class white guys, but the sort of failure to launch. They don't really have any prospects for like a wife and children. They work some, like menial middle management position, mostly from nepotism. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like an amazing thinker. Like they should be like running NASA or something like that. Like in their mind, they think this. So their next step is they're going to find green alien chick. That's what they're really thinking. That idea of like a Earth Girls Must Be Easy movie. And they're gonna be like the most like this alien chick is just gonna show all these other Earth girls just how stupid they were for not fawning over this like amazing specimen of humanity. So you tell them, oh, dude, there's no space. There's no orbit. There's no aliens. And then they freak out. Because that's the last thing that's keeping them from, what you said earlier. What eating a shotgun. Like that dude, I can't remember his name. It's like one of those streamers. And he would just get on this like video game. I just saw clips of it. On these weird rants about how cool space is. And people are like, just shut up and play your game, dude. Like, stream your game. Like, let me laugh at, monkey make noise while playing video game with purple hair or whatever. Because, like, in his mind, he's thinking he's the last starfighter. If you remember the movie. Like, all these video games are just training simulators. I used to make fun of Eggshells, because Eggshells would come in here and stream, like, Kerbal Space Program. And I tell them that there's a secret level that if you crack that, NASA calls you up and brings you there. Like, a black helicopter just lands in your front and yell on and say, we need you.
Did they buy it or what?
No, he kept saying, like, that's silly. Like, why do you keep saying that? And I'm like, do you know? Do you know for sure? Like, what if they did that? What if the whole shtick was... Because you just say that this program was developed by NASA engineers, this Kerbal Space Program. And they use it for training and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, what if they're looking for that next... that janitor movie, Good Will Hunting. He's a janitor who would just solve math problems on the chalkboard each night. They're looking for that really autistically retarded kid who can play video games, but lacks any social skills to, like, navigate a college environment. Or how to even apply for student aid, how to register for classes. He can wipe the floor with that towel, and, like, clean the floor, but, like, try to have him do, like, just interact with normal humanity. He can't. So what they did was how do we find and recruit these people? Let's put secret levels in video games.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Mercury Rising as well.
Oh, yeah, that's another good example.
I was just thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
They did it in the public school system, though, man. It was called the AIM Gateway Program. You guys ever hear of it?
No, there's another one that NASA has too, but it's not called AIM. It's called I can't remember, like a 4F4 or something like that, or
4F. I thought that was like an agricultural.
Oh no, let me find it with Google real quick.
Gateway Program. AIM. It was for gifted.
Oh, N3. It's called N3. A 5-year program that ended just recently. It was a focus on getting people who are neurodivergent scholarships that would be that would filter them into NASA.
And why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's what they think, that somehow that they're crack the code. Like, how did all these amazing rocket scientists from the 50s and 60s do it. Well, they must have been all autistic or something.
I thought it was a bunch of black women.
Oh, that were given, that their work was stolen. That documentary on Netflix, like this group of black women.
Didn't they make like a regular movie about it?
Yeah, I
a
think
bunch
so.
of black women did. Actually did all the calculations or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the bathroom was like only like white males or something, so she had like walk like 3 miles to go use the bathroom. Where it was like, because that was during the era of Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyone that believes that story that someone walked 3 miles to go to the bathroom, that's bull. No one would do that.
Right, not when there's a tree or some bushes over there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a lady. I mean, this is back then, dude. Not even everybody had indoor plumbing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, this is a deep South. Like, all this NASA shit happened in the deep, deep South. Dirty South. And they're talking about like, oh, look at these amazing people. What the fuck are you talking about? Right? Like,
yeah, there's a lot of space stuff in the South. You got the Huntsville place, you got the Cape Canaveral, you got Houston, Texas.
it's like if there's some way of getting rid of that sort of ego-driven crap. That crap where they think like somehow we are part of the space program. They'll tell you, we went to the moon, or we done all these things. If you could get them out of that mindset.
Well, I already asked them when they say that. I go, who is we? Like, you're not one of those guys. They don't even know you. They probably wouldn't even talk to you.
Yes, well, like, it's funny too. Like, they have a network. Like, call them up. Be like when they stopped refilling the rocket yesterday. Well, yeah, 2 days ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, Gunslinger was in here. I'm like, give him a call. Look over the data, look over the stuff, and figure it out. Give him a call. Tell him you know how. You really want Artemis 2 to happen. Tell them how to fix their fueling system. That's hilarious. Look at Rich Evans listening on YouTube. Had to ping me with some bullshit. We are obviously humanity. We are all human. So everything then, you take responsibility for it too? Or you just pick and choose?
When it's an atrocity, only those that were involved directly, right?
suffer consequences. But when it's like a positive achievement, like then we all get a medal. Like, you know, we did it.
We eat it. We eated it. Okay.
What?
It's RIP for the grammar of that man. He said we eated it. Let's open up a book. Okay. Let's learn.
Yeah, dude.
Whatever I said, we did it.
Yeah. Besides, even if that's true, jargon shouldn't shut down.
Shut up,
all
bitch.
Higher. Well, that was a quick spiral. The poly market for Artemis. It explodes. It's like one of the best.
it won't rise and lower. It'll just be a straight line on the tropic. And as you kind of come together from different continents, you're gonna meet up with these people as if it is a pole, you know. So in the south, that'd be an issue because it's supposed to be a ring all the way around. So the AE maps out, you know, like all these maps are.
Ever done what you're proposing anyway, brother?
No, I mean even with this, I think when they went for the TFE thing, they went from different, like a couple of them went from different places, and they saw that the sun was leveling out as they were traveling south. So the idea would be that when they get to the pole, it would be completely, you know, even in the sky. It wouldn't lower and rise.
Well, I'll say this: they did measure the solar elevation angle, and it wasn't what the globe predicted. I do remember that. It was off about 7 degrees or something.
I'm very, like, I'm certain that if they were to do this, they would see that, you know, as they came from different continents, they would meet up. Like that the ring works as a pole for the AE map, at least.
Maybe
you know, that there's wraparound in that aspect.
Maybe like there's an extra dimension.
Maybe, but I think that would kind of like, you know, work towards wraparound too, because the Mobius strip is kind of like it's weird like that.
Look, I'm just not one of these people that think that. I'm not a uniformitarian person. I don't think that like the sky has to match the ground, and I don't think it ever will and ever does. I think we just have misconceptions about how reality actually works.
Yeah, but I'm not just talking about sky. I'm talking about people, like people in a boat traveling across the Pacific, or people, you know, traveling down, you know, towards the south.
It's always, but like it always comes down to, okay, what that person is experiencing, and trying to turn their freaking observer-centric experience into some external one, and then make some universal claim about all observers. That's what we're trying to do.
Well, I'm saying it's not a subjective thing. I'm confident that
they did some things. They moved a certain way. I get to the other spot, and you're like, well, if I over here, I take this other observer, and this observer saw the stars move a certain way. How would this other observer see the stars move? Right? Like, we're always trying to transplant our observation to some other place and try to make some uniform rule that applies across all of them. I just don't believe in that. I just don't think that's justified. Not only do I not like it, I just think no one ever thought this way. This uniform thing of like the celestial the celestial geometry and the terrestrial geometry, I've talked about this being the same. This is new. This is new human thought. This isn't old human thought, if you believe the timeline.
Yeah, no, to be clear, that's not where I'm going with it at all. I'm saying that if you have these different people traveling from south from different continents, on the AE map, they're all going outwards towards the southern ring, if you will, right?
Outwards relative to what? From where?
Relative to the north, the central north. They're all going to be going south outwards, right?
Which is designated by what? Polaris?
Whether you want to use the geographical north or the celestial north, the point is they're
even
traveling south.
I'm not, but I don't think that Polaris. I don't think it's been shown that Polaris is above the geographical center of the Earth. I just don't. I've said this before. It could be completely fucking asymmetric.
Sure, but either way, if they're all traveling south, or like they're traveling away from each other on this AE map, they shouldn't ever meet up. And I'm confident that if they were to do it, they would eventually meet up. You know, people actually traveling would meet up, not relying on sky or anything. Just they're traveling all in different directions.
Possible. Have you seen the map Yoder's posted with the magnetic field corrected map?
I can't say.
It was. He hasn't. Not today. He did post it today, but way earlier today. It's a magnetic field corrected map. So the magnetic field lines are straightened out, and then the latitude and longitudes are twisted to make the compass line straighten out, and it looks totally fucking weird, bro.
Okay.
And this is just if you go, okay, yeah, my compass, when it says north, it's actually pointed north. And the fucking stars, if they don't align with it, fuck them, we don't care. Right? So you could use this coordinate system. This is an absolute coordinate system that you can use anywhere. Just based completely on the compass, you wouldn't never need to look at stars.
Okay.
But you wouldn't be able to use latitude and longitude. That would be completely freaking useless. Not the celestial latitude and longitude. You might be able to concoct one with a north and south magnetic pole. No, you'd end up in the ocean or some shit twice. I mean, does that make more sense?
It makes sense,
but the magnetic poles are in the ocean. That they're both in the fucking ocean.
Oh, I don't know how they would explain that, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make more sense. Well, as far as like a uniformity thing. Because the geographical North Pole, it's like, that's water, and then the other one's land covered with ice. Right? So you got the Arctic, and then you got the Antarctic, and those are like quite different. Whereas if you go by the magnetic pole, they're at least in the same environment. They're both in water, underwater somewhere.
And it's like maybe the salt of the oceans is like playing a factor or something.
Who fucking knows, man?
Yeah.
I don't think that the Southern Ocean definitely has not been explored, probably at all. They'll explore. I think they explore like close to the continent, close to the ice or coastline. But like, actually, the seas are too rough. You can't like anchor a ship there and hang out. You'd be freaking deader than a doornail. We're gonna do some submersibles in the Southern Ocean. Oh yeah, we'll just sit up here up top with 60-foot waves. Like, no one's doing that. Maybe if you submerge the entire ship.
Yeah, I mean,
but the wrap
I'm not sure how relevant it is to what
I don't know how I feel about that, unless it's some extra dimensional thing, which seems weird that I'd accept extra dimensions before Pac-Man, but it's kind of the same thing.
It is, yeah. But my point is that it's just...
The thing is, Glovers, here's the ironic thing that Glovers wouldn't accept it. They'll believe in fucking wormholes where you can traverse the fucking universe. They'll believe in that extra dimensional space. But they won't fucking believe in extra dimensional Earth.
Yeah, they'll never believe in it because it presents as a globe, basically. So they'll stay positive. It's just kind of like why Jaren went with the globe, because he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that there would be this dimensional type stuff going on.
Dude, Jaren couldn't wrap his head around the fucking basic arithmetic, probably.
No, see, he's viewed the AE map being broken, and for him that was like,
he doesn't even understand what the AE map is.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? He doesn't understand what it is. What was Gleason trying to do? What did he make? What's the patent say? How do you use it? Like, what is it? He doesn't even understand what it is at all. That's why it's like his opinion about whether the AE map works or not. He's not capable or is too lazy to even evaluate what it even is. I mean, he's like the Glovers, dude.
I think he was.
Well, he's like the Glovers. He doesn't understand that, like, on the AE map, all the distances actually are correct if you measure the way the map says to measure. They actually are, well, I shouldn't say correct, but they match the globe. But he'll run around just like a Glober and say, none of the distances work. Right? He should know better by now. Like, by now, after being a so-called flat earther for 10 years nearly, he still doesn't know what the AE map, the map that he fucking pimped out, he doesn't know what that is. He's not, look, I don't want to call him a grifter, but I will call him fucking lazy.
I don't know, man, because, like, I'm not going to speak for him, but for me, the AE map is broken as well. I share that with him, but I have
it works for its purpose. It's not broken for its purpose. It works for its purpose.
For its purpose, yes, but as a representative of the true world,
I think he wasn't trying to do that. Gleason wasn't trying to make a photograph of the world, dude.
I understand.
Or a drawing of it.
And I'm not speaking to what its original purpose was. It's just that flat Earth, there's a lot of flat earthers, at least before, proposed that the world was like that. The flat world is such that you have a central north and a southern ring all around. And I think that has been broken by real world.
Why they said that? Why they did that? Why they invested on the Gleason's map? It wasn't because of the evidence or anything like that. It's because they felt compelled to have an explanation for everything. Because you know the shtick. Explain this, explain that, explain this everything, and they thought they had to replace every element of the globe with some flat Earth version of it.
Mm-hmm. But my point is, any kind of map that you can, conceive, is broken without wraparound. There is no map, quadrupole, dipole, Gleason, whatever it is. None of them stand like the observations that have been,
Mobius strip, bro.
Yeah.
You know what a Mobius strip is?
Yeah, I do, of course.
Yeah. So you just flip around.
But right? I haven't seen a map that's a Mobius strip yet.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's some topological frickin' space that frickin' Klein, what do they call it? Klein bottle or something. There's all sorts of weird topologies and shit that could work. I'm sure. Probably infinite number. I mean, that's why I said it's like, as far as you don't know, it can't work, but like, I'm not an expert in fucking topology and differential geometry. I know a little bit of differential geometry, but I'm not an expert in topology. There's some weird shit in topology that they do. They're like, that's a whole branch of fucking mathematics. Now think about that. There's a whole branch of mathematics just dedicated to the surfaces of shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, dude. How can surfaces even be that complex where it should have a whole branch of mathematics? That's why when people say, hey, the surface of the Earth has to be this or that, I know how complex topology is, and I'm like, maybe. What can I... Yeah. There's probably some freaking goddamn Japanese nerd writing a 900-page fucking paper on how fucking weird topologies can actually exist.
Yeah.
Some 27-dimensional
question, is the surface of the sphere 3D or 2D?
I mean, I just don't presuppose reality works that way. I think we got everything backwards. I'm just starting to reach the conclusion that we just got it all backwards. Dude. The whole idea that reality is like a blueprint drawing. That's how reality really is that it's like an engineering drawing, draw blueprints, build things, build houses. And that's a better representation of reality than how we actually experience the world in the observer-centric sense. They're projective and we see out and everything seems to be in our own experience relative to us. That is actually the way it actually is. And that we're like, well, fucking reality can't compute the fucking the observer effect for 9 billion people. Oh, no, we can't compute that. Doesn't mean reality can't compute that.
Mm-hmm. So for the record, if you were to imagine, like, theoretically, people from like somewhere in the north all going in different directions, traveling in straight lines, different directions, do you think that they would eventually meet up?
I don't know.
Like, do you think
probably not.
I think they would.
Well, if they said, hey, we're all going to walk toward Polaris, they probably will meet up.
No, I'm saying they're traveling like opposite directions from Polaris, for instance.
Well, they're going to lose sight of Polaris eventually.
They're going to what? Yeah, they're going to lose sight of Polaris. And I'm saying I'm confident that
their direction or orientation after that.
Well, let's just say theoretically they're dead reckoning or going in straight lines or what have you. Theoretically, right?
Go around. I don't think that they would meet up, dude. I don't think there's a South Pole.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm confident that they're traveling on a flat Earth, and still they will meet up at the South Pole. You know, like
I mean, do you need fucking money, man? You want to go ask fucking Alex Jones? He wanted to do an Antarctica thing. I think these directions are fucking arbitrary, and I think they're just based upon some coordinate system we choose. And I think if a bunch of people agree there's a point and we're going to call it, and everybody walks towards that point in the sky, they will meet up. But when they're separated, that point, their orientation relative to that point, what that actually is geometrically outside of everything, know if that's even knowable.
Okay, so given that there is some sort of uncertainty depending, like on the GP of the sun, for instance, on the equinox, you wouldn't say that
I don't believe in the equinox percent, dude. What are you talking about?
What?
I don't believe in the equinox, dude.
You don't believe
there's no equinox.
What do you mean? The sun rises in the east, sets in the west. You know, like exactly.
Equinox means equal day and night. There's no place on Earth that has equal day and night. Ever.
Well, I didn't know that. I just know that equinox.
That's like equinox, right? Equal night. Nox means night. So
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so
never thought about that. But
at the
like
equinox,
it's still east to west,
equator,
right?
And equator means place where fucking there's 50% day and night on the equinox, right? So they both reinforce each other, right? So you got the phenomenon, which is the equinox, and then you got the location where that phenomenon happens, would be the equator. The phenomenon doesn't happen, so that location can't exist. You understand?
What about the
location where that phenomenon happens?
Okay, I wasn't aware of the phenomenon, like it being equal day and night, but it makes sense etymologically. My point is,
yeah.
As far as I know,
I'm not trying to make an etymological argument. I'm just saying, even geometrically, that should happen geometrically, but it actually doesn't happen in reality.
So in reality, it doesn't actually rise due east and set due west?
No, it's not 50-50 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, forget that. But I'm saying in terms of the azimuth, does it rise due east and set due west?
Yeah,
basically what I'm asking is,
I don't know if it's exact. I don't know if it's exact.
Okay, but I think we can agree that it's not going to be zigzagging.
Another problem, percent. The equator, the east is defined as the direction the sun rises on the equinox. So you're in a definitional problem. Like, yeah, does the sun rise east on the equinox? Yeah, of course, because that's how we define what east is.
Okay, well, forget that it's
we run into this problem where these are all like definitional problems where we set up this whole fucking thing with these words, and it's like saying the sun rises east on the equinox. That's almost like saying the same thing twice.
Okay, fine. Forget that it's east. Can we agree that on like at least on that day or whatever, that the sun's rising and setting are are exact opposites in terms of the azimuth?
As far as I know, that's what happens.
Okay.
So I don't have any direct evidence.
And I think we can both agree that the path isn't like a shadow of the sun or what happens.
I'll say yes, it happens.
All right. And I think we both agree that the shadow of the sun isn't like zigzagging. It's not like some weird irregular path.
Yeah,
it's consistent.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just say it goes in a straight line. It doesn't take an arc, a visible arc.
All right, you think it's a straight line?
Yeah, east-west, right? Rises 90 and sets 180. So that should be a straight line to you from your visual perspective, right?
Okay, but like let's say we had a bird's eye view, it could still be curving and rising due east, or like not necessarily east, but polar opposites. It could go 180 degrees, but still be a curve.
Yeah, but what I mean that it's a line, right? So if you were looking east, you'd watch the sunrise. It would rise in a straight line. Then once it got overhead, you have to turn around, and it would set in a straight line, right?
Yeah.
It would drop.
My point is, like, it would help us to know whether or not it's actually straight line or a curved line in terms of making the map. Because if it's a straight line, then like the Gleason's is out. Anything with a curved equator would be out. You understand? If it's a curved line, then the type of Mercator, anything with straight latitudes, at least for the equator, would be out. You understand? Like the dipole model, for instance.
I understand. How do we determine which one it is?
I think it moves straight. I think if like I was thinking, like one way you could do it is by stitching together like equatorial mounts that just travel on one axis, and they have like the sun perfectly in the center of the field of view, and they're tracking the sun's movement. And as one mount loses sight of the sun, the other one catches it, and they're just like stitched together for a large portion, or like a long distance, and that would confirm that it's straight-ish.
Yes, that might work.
The other way would
I
be
want to
dead
see
reckoning.
someone fly under the sun at 1,040 miles per hour in like a F-14, right? And just keep the sun at zenith. Like, look at your speed, 1,040 miles per hour. Sun's right over your head. Just fly that for a while.
No, but you could still be flying in a very slight curve, if that's the case.
Yeah. No, I just like to. No, I would just like to see to verify the speed of the sun. That's what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Because I've seen some stuff on like how fast the subsolar point moves over the surface of the Earth that didn't even match itself, much less the globe model. Meaning, these people, they did a tropic measurement, Kahana noon, right?
Mm-hmm.
When there's no shadow. So when the sun is going right along the tropics, they found 2 locations on the tropics, and timed when it was Kahana noon in one spot, and then how long it took it to be Kahana noon in another spot on the tropic. They did this at 2 locations. And the speed at which it traveled the subsolar point over the surface, according to the globe surface distance, didn't match. They didn't match each other.
Yeah.
And it was like way off. It wasn't even fucking close.
So it can't be something like attributed to topography, for instance. It was way off.
Yeah, it was off by like why would topography have to do? You're only measuring noon. The time difference between noon in one place and noon in the other place.
Well, I was thinking like it was the transition, that they're measuring the speed of the shadow moving or what have you. Because if that's the case, like
why do we not see the shadow? Right now, Kahana's noon. We don't mark the time. We have a place that's along the tropic, frickin' say 10 kilometers away. Now, when you mark the time, it should not. You should be able to see a shadow on that stick. And then when that stick eventually shows no shadow, it's solar noon there. Mark the time. Now you can calculate based on that 10-kilometer distance how fast the sun moved from being above one stick to the other stick, right? And then you can calculate how fast the sun moved across the surface of the Earth. Now they did that in Hawaii and another place, and it turned out that one was different by a lot. I want to say like one showed like a surface speed of like 700 miles per hour, and the other was like 1,300 miles per hour. It was something like that. Don't quote me on any of this because I don't remember the figures off the top of my head, but it was significantly different. Significantly, like this don't even make sense. But it should be like weird. Identical. The miles per hour should be identical.
It should be, yeah. What's the Glober like excuse for it? Do you know?
Well, no, I've actually never showed it to any Globers. The guy that did it, he's like a frickin' Russian guy.
I feel like that would be a proof against the globe right there. I thought initially what you were talking about was that like they actually tracked the shadow of the sun, and they noticed that overland, some places it was speeding up, and overland it was slowing down. That's why I was saying maybe topography, because if it's going up a hill, for instance, you'd expect it to be moving slower, and then as it goes downhill, it would be going quicker, That's what I thought you meant initially.
His name's Sergei Mastuvov. I don't know where he found the kid in Hawaii. He doesn't even say what his name is. They just were like live streaming it. They were like constantly live streaming it. And this is done a while back. This is I could probably find the video somewhere.
But how would that work on a flat Earth too?
I don't know. It's just
like unless there's some atmospheric magnification going on.
Well, the problem is that we have preconceived notions about what the sun's doing, which aren't correct.
Yeah, we know next to nothing.
Yeah, like they've made a model. They don't check this shit. You think they checked if the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles per hour at the equator? Of course not. They never checked. This is what happens when you construct a world, which most of the elements of it are based upon a calculation. Like you have like a few data points of different things here and there, and then you construct this whole fucking thing out of calculations, and then you make claims like, well, if the sun's moving at 15 degrees per hour up the sky, and the Earth is a globe of 25,000 miles circumference, then the sun has to be moving over the surface of the Earth at 1,040 miles an hour. All those are calculations, right? Whoever went and confirmed that the 1,040 mile per hour sun motion is actually a thing. Yeah, like I brought this up to Professor Phil, dude. He fucking flipped the fuck out. He didn't like that. Everybody at the Tropic of Cancer, they're under the sun on the solstice, right? Like, I don't know. How would I know that? Where is it? Where's the Tropic of Capricorn? How do you know when you get there? Well, because you're under the sun on the solstice. Like, it's fucking circular logic, right? Like, how do you know when you got there? That's like a lot of these things. They're like, well, if you go to this spot, you're going to see this. Well, how do I know when I'm at this spot? Because you saw that?
That's a good point.
Like the dude yesterday with China. He's like, prove to me China doesn't exist. Well, I'll prove it to you. How would I prove it to you? How are you going to know when we got there? How are you going to know when you're in China? How can I prove it exists to you? You're either going to make up the name China and say, I made it up. Yes, China exists. Or you're going to ask somebody else, hey, am I in China? That's the only way to know if you're in China, right? You can't know. You're standing on some dirt somewhere. How are you going to know that dirt is China dirt?
What did he say?
Oh, he was just
spiraled.
I don't even know. Yeah, it was kind of incoherent. He thought he had a gotcha too because AB cooked them, Radwin cooked them, or Professor Triangle, and like then he came up with that. Well, you can't prove China exists. Yeah, just because China's an abstract concept agreed upon by people that there's some dirt somewhere that everybody calls China, and if everybody died, there'd be no place called China anymore. He says, prove to me. He asked me to prove that to him. He asked me to prove that China would not exist if everyone died? I'm like, bro, I said everyone died. Me and you aren't here. How am I going to prove anything to you? Dude, it was fucking crazy. It was pretty funny though, in a way. It's funny watching their brain just turn into mush.
Yeah. It's like sometimes the video's buffering, but it never plays, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I just couldn't believe it, man. He was just like, I'm like, if nobody exists, China's not here. Prove that to me. I said, if nobody exists, that means I don't exist, you don't exist. I can't prove something to you if I don't exist. I definitely can't prove it to you if you don't exist.
Yeah, for the record, I don't think it's a Mobius strip. Because then we'd have curvature. And
it's a Mobius strip that's so big you can't detect the curve.
It's a flat earth.
That's the funny one why they like circumnavigation. You'd have to turn left or right. Nah, man, it's a circle that's so big you just seems like you're going straight. Same shit they say.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would go for the Mobius strip because you'd still have like people on the opposite side. So flat earthers would be like, what's keeping them from falling? And globe earthers would be like, you know, it's too sharp of an edge.
good to see Stone in here. I only seen the very beginning of the Goldbusters, like basically the map. That's all I saw, the very, very beginning. I'm gonna go back and watch that.
Oh yeah, it's a hoot. I pretty much nailed it.
Is it IFR one?
ILS, yes.
Yeah.
It is indeed. And hi, everybody.
Did you
Post a link if you can.
or is it the presentation? Or are you presenting how to do it, or did you guys actually do it?
Well, it's actually a 3-part story about the data that I have collected.
Oh.
And the data that we're seeking to collect now. Oh yeah, no, it's a well-rounded recap as well as an official response to the objections that the Globies pretended to make at the quote summit last month. I'm sure you guys are aware of that. Yeah, well, I don't know. The Globies,
flames, or like what's the status of that? Did the summit go down in flames? Like,
well, not in their opinion. I think they plan to meet again in a couple of weeks for the solstice to take an observation of the sun at that point in time and see if their math still holds up or something. I really don't know what their plan is right there. But yeah, it's pretty sad. No, the what I did yesterday has more to do with the direction that I'm going. The stupid bug here. It's one thing to show it to these guys, but really, I guess the real net effect for me was wider exposure. On another social platform, because I really don't spend a lot of time on Twitter for fairly obvious reasons. I think most of the time, I'm there Friday night, but that's about it. Yeah, so the first part is, of course, is the data that I've already collected over the past couple of years. I mean, this concept is not new for those who are in the loop. I started all this in 2021. And then part 2 came out in 2023 in September, and we're actually witnessing, or part 2 rather did, and we're witnessing part 3 now in 2025, starting in January with Dave Weiss and Shiva. So by the time we get to the summit here, we're looking at a modified experiment, actually, because it's not the same method as where I started out 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it was about appealing solely to commercial jet pilots, because they have constant opportunity where they're intercepting the glide path every day. They're on the plane.
Yeah, 1,000 times a day.
And I wanted to meet those guys at their level of need. So typically, ATC will vector a plane in to intercept the glide path at 10 nautical miles away, roughly. So I wanted to make use of that data point. And over a 2-year span of time, there were 2 pilots in particular who responded to me and started to send me videos straight from the cockpit, their own iPhones and stuff, shooting the primary flight display. And I put together a small body of data based on an intercept at 10 nautical miles away. And if you haven't seen that, get over to the Rumble channel, Flat Earth Man of Stone. Just type in FEMA, and by the time you get that far, the autocomplete will show you that it's right there. And grab the ones about that I took Eric Dubé. I deconstructed him, I tore him apart and reformulated him 4 years ago. And then there's the one that's 2 years ago titled that the Earth is not convex. And then you're catching up to now, where you got to check both the beginning videos listed chronologically on that channel and the most recent ones chronologically on that channel, because in between that point of time, when I opened that channel just in September of this year, I put a couple of videos up relative to the summit, and then I migrated the vast majority of the videos that I've produced and put up on BitChute, and that's nearly 50 videos. Relative to Flat Earth. And I did that because, ironically, it's a UK corporation, but nobody in the UK is allowed to visit their site to watch videos on BitChute, unless you got a VPN or, you get up to some other skullduggery. So fuck them. We're done with BitChute for a number of reasons, that just being one. We're over to Rumble with the rest of the content. So you'll find it, bookending the current collection of what I have on that channel. When you do, you're going to see some really entertaining stuff about Shiva and MC Goon, our favorite anti-hero, in prep for the summit, to which you guys know quite well now that I was uninvited purposefully, so that they weren't going to let me anywhere near that thing. So yeah, that's what yesterday was about, was following up to everything they threw at Kevin and exposing some of what they said as bullshit and giving real figure to the figures that they, some of which they asserted in complete error, grievous error. And we came to the conclusion in the end,
showing the error on the screen while they're saying it.
Like, pardon?
Like in the first one, right? It's literally on the screen while that guy was talking. Whatever, not McToon, the other anti-flat earther,
Dan.
Right? Yeah, they're showing a screenshot of that. It doesn't match the spec on the screen, and he's saying, "Well, the spec says," but the words say that it doesn't match the spec, and that it's way better. Like, you can't make that stuff up, man. They're utter clowns.
They really are, and that again is what I spent a little bit of time yesterday exposing. Is that there was a point in day 2 of the summit on the 15th where Goon came back to the table with his assessment, trying to produce this, quote, equation, this mathematical model that she was demanding. And in the middle of his calculations for margin of error, he starts to talk about the glide slope emitter angle precision.
Yeah.
And as he does so, he pulls up from the FAA instrument flight manual the page which details the error margins or the beam spread for the localizer, not the glide slope emitter. The localizer is a single beam instead of a pair like the glide slope is, and it's got totally different figures. It's horizontal instead of vertical. You know what I mean? And Goon is just too stupid to even see that.
He takes so many mistakes. It's almost
he takes
scary.
That margin of error and then applies it to subsequent additions and, trying to get the final figure of what the total margin of error might be like. And of course, he's way off, he's just completely out to lunch. So yeah, yesterday I pulled up all the relevant FAA standards, specifications docs, where they list minimum tolerances or maximum tolerances for error, like how tight things need to be, both in the glide slope situation as well as the distance measuring equipment. The DME is the thing that works in tandem with this tower to tell you your slant angle distance from the tower while you're trying to figure out whether or not you're on that 3-degree path. So we put that together with the other incorrect assertion that Goon made about altimeter error. And we threw all those together with a 4-part set of trigonometric calculations to show what the total error would be with those 3 actually relevant margins of error combined. And then I put it out graphically in an overlap layout where you see, okay, according to the flat Earth scenario, here's what the error margins represent. This is the total range of expected values, minimum possible, maximum possible values for the scenario, and then the globy ones next to it. And you see that the overlap between them is only 0.93 nautical miles, and that the medians for both of them are outside of the overlap, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And finally, I end with a comparison in terms of the expectation of the data we might be getting from these pilots. And I show 4 case scenario or 4 scenarios, I guess. 2 being inclusive, or Jesus, get my brain straight. 2 being what it would look like to receive inconclusive data. You know, if it was just all over the fucking place, it would be inconclusive. And if it was all just within the overlap, then it would be inconclusive. And, you know, if it's hanging over each side, it's obvious what the data represents. And I kind of left it there. And I spent some time also dealing with their bizarre objection about cost. I mean, seriously, anybody from the mainstream who has a problem with the cost of renting a civilian airplane for a couple of hours on a single day to get a data point, or 8 in a single flight, is out of their fucking mind, you know, when it comes to, hey, look, what if you were going to take into account mainstream physics and the average cost of their budgets to perform experiments? What do you think that figure would be? Like, into the hundreds of thousands, right? Like they blow money like oxygen. And so at the end of it, actually, I put together another vector where both pilots who want to do this experiment but might not have the funds, and groups of people who pool their money, you know what I mean, and are prepared to send it to a pilot, that they could just, all of them could just email me and I'll put them in touch with each other. You know what I mean? And completely blew that objection out of the water as well. So it was a good session. You know, we wrapped it up pretty tight.
You do realize these are not actual objections they have. They're doing
of course not.
Tactics, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They're just trying to just do FUD. It's nonsense.
Oh yeah, that's
everyone. All of us see right through it. It's like, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, all the flat earther guys could see it instantly, but I mean, that's why I went to this amount of effort to produce graphics that are fully quantified in terms of the expectation of what the data might look like as well in the end. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, you say it's going to be inconclusive. Well, here's the 2 cases where it might be, and what do you think the chances are that that's actually what's really going to happen? I mean, really, especially based on my previous data that I've collected at 10 nautical miles. Because we're working at 20 now, and that's where they all just fall off the cliff, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, are there any outlier like airports that would where they pick up the glide slope from even further away? Because there might be the typical practice, but there might be like weird airports where they have to do it from like farther.
Oh, well, I also present 2 still frames from the second pilot who contacted me over that length of time. The guy from Vietnam, who, as a part of his job, trains other pilots too, right? Like, he's the right guy for this job. After he sent me data from Hanoi and 3 approaches going into Ho Chi Minh City, all that excellent data, and I present all that in the video, he also sent me some still frames of yet another approach where he first picked up, I think, possibly just the DME signal from 130 nautical miles away when he's up at 30,000 feet. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And then he sent me a second frame where he's at 59 nautical miles away, and he is indeed picking up glide slope signal as well, because you could see the ID in the lower left of the flight display. The tower ID and its distance, you know what I mean? And then a third frame from 35 nautical miles away when he's right on the path. And I do the math out for that and say, okay, well, if we were just going to do the trig and reverse engineer that figure, how far are we off on that altimeter to the figure that it should be if we were right on the path at 35 nautical miles away? And the answer is 1%. That we were like, what was it, 110 feet out of 11,020 feet he is up in the air, that he should have been at 1,130 feet or something like that, you know what I mean? Or 11,150 or whatever the hell it came out. You can check out the numbers. It's all right on the screen. When I present it, the point is that, you know, he was 1% away from the expected target figure, but of course, still descending at a few hundred feet per minute at that moment in time, right? still going pretty fast. So that may cause some, and obviously does cause some altimeter lag in a barometric altimeter. So if he had leveled off and then hit that, it probably would have been exactly right. Like bang on at 35 nautical miles away. So, you know, when we're doing it at 20, I don't think margin of error is an issue at all.
Radar altimeters, though?
They do. Yeah, like, well, no, the smaller planes don't, but the big commercial jets definitely have a radio altimeter. But again, this is something I discussed with that very same pilot 2 years ago. And it's straight in the manual. It says, look, you don't actually turn that thing on until you're down to 2,500 feet above. They just don't use it that far up.
Yeah.
It's not a useful piece.
Probably not strong enough transmit. Right, they're too far away to get a.
Well, you get fuzzy bounces.
Signal. Yeah.
When there's topography below you, it's also a doubtful reading, and it's not. They don't need that kind of precision when you're still that far up in the air. They don't use it, so it's a waste. So yeah,
that's why the horizon dip thing. That thing kills me. They're not like the horizon dip in an airplane. They're like, look, the horizon's above, or the horizon's below their artificial horizon. Yeah, because if they pointed the plane, they lined them up together, they'd smash into the ground. They're like, what are you talking about?
The whole dipping the nose thing as you fly is actually one of two original premises around which I designed the opening of the first, like the part 1 video 4 years ago. That it was a story about Eric Dubé and Derek Marbles and the things that they say. You know what I mean? Like, this was me keeping flat earthers honest. Yeah, that was my original intent, and I'm utterly dismayed at the Globies. Although, of course, I expect it from the anti-flat earthers. That, look, I started this out by smacking down 2 prominent flat earthers. You know what I mean? I'm interested in the data, not the dumbass things that these people say. And I went to my typical level of detail to explain one that, you know, you level in the plane. Like, let me back it up again. Derek had the big idea that he was going to grab his spirit level, jump on a jet flight, and put it on his tray table.
Oh, you're talking about D-Marble. Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Man.
right? Yeah. And he's like, oh, man, 15 minutes have gone by at cruising altitude, and this thing still shows level. It must be flat. Blah, blah, blah. No. That you're doing it wrong is the expression that I used at the time, and I took a piece out of Mr. Mom to highlight that. And then, of course, a nice shiny graphic, which I also present yesterday, of what is called a moving reference. You know what I mean? That vertical moves with the craft.
Oh, of course. It was silly. He just blew up on the algorithm got him, and he blew up and got internet famous for 5 minutes.
For being a dumbass. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Great.
But that was the thing. He made the Globies mad, too. So the Globers were posting, look how stupid this flat earther is. Like, yeah, we kind of agree.
And that's why I did it. Is because I don't want flat earthers making us all look stupid. You know what I mean? And I will call anybody out when they say something stupid. That if it's just incorrect, it's incorrect. It needs to be corrected. Hey, let's get back to the facts. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who it is. Even me. If I say something stupid, cut me in half, man. Here's my invitation right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's my
your MO?
My methodology, and for I would rather say something and be corrected and then learn where I was wrong than keep silent and not learn that I was wrong this entire time.
Exactly. So like 4.5 years ago or whatever, when I first started to produce these kinds of videos, one of my very first one was about what I called a gravity test. That we were going to take GMM over R squared into account, and we were going to get some data all over Earth. That was the intent anyway. And I designed an experiment, a drop test, that people could build themselves using a $15 Arduino board. You know what I mean? Some really cheap materials around the house. Just set it up and connect the wires. Here's the programming. I handed people everything on a platter except the actual hardware. You know what I mean? Hey, here's how you do it. Here's the code. Here's a spreadsheet. Go ahead. Just send me the data. I'll play with it. You don't have to do anything except the test. You know what I mean? I was interested in getting the data, and nothing has changed for me. But that is still my sole intent. And that's what this current thing is all about. It's about getting the data so we could talk about something real. We don't have to go, oh no man, if this then I bet that. Oh no, you can't possibly be right about this. Well, because it's that. Well, if you don't have the data, why are you even talking about it? Why would you assert something where you don't have the data?
The data is the arbiter. That's what's happening. What you imagine is the cause or whatever, it doesn't matter. The data speaks.
That's right. That is totally right. So that's what yesterday was about. It was a day of reckoning for me.
Because we deal with it all the time with all these Globers, right? They want to come in here and it just becomes story time. Explain this. I have an explanation for that. Yeah, but do you have actual empirical data to back up your explanation? And you know, that's a big no. They don't. Like, they just have a story that they like.
They have appeal. They have nothing but appeal to authority, to possibility, to incredulity. There's a lot of appeal going on. To credential.
Probability, to begging the question. It's all
on and on. On and on. Nothing but appeal. So, yeah, they make it so easy for us to own them. You know what I mean?
But ironically, they think... This is the thing I've noticed with Globers, right? They're like, well, science is on my side. I go, okay, well, science is empirical, right? Right. Okay, so give us the empirical data to back up anything you say, and then it becomes story time.
Yes. Man. But it was a fun romp.
Good story.
It's too bad more people yesterday didn't have more questions for me. That would have been a way to enrich the experience, I think.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. I didn't know it was like, I just didn't have time to watch it yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's full on. It's like I did not pull any punches at all. I wrote the thing out. It came to over 6,000 words and 30 pages of images and stuff. I also brought a full-on animation, 94 seconds long, that I put together, showing both scenarios concurrently, where the planes are up in the air. You're looking at the cross-section. There's the path of the planes, there's the curvature of the earth, there's the flatness, here they are flying at 100 knots, and also here's the primary flight display of each craft and what it looks like to fly that in real time at 100 knots, etc. You know what I mean? Like, I took every possible unknown right the hell out of this scenario. And what I find really disturbing is even after I go that far and give those materials to Kevin to present, etc., Shiva either pretends or just doesn't understand what he's looking at, because it's not in the form of a, quote, mathematical model, which is nothing more than an equation. Y equals X plus or minus this, plus or minus that, plus or minus this, plus or minus that. That's all he was prepared to look at. And that's tragic, because I over-delivered. You know what I mean? I didn't just give him that. I gave him the equations for all scenarios and the expected outcomes for all scenarios. I put all the math right up on the page for him, and Kevin presented that. And the guy acted like that never happened. It was tragic.
I would say that he doesn't even know what he's looking for. I don't even think he understands the fundamental claim based upon that interview I saw with him and Dave.
Yeah.
Right? And then they were going over the math, and he seemed genuinely like confused.
He couldn't figure out the geometry of a 100-mile drop.
Yeah, but that's kind of scary.
Yeah.
In a way. Because what he does, if you look at what his field is, right? He's just finding statistical correlations between two phenomenon, which is a totally different thing than like a geometric proposition, right? He's just like out of his element. He has no idea. He's like, well, we'll do some trig. I guarantee that if I showed him a diagram of what a trig function actually is geometrically, he wouldn't even recognize it as that, right? So it's a right-handed triangle inside of a circle. Like, I bet you he wouldn't even know that that's what that actually is. Like,
I find it the height of irony that guy claims to teach mathematics at the post-sec level.
Oh, I know.
You know, and the best that he could come with analogy to the table was F equals MA. When, and I think I mentioned this to you before last time I was here, that F equals MA is an incorrectly constructed fucking equation. That it's actually A equals F over M.
yes, exactly. Yeah, we were talking about that last time you were in here. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Correct.
that. I was. It's all about putting the independent variables on one side of the function sign and the dependent ones on the other. The known on one side and the unknown on the other. You know what I mean? The one side where you can fill in the variables and you get the other one as a result. That is how you put an equation together, and he can't see that. He's not even that literate. All he does is repeat the curriculum to the students.
Oh, obviously.
He's never thought about the curriculum. Pardon?
He has 4 degrees, dude. Of course.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, there's no way you're getting 4 degrees unless you're a parrot.
I would concur. I would definitely concur. I paid for one of them. You know, I got a degree, and frankly, I want my money back.
Hey, I got 3 degrees.
My condolences.
Let me prove it right now. Hold on, I'll prove it.
So entertaining.
Yeah, look in the chat. You proved it.
Do you guys have any
I'm
questions?
working outside.
Any of you guys currently in the room that you have seen yesterday in its entirety yet?
I go to rewatch like the first 30 seconds.
Okay.
I didn't have the time because I know I need to like watch it and think about it. It isn't something like I can skim through.
That's
You know what I
true.
mean?
Yeah, it's detail intensive. That's for sure. Now you got to have eyes on screen. Yeah, and even then, there's no guarantee.
Yeah, especially when I knew about their objections, right? So like I knew what they whined about the last time. So you know I gotta pay attention.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I just look forward to looking at it. That's what I said.
Good thing. Yeah.
What's the status of Goldbusters? Has Shane and Alan taken that over for good? Is that theirs, or is it?
I don't know if that's the proper verb to have taken it over.
Okay, let's put it this way. I watched Goldbusters. They turned to shit, and I stopped watching them. But now Shane and Alan are doing it, and I watched the presentation Shane gave, and I watched a couple other ones. So I'm like, I'm non-committal because I don't know if am I going to go back on there. Then I see some freaking woo-woo shit. So like, but you know what I mean? Because I get the notification, Goldbusters is streaming live. I'm like, should I even look? Like I'm scared still.
Well, yeah. I mean, you just don't know which member of the team is up unless you memorize the schedule. We're doing Sunday afternoons. That's when you're going to find the 3 of us doing our thing, and we're just rotating around, and we're bringing some other people in here and there.
Well, that's when they did it. It was a regular Sunday show. And I just stopped watching it just because they started going off the frickin' rails on speculation, and that's not my thing, really.
We did one in August with Cammie and Karen together with us as kind of a handoff.
Yeah.
And so in that way, I mean, you could use the verb take over, but I think it's more like they just handed us access to their platform. And from what I saw in the comments yesterday, and I haven't even looked at the Globebusters channel as a whole, but I'm pretty sure that guys like Kevin and Cammie are still also putting out stuff under the same channel at different times in the week.
Okay.
Right? So it's just the team got larger, I would say.
Oh, cool. I mean, what Karen does is useful. I'm not saying that, like, the sociological parts of this flat Earth versus globe are important, but, you know, I mean, I don't have to watch that. I live it every day in here. The mental disorders that I come across. So.
Yeah, I guess there are other people out there who are interested in the different angle, but frankly, the only thing that matters to me is the physics of it, the reality of it. You know what I mean? That
you're a nerd, just like me.
Totally.
Okay.
I prefer the word geek, but that's it.
Oh, geek. So you bite the heads off of chickens? No, just kidding.
No, I'm the electronics geek type. I don't know how much of my history you know about Idio, but I've done a lot of prototyping. Yeah, like I'm the in the lab guy building shit, 3D printing, designing shit, and designing electric circuitry to replicate things that are in the papers that we read sometimes. Like, did you see what I did with the Marinov motor, for example?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know what a Marinov motor is.
Well, shit.
Is it
I don't know.
Electric motor?
Maybe I should supply you guys with a list of. Well, you know what's faster? You guys are on Telegram too, right?
Yeah. I think I joined your Telegram channel.
Okay, which one though? The Stone Cold Truth channel or the Stone's Very Own channel? Because one of them's a group that where you can discuss it and talk to people that are there, and the other one is just broadcast of my work. And it's that one where all of the stuff that I'm talking about is on display. I originally started that Telegram broadcast channel as an Urbano Monte map channel. And right up at the beginning of its history, you can still see it. There's 25 tiles of this gigantic digital map of the Earth done by Urbano Monte, or whatever the hell his name was. And it's beautiful. So I know a guy who pulled it down and turned it into the top of his coffee table, for example.
Wow.
Like really big, like 12-foot square. And like the tiles are 400 or 200 or 400 megabyte a piece. Just gigantic files. Anyways, that time went by, and I uploaded more and more of my own stuff to it, so I just changed the name of the channel to something.
Did you do over Unity stuff? Didn't you?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We started back with Tesla and Bedini and those guys. We did a little bit of Meyer with resonance mixed in there. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I did that shit for years. And I
that's right. Back your then, stuff before Eric Murakami and Dollard and
yeah, I posted a bit of that.
Yeah, and you know Ken Wheeler and
I don't touch him too much.
Forum. I made a lot of posts in there. I've probably seen your stuff.
Gotcha. Sure no, you probably have. Oh yeah.
I had a big freaking beef with Ken Wheeler. He blocked me. He was mad.
Oh really? That's cute.
Yeah, he was quoting some guy about reductionist logic, and then I posted what he actually said, and then he blocked me.
How mature.
Yeah. I wasn't even trying to argue. Like, oh, you know, he didn't say that. He said this, and I just went to archive.org, right, and took a screenshot of his book and posted it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh well.
Ken is yeah, he's a little. He's nice until you kind of say, "Nah, Ken, I kind of don't agree with you," and then he's not nice.
Pleasant until challenged.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And like he had a lot of posts, and I don't know when the last time you were over there. I haven't been over there in a while. But he has a lot of posts.
Never.
It's Eric Murakami's forum. It's called Energetic Forum.
God, that's one place I probably will never go. You know what?
Why? I don't like him.
I know too much about Eric's history.
You can tell he's a snake oil salesman. Just like.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's just the beginning of it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure. I've heard some pretty bad stuff about him.
Yeah, for 20 years, man. It's a long sordid trail with that guy, and no, I don't give him any airtime at all. There's so much more to expose myself to out there. I don't need his output.
I don't know what Dollard's problem is. Like, he's just like he promising stuff for years, dude, and not a goddamn thing has come out of it. That's all I know. Maybe there's something I don't know about. Dude, I'm sure you have your own opinions, though.
Dude, his name is Dullard, not Go Get Him.
Not sure what you mean.
Bauer talks a big game, but you know.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the game he's talking about at the time. Because when he does lecture on history and stuff,
his history,
you know what I mean?
yes, exactly.
That shit's great.
His history and theory of electricity and magnetism. That's like freaking phenomenal. It's the best. It's the best on the internet. It's the best I've ever seen by far.
I would
Him going
agree.
through the history of everything.
Yeah, you know, and it's just, it's not even that. It's the stuff that he was doing back in the 90s with the crew, with Brown and Lindman.
And Lindman's the other guy, Peter Lindman.
Yeah, well, that's another guy that I'm really not impressed with over the years. I saw a video.
They're stuck like in their era, and they haven't like advanced, right? Like people kept working on the work they started or branching off from it, and they kind of stayed fossilized in like what they were doing at the time, and haven't kind of. That's just the way I see it from the outside.
I saw something that he did at an energy convention a couple of years ago to do with, oh God, I could barely remember it. Some high voltage spark gapping, and I don't even think he was magnetically quenching at the time either. But yeah, it was. He had these other old farts, these gray-haired guys standing around him, who were trying to pick his brain about what he was displaying on the table. And when I'm looking at the setup that he brought, I mean, as somebody who is, quote, skilled in the art, I know exactly what I'm looking at, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
And it was really deceptive, and you could see that it was purposefully so. Hold on a second here. I got a bug problem to deal with here on the desk here. There we go. Anyways,
for funding.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for funding. He was looking for something to finance his next phase of development, quote, of this particular technology that he had on the table. And it was...
That's what irritates me about these guys. I've been watching these guys on YouTube for freaking almost 20 years, and that nothing. You know what I mean? There's two types of people that do the electricity stuff. There's people that are just like pure experimenters. They're not trying to sell you anything. They're not saying, hey, give me some money so I can develop some new gadget, and this time it's really going to freaking give us free energy. Because there's those guys, right? The fundraiser guys. And then there's just like the pure experimentalist guys. You know?
Yeah,
I have respect
do
for
know.
the pure experimentalist guys, because that shit's hard, dude. Inexpensive.
It is. It's a lot of effort and fairly expensive, but...
So many things can go wrong, as you know.
Well, yeah, but when I talk about myself in that context, for me, the focus is more about I want to know about it, and I'm up for that kind of cost and that kind of effort and that amount of time. Those many years that I'm prepared to spend on a particular technological vector. I'm into that, and I like to share what I find. You know what I mean? That I don't need to be able to sell something at the end in order to call it a success.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, Lindemann in this case was the exact opposite of that. He was bringing something to the table where he says, okay, the message he's delivering here is, look, I've got a mechanism at work here. I'm figuring something out. And here is something representative on this tabletop scale that I'm showing you that I'm intending to build. But I just don't have the funds. Jeez. You know? And if I could have your money, then we could do this big. Now, the three guys with the white hair that are standing around, these fat fucks that are looking at it on the table, these guys are trying to pick his brain so that they can just go do it themselves, right? And Lindemann knows that. And that's why he did what he did on the table here. He used completely inappropriate parts to get the job done, such that it just barely... exactly. Because these guys are not, quote, skilled in the art. You know what I mean? That they haven't learned what they need to learn in order to manipulate this technology correctly, and they just kind of want to skip that. So Lindemann pulls out this piece of crap and puts it on the table, although it does demonstrate the science, of what he wants to get across to these guys, but it's a really piss poor contraption, And frankly, I think he shoots his own foot by doing that, because to the person who's not considering the analysis on this level, it appears that that's the best he's capable of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The whole thing is just like. Did you ever see that? I think the channel was called Old Man or something, like Old Man Electrician, or he made this like looked like a freaking Buddhist Vajra. It was like a double Tesla freaking. Dude, it's hard to describe, right? So imagine imagine a Tesla coil, right? The upright with the ball at the end. He made a double one of these that was like handheld. Dude, it was freaking retarded.
Oh, it sounds like you're talking more like a Van Raff generator contraption that just happens to be transformered up.
No, it's like he connected 2 Tesla coils like end to end. Right,
so he just up the voltage, and then what?
Yeah, he was just showing it on a table. I can't remember, but this guy made like all these. He was really into like the Tesla coils, so he had a whole bunch of versions of it. But that's all he did was like experiments. The dude never asked for money. He was just like experimenting with different pancake coils.
That's what I was about to bring up.
Yeah.
When you mentioned Tesla coils and he had one end to end and he was doing that and this, you know what I mean? That when I look at the lay people,
bifilar coils, I think that were. I can't remember how he wired them. I can't remember. This is a long time ago. This is over 10 years ago.
That's something that I wish the audience would take the time to, avert their gaze from the standard cylindrical transformer that is known as the Tesla coil, which is nothing more than a flyback. You know what I mean? It's just a couple of turns of the primary and thousands of turns in the secondary, and oh boy, the voltage is really high and you can run it resonant. Okay, great. That is really just
really.
It's scratching the surface of what Tesla did. Like in my mind, the first thing I would like audiences to check out is exactly what you just mentioned. Bifilar pancake coils are the shit. In terms of inductance and what they do.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The self-capacitance, that was like a.
Yeah. Evo was getting onto that for a while. Did you see his stuff?
Yeah. The self-capacitance of the bifilar coil. The other thing with that is he showed an animation of what the magnetic field is. I'm really curious as to what the actual magnetic field of a bifilar coil looks like, because some of the turns are running in the opposite direction.
So, that's creating a bucking field within the strata itself, if you're going to do that. No, you actually have to run the coil in the same direction again and again in series to get that kind of benefit.
Yeah.
You have to run them congruent polarity in order to achieve that alteration in inductive rate, for example. What's going on the hysteretic side. Because you could core these things too. I never saw anybody even think about that. You know what I mean? That you could drop a nice short squat cylinder and wrap your bifilers around that. Flat pancake bifilar style, right? Further, I don't see anybody engaging in Litzwire with the same concept. That it was always parallel, side by side, bifilar windings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That there's no twisting going on. And there's mutual inductance benefit there that nobody's thinking about. It boggles the mind when I look at the lay people who think that the Tesla coil, quote, which is nothing more than a high voltage transformer, cylindrical, plain, and it's 2 pieces of fucking wire, is the answer to free energy.
It just certainly is not.
You know what I mean? And it is the lay people have given this contraption just immense amounts of godlike qualities. Mystical qualities that it doesn't have, never did, never gonna.
It too. I mean, he used it for that purpose, right? To fascinate crowds and light up light bulbs, and he's guilty of it too. Like
to introduce a really large voltage potential, sure, that's what you use it for. Great. All this one-wire technology that people keep talking about, that's nothing more than carelessness. That's setting people up to get electrocuted by becoming human spark gaps. You know what I mean?
That's a bad idea.
Very, very bad idea. Unless you really like the idea of having your skin punctured by thousands of electrons in an instant.
I mean, we should do, not tonight, but
sometime in the future we should get, because I have a couple questions that you might be able to answer about, like the magnifying transmitter.
Yeah, that'd be hot.
Because I don't think anyone's ever actually done a replication of that. I know people say they have, but every replication I've seen is missing like a key part in the patent.
Oh, right. Well, that brings up 2 points, and I guess we could just bridge it all into one point. If you're going to bring up questions like that to me, the requisite is that you bring detailed diagrams, whether they're correct or not.
The patent.
Don't matter. I mean, the patent ones are intentionally vague. I mean, Meyer is a classic example, and that's something you'll find on my very own channel in one of the 2 live streams that I've got up there from years ago. That they do that to protect themselves, just like I spoke about Lindman with his contraption, that he's changing it, but it's still the same thing and still displays the technology that he wants you to learn about or he wants to showcase, but it really isn't doing it the best way. And Meyer was a classic example of that, throwing a blocking diode into his circuitry when he's claiming a resonant function. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah,
I'd be interested
think a lot of the geometric configuration of these electrical systems is way more important than people have, I think, ever realized. They're always like, the voltage, the resistance. All those things are important, but how they functions as a system, I think, a lot like the bifilar coil, right? And whether you stick something in the center of it, right, a cylinder, like it totally changes the geometry of the electric field. The magnetic field, there's so many configurations. How can any human being or even any group of human beings go through every possible one? Like, I don't know. I just think that we've only gotten so far in electrical engineering because that key component, having a theory, a geometric theory that matches the phenomenon, right? The actual physical geometry of how far apart are the wires? How long is the wire? What is their shape relative to each other? Is it a square? Is it a circle? Is it a
orientation?
Cylinder? Is it you know what I mean?
Yep.
I think that part is if someone figures that out, that'll propel us forward, and people will be making these 3D printed circuits that do way more than any old circuit could ever do.
Pyramid-shaped coils, magnetically quenching the spark gap, on and on and on. The things that are not being embraced by the mainstream is just such a long list, tragically so.
So that's one of the things about the magnifying transmitter. If you read the patent, it says the top is covered in a bunch of hemispheric domes. I'm like, why the hell does he have a bunch of hemispheric domes? And it was to make sure that there was no sharp parts sticking out and then maximize the surface area. That's what he's trying to do, to maximize the surface. Why the hell would he do that, right? So just that, if he would have made it out of something else, because a Tesla coil on the top is just like a globe, right? It's just a sphere. Well, if you have a sphere covered in a bunch of hemispheres, it has a lot more surface area.
Well, just consider that it's dome-shaped due to radiative formula. It's all about R squared.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why it's dome-shaped. And you're right that he wants to have nothing sharp on it to eliminate the possibility that it's just going to arc to the ground through somebody when you rank up the voltage. Yeah.
I have a whole theory about that, but I don't want to get into it now.
Yeah, sure.
It's supposed to be a flat Earth server.
Well, we're kind of near. We're flat Earth adjacent, I think.
Yeah, we're definitely.
All right.
I think we still just got in under the wire so far in this conversation. It stemmed from something flat earthy.
Well, speaking of flat Earth and Ken Wheeler, that's how I found Bill Gating. Bill Gating, who runs Rational Science, had a challenge to flat earthers, which was why when a car accelerates, does the balloon not accelerate as fast? You know that classic.
Oh God, not
thing?
That shit. Oh God, William, of whatever the fuck is.
His take on it. His take on it was very interesting because I don't know if you know that guy, but he's famous for what's called rope hypothesis.
It rings a bell. With the balloon in the van.
Stealing AMD's blueprints and then fleeing to Cuba.
That's just all
What?
about
He did that?
Oh yeah.
What was that? I missed that.
He was an engineer at AMD and or Intel, and then fled to Cuba with specs or whatever for the design of some chip Intel or AMD.
God, why would he go to Cuba? Holy crap!
Because he was a communist.
Maybe he knows the family. Then I can see that. But anything short of that, that's dumb. Cuba's a shithole. I mean, I speak from personal experience. Okay,
I've watched some videos about it. It's pretty them going into restaurants. They're like, I don't even know what this is.
I think it was 3 years ago that I actually went for my birthday for a solar return. That I was just west of Havana for the second week of November a couple of years ago, and oh my God, there are the places around wherever in the countryside where the white man has come in and developed a tourist zone, you know what I mean? And then there are the in-betweens where the natives live and they have their schools and their malls and their shopping centers and their bus routes and their banks and, and a lot of their houses in betweens. And the contrast is staggering. Let's just put it that way. Anyways, much farther off the flat Earth topic. But no, I can't picture why anybody would want to spend some time in Cuba. That's just insane. Yikes. I mean, if you had the choice to pick the country, that would not be my first 20. You know what I mean? If I were going to flee, I would pick Uruguay. Which is, of course, where I'm at right now. But that's another story.
Rich people live in decent areas in Cuba.
Yeah, all 80 of them. You know what I mean?
Let's do a lighthearted quiz.
Sure.
So first, I got to remember this guy's name. India will help me. It's the guy we always quote from MIT about certain optics things. Who has crazy hair.
Llewellyn?
Yeah, Llewellyn. So who has the best hair? Bill Gates, Llewellyn, or Einstein?
Oh, wow. I guess that's a subjective call. No, I don't think I could answer that one. I'd have to see pictures side by side, and I could give you an opinion, I suppose. Just answering Sheepdog's almost hour-old question there on the DM. Sorry, guys. All right, I'm back to focusing.
So, Stone, have you heard some of the new Flat Earth music on the Flat Earth radio?
No, I haven't.
It's playing 24/7. If you scroll up in the server, you can find it.
Okay, so skill testing question. How much of it is produced using AI?
Currently, all of it, because I am just populating the radio with AI.
Gotcha.
But it's the infrastructure is there for other flat earthers to add their music to the radio bot to have it played.
Okay, feel free to extract mine. And just throw my label on top. Just say, hey, yo, Stone wrote this. I do a little bit of parody. Have you guys heard my tunes?
That's awesome. I can add your socials or links to your channels into the metadata, and if they do /info, the bot will give them the lyrics if I have them, or just the embed with the link and the basic metadata.
Oh, well, that's something you could easily produce because I subtitle all my music videos as well.
Oh, brilliant.
So,
I'll extract it from there.
So on Rumble, just type out FE Man of Stone, all one word.
Yeah, I'll add that to the radio. I'll consider this auditory license to play your music on the radio.
Yeah, by all means. The first song was called Lats and Longs. And I co-wrote that with Dave.
That's funny.
New Perspective. Yeah, that's a great song.
For everybody, just so you know, I posted Stone's Rumble link. It's in the content creator channel. So
cool, man.
That's up. I also posted in the main chat. So
we did a spoof of Hey There Delilah called Hey NASA Liars. And you'll find one in there about light propagation, and that is the Green Day cover of the Who song My Generation, and it's called Light Propagation. Shane loves that one. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, that was a blast. And I think there's one other one in there somewhere too.
Yeah, I used to perform my own rap songs myself. I just don't think they're as good as the AI songs I make.
Cool, man. Well, actually, now that you mention it, I am trying to pull it off of the back burner. I've already written out the lyrics to a rap song, and it's MC Hammer, a parody of one of his tunes, of course, the famous tune. Everybody knows it.
That's cool.
Yeah, but I'm not letting the cat out of the bag until I release that. You guys are going to love that one. It's hot. But it's another thing I just got to get done. So many things in the way, not just real life, obligations, Yesterday, one of the comments came from another Globy zealot named PD194. You know that guy?
I've spoken to him many times, yeah.
Okay, well, he's got a video that he was pointing at in his comments, saying, "Hey, you're looking for curvature. Well, here it is," and he just drops the tag to his video, which is actually a photograph he claims somebody else took, Jack somebody or other, at Southport. So that's the southwest corner of the UK, looking across the water through an amusement park and where a big tower is at the mountains on the far side of that in the background. And it's the standard, okay, how come the tower's higher than this when it should be that or that, or the other way around, right? It's because there's drop. Yeah, game over, Flurf. Well, I took a quick look at that last night, end of the evening, right? So I didn't have a lot of time. And frankly, it looks fake as fuck. So I responded to him. And I said, frankly, that's how it looks. And after I do more digging, and when I do prove that that's actually the fact, I'm going to make a video to expose you. You know what I mean? That I don't smile, I don't act kindly to people who drop propaganda on us as if it's fact. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
He's offering this picture as proof of curvature when he didn't take the picture, for one, and it's probably fake, for two. And he's slapping it around. It reminds me of this other guy, Christian Avalos, I think his name is, something close to that. The guy's barely English literate. He's doing the same kind of shit. He shoots or brings pictures of stuff and says, "Okay, flatties, explain that." When all you got to do is a little bit of digging, a little bit of homework, and plot a little bit of topography, and the answer just pops right out. Why we're looking at what we're looking at, and it's not fucking Earth curvature.
I know what you mean. I just like to listen, but then they come in being super fallacious, and I'm like, bro, just stop. This is a fallacy. I can't listen to that for too long.
Yeah, no, neither can I. And when I come across stuff like that, I am divinely inspired to put together the debunk. The data-driven, definitive debunk to expose these people for what they are. You know what I mean? And make it public. I am absolutely driven. I feel it on a deep inner life purpose kind of level. That is how I derive joy in this arena. You know what I mean? Shining the big, giant flashlight of truth on the whole thing and watching those little bugs crawl into the corner.
Yeah. When you're passionate, inspired about a subject, or you're talking about a thing, it's easy to get lost in it and just like flow. I totally get you.
Yeah, and that's what's keeping me from putting up my rap tune. Is that like now I got this dude on the front burner. He's in my crosshair right now in my mind. Like when I'm going to sleep at night, I'm thinking, dude, Petey, your moment is coming. I can feel it. You know what I mean? And I need to do that before I'm done, before anything else can happen, you know? Soon.
Where did that happen on? Was it on Aether Cause or was it on another Discord?
Right on the Globebusters channel. He dropped that. Okay. He actually interrupted a dialogue I was having with Jenna Ferrari, who originally commented on the video yesterday after watching it, and she was asking a clarifying question on what the slope looks like in this area and that scenario, and she was kind of missing the point. So I responded. I said, okay, well, actually, it's like this, and you need to consider that. And while she was busy responding to that response, Peter just dropped right on and shit on it with his video. That's like not relevant to what we're talking about at all, other than, hey man, you're looking for Earth curvature. Why are you going to spend all this money renting planes and stuff? I got it for you right here. Come check out my 4-minute video. Stupid flurf. And yeah, he's asking for it. He really is.
Is that in the Globebusters video?
It's in the comment section of the one I did yesterday. Yeah, it's in the streams tab, not the videos tab, right?
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, I spent an hour and a half laying this down yesterday. This was 11 pages.
Coming in and not even talk about the subject
text
that you're talking about, right? Is just rude.
Yeah, he's just spamming. Rude. Really rude. So, yeah, we're going to respond, I think. Well, we're going to look into it first. And if it goes the way that it invariably has gone in the past, he's going to get his.
Good. I mean, it's the same thing all the time. It's just really weird. I've never seen a flat earther fake stuff yet.
What would be the motivation? You know?
That's what I mean. I don't understand. Like, why would you want people to believe the earth is a globe because you faked something and they believed it and was like, oh, there's proof?
The only scenario I can think of is if you also want to sell them something.
Maybe.
And I, only until recently, earlier, I think this year, did I create a coffee account. And that was on somebody else's advice or request. You know what I mean? And then that guy dropped me $100.
I totally get you. I've been making music and people have been telling me, make some way we can contribute to you, and I'm like, nah, I don't feel like
well, some
this
do.
It's not about money to me. This is about just the truth and what's observable and basic logic. The money doesn't matter at all. And I recently put out these 2 albums, and somebody bought them. So I'm like,
cool.
Well, I'm not gonna use this money on myself. I'm gonna somehow roll it back into the community. I'm gonna find some way to invest it back into the community. That's
as noble as it gets, man. No, for sure.
It's for the community. It's by the community. So why would I waste it on me?
I just attribute it to my materials cost of what I've been doing for years. You know what I mean? This is just I'm getting paid later in life or whatever, how you want to think about that.
You're using it for the community, for the material cost to get you more information, more data to expose this shit.
For sure. Conversely, I've never paywalled anything ever. Anywhere.
You know what I mean? You mean you don't have a course that teaches you how to be a man to help your wife out for $350?
I don't sell my personal time for $1,000 a session like Jay, the Mr. J does. No, I don't do that. No.
Dude, my favorite was the virtual dinner where you just eat dinner while you're on cam with them. I'm like, what?
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm chewing my mouth out, but I have to pay for that shit.
Well, when it came to the coffee account, I just saw it as, again, I'm just meeting people at their level of need. Some people need to donate. Some people want to throw cash at a situation and think that's a solution if they can't be part of the people who are on the team to build the gear or solve the formula, get the data, you know what I mean? That some people just are so busy in their own lives, and they're just like, well, I want something to happen here. Who can I give some money to? How can we get this going? You know, I will get this ball rolling, and I want to meet those people at their level of need too, so they feel better about themselves. Even that'd be fine.
Yeah.
But it's not so I can get rich.
If you don't want the money, just send it my way. I need to raise $300,000.
Oh no! Every once in a while, like on my Telegram channel, we talk about projects and what we could be doing, like building a rocket and driving down to the south tip of South America, which for me is not a very long drive, and firing southward up at 45, and maybe we'll hit the firmament down there when it's presumably at a lower altitude, and do it in a way where we're not going to get caught, etc. It's like, okay, hey Stone, what do you think that kind of budget would be? You know what I mean? Hey Stone, what if we're going to build a fucking airship and just do it ourselves? What's the budget? You know, what would you need? That kind of thing. I get those kinds of questions. Not that we ever act on them, but that dialogue comes up a lot.
Well, I want a multi gyroed unit that can be taken over the surface of the Earth from one location to another.
You're kind of breaking up there. You want to build a gyro?
What? A gyro unit which has multiple gyros that are completely open. So what I mean by that is there's some gyros out there that they have proprietary data inside them. So you want ones that don't have that stuff. That you know everything how it's working, right? So you can see the raw data, not any processed data.
So you're thinking mechanical gyro, not a fiber optic or anything like that?
All of them. Oriented in different directions, spun up. Some spun up this way, some spun up that way. At least in two axes, right? The vertical and the horizontal.
A multi-type gyroscopic array.
Yeah, in a box that's being live streamed, recorded, all that stuff, and then have two of them that are redundant. So one can go from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast, and then back again, and then from north to south, south to north, and back again. And if they're not displaced, yeah. So for example, I was thinking, I think it's I-40 goes all the way from Boston to the West Coast. It's like 3,500 miles.
Oh yeah.
And then I-95 is like 1,500 miles. And so either one of those you go, you're going to get about like 17.5 degrees displacement north to south, and then of course you're going to get 50, I think, east to west.
Yeah.
West
so you just want to take advantage of rigidity in space, but I think the problem here is that as it would be, gyros, regardless of their nature, are simply not fit for the task. Have you guys seen my 35-minute analysis of Bob's fiber optic gyro data? Nobody.
No. Even if they're not fit for the task, it wouldn't matter because it zeroes out and it would still debunk some Glover claims. And I already got plenty of Glovers that said if this result doesn't come out to Globe results, they would be forced to accept the Earth as flat. So at least for them, it'd be definitive.
No, it won't. We need to end this entire chapter of the argument definitively, and I thought I had done that. The problem is nobody's seen the bloody video, and I put it out quite a while ago, and it was a lot of effort to produce.
You're a horrible self-promoter.
It's something that nobody had done up until the point when I actually did fully analyze the data of the experiment itself and the readings they took in multiple occasions at multiple times. You know what I mean? They had all that data and they sat on it for years until after Bob freaking died. And then somebody, years later, no, I'm not kidding. Years later, someone said, hey, Chris Matra, hey, dude, where's the data? And I was one of those people asking for it. You know what I mean? Because I'm tired of listening to people saying, "Oh, thanks, Bob," when they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know what I mean? Because they've never seen the data. Nobody ever had. It had never been looked at.
Every time.
It was ridiculous. So, guys, that is a requisite piece of information. Anybody
You have it on your
speaking
Rumble,
in
the video?
You bet. You absolutely bet. It's
What's the title off the top of your head, if you know?
Let me just jump it up for you. I'll find it for you.
I would love to see that. We had Bob explain it to us in person, but what about infrared cameras? This is one of the tests I would like to have repeated a lot, so that we have confirmations that we can shove in their face, and that's having infrared cameras mounted right next to visible light cameras.
Okay, hold that thought.
So you're looking for when you see too far beyond the geometric horizon, and then looking in the infrared to see if the horizon appears closer to the observer. That debunks their ad hoc assumptions that light is hiding the Earth curve, etc.
Yeah, Jay Tolan has a lot of data on that. A lot of flights, a lot of shots, a lot of setups, a lot of camera work. I leave him to that argument.
But I think it would be more conclusive for the Globers to have more data.
Oh, it would, from more people. I agree. But frankly, I consider what he has done as fairly conclusive. So I don't personally feel the need to
He's done great work. We're dealing with people who don't have a rational standard of evidence, and they have a very double standard.
Oh, for sure. So the video in question here, it's called Fiber Optic Gyroscope Analysis Globebusters, Bob Nodell. You know what I mean? Real easy to find. And it's up on the Rumble channel. I mean, it's got hundreds of views over on BitChute. Pardon? Oh, yeah.
So when they were doing it way back when, I got to see some of the data, like a little teeny piece of it, less than maybe 100 entries of the output in a spreadsheet, and that's all I got to see.
Okay, well,
I'm not going to say you gave it to me, but
all right, let's say that.
Someone in the
let's pause for a second. Let's say that's all well and good, and you're correct. But there's plenty of people who have no idea what you're talking about because you haven't even gave a little primer about what it's about.
Who are you talking to?
Me and you are talking shop, and nobody.
We all know. Yeah, we all know. Like the in guys know, but nobody else knows.
Yeah, very true. And this is why I'm saying, look,
so I'm just saying, take a primer and sell it. That's great and all. Sell it real quick.
Well, I'll give the exposition. So
here and now.
Yeah, I'll just do it right now. Well, I mean, we are live streaming, so we try to.
Okay.
Because people listen and they're like, "What the hell are these two talking about?" Okay, so Bob Nodell, there was a Netflix documentary, and Bob Nodell said in it that they measured 15 degrees per hour Earth rate drift of the fiber optic gyro. Well, on Netflix, they claimed there was a ring laser gyro and a bunch of other stuff. That's not important. But the actual data was never revealed on if there was any Earth rate drift, and if there was, what was actually measured.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what anybody listening, that's what we're going over. What the actual data was, the actual gyro output.
But even when Bob was telling people about his results, he had not fully analyzed this data, and he never did. They took summary computations from some of the data, right? And there were just so many aspects of the method that were confounding. I can't believe they did what they did when they did what they did.
Doing the data I saw? They were taking 1 minute time intervals.
No, quite the opposite. They were taking it at the millisecond kind of resolution.
Oh my goodness gracious!
That one data pass. We're talking hundreds of thousands of data points for 10 minutes worth of data. because it's 3 axes and it's temperature data also coming out of it at the same time. It's been a while. I mean,
sure, the temperature was pretty high if it's freaking. Dude, because
oh no,
in the digital
dude,
signal processor, right?
Dude, they created a thermal gradient across the unit itself. No, really, you need to see this 35.5-minute video that I put together, man. Really. Remember when I was talking before that it was about Eric and Derek when they said some stupid things?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
My goodness.
And I don't necessarily tear Bob apart so much as I do Chris. Because he's actually the guy who did a lot of the moving and shaking on this one.
So what do you
not
think
Bob.
about the Pikes Peak stuff? The one where they got the Seventh-day Truth Seeker got the. He put the fiber optic gyro in a vacuum chamber and evacuated the air and got a lower drift rate.
What?
Yeah, his channel's gone now because he freaking said some stuff during COVID. But he had there was a video called Pikes Peak Data where he had the spreadsheets where, and I have a link to the paper still. So they take a fiber optic gyro, they evacuated it in a vacuum chamber, and the so-called drift rate decreases.
Well, that's kind of bizarre because that's not how they work. How do you?
I know, but that's what the data said.
How do you change the vacuum state of the chamber through which the light is traveling through solid conduit, a fiber optic? You know what I mean?
In the description was hold on. Son. In the description for that video that existed, along with this, he has a link which I still got the paper. It's a paper. It's in Russian, but they got the same result in a published Russian paper of lowering the pressure and getting a different output out the gyro.
I've heard.
I'll DM that, by the way. I mean,
I've heard
Russian,
about.
You can read the graphs, you know.
The arena where I've heard of that kind of manipulation in the technique, where it's have any efficacy at all, is in interferometry, where the light is passing through open space, through air, you know what I mean, or vacked out, like with LIGO or whatever else you want to think about. Since then, I don't know if it was Wang. It might even have been. So it was a Russian guy, and I don't think it was Galev either, but somebody else, not Adsikovsky. Excuse me, but it was, I believe, a Russian or somebody who's not so good at English wrote up the paper, and his assertion was part of the sensitivity problem, the resolution problems, had to do with vacuuming it out. And like putting the whole mirror setup in a completely depressurized environment, that they got different data out of it.
If you look in the live stream voice text, you can see I have already screenshotted some of these things.
All right.
And the reason they tested it in the vacuum chamber is because they were in Colorado or whatever. They were getting different results. And then they thought, dude, we're at different altitudes. Maybe the pressure is doing something. And then to see Rick Zimmerman, whose gyro it actually was, put it in a vacuum chamber. And he had a video of the vacuum chamber and the outputs and all that stuff. But he said some stuff during COVID and got his channel nuked.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm just telling you. I'm just reporting. just reporting what I've seen.
I don't think this is the paper that I was reading, but it could just be another one that is congruent. Based on the polynomial first degree. Yeah, get into the math, boys. Having a good time. Atmospheric pressure effect on output signal of the FOG. That just seems entirely antithetical. It's.
I know it doesn't make sense.
No, none whatsoever.
Unless outgassing or something of the freaking
of the strata. Yeah. I possibly
outgassed, right? It's not. It's a glass.
But still,
glass,
that's
right?
only going to be a superficial effect on a solid.
Yeah, but it's glass.
That's what I mean.
I mean, glass is like an amorphous solid, so there might be entrained air inside of it. that's outgassing and changing because it is an interferometer, right? It only has to change like the refractive properties because it's a fiber optic, right? So it has a radial refractive index gradient, and maybe if it changes that, because you got to remember the thing is calibrated to get in a certain expectation value, right? It expects a certain value for us to give it gets a certain value, it gives a certain output. And if you get a different value because the properties of the light are different in the fiber in that condition, then it'll just read as some different output.
I can't even speak on it.
Obviously.
Yeah, I can't even speak on that. I wouldn't know what to say. You know what I mean? I'd have to look at the setup.
I mean, it's the only thing I could think of.
Bizarre.
Because inside it, so this is drawn, like fiber optic cables are like drawn glass, right? And glass is technically still, it's actually not even a solid. It's supposed to be still in some quasi-solid liquid state. Right? They've said, I've heard when I was a kid, I've never verified, that very old glass is thicker at the bottom than the top because it's flowing.
Nah.
So if that's true, it might be more susceptible to outgassing than a regular material. I don't know. I'm speculating. I'm just guessing.
I'm just trying to throw this Bob Nodell video tag into the same chat.
Yeah.
With and without the tracking data to see if the thumbnail comes up, and neither is the case. So I'm going to take the tracking out again.
Indio, you ever seen the pitch drop experiment?
Pitch drop? I don't think so.
It's like back in the day they used to think pitch was a solid, and then somebody's like, "Oh, it's a liquid." Yeah, and then they put the pitch in this thing like a funnel, and like I can't remember the amount of years. Maybe Homeboy will help me out here, but I
think it's like 19 years per drop.
Yeah. So it's like it's like a leaky faucet, right? But it takes 19 years for the stretch of pitch to drop off.
They also say that really old glass panes eventually become thicker at the bottom than the top.
Yeah,
because it's
I've heard that. Mm-hmm. Because it's semi-solid.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, was that deja vu?
Yes. There's a glitch.
Mandela effect.
Was that the same black cat or a different one?
Hidden blind race. Okay, let me stay out of that. And lobby. I'm just trying to catch up on all the text that's been going by here.
Yeah, I read that comment and that guy. I don't know. That dude's a doofus. I can't even find the video he's talking about. The guy in the Glowbusters comments.
Oh, Petey?
Yeah.
Yeah, Timbo actually posted it. It's all about this Blackpool Tower thing. Where was that?
What? They're still doing Blackpool Tower?
Live stream voice text. Yeah, Timbo posted that. Let's see, at 41 minutes after last hour.
Okay, so I'm aware of this one.
Yeah.
This Blackpool Tower image, this isn't the full image, the one that he posted. It's cropped. And you know why they cropped it? Because the horizon is too far away.
Yeah.
So they crop out the edge of this land so you can't see the water, because then you would be able to see that the horizon's past 9 miles and it should be 6 miles.
Well, the one that Timbo posted, where it is indeed zoomed in and cropped, I think this is entirely photoshopped.
It's not entirely photoshopped, because that's what I thought when I first saw it. The original of this was published in I think, the Irish Times, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And the person captioned it that said this is like an enhanced image or something like that. That they use some sort of color correction to fix it.
Enhanced, hey?
Like he didn't take it for the purpose of proving the globe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was trying to get art and then like get it into the newspaper. He's like a freelance photographer.
Yeah. Well, then we have this one that Rayleigh Criterion posted, the two-framer, and stacking 25 images to produce it. I think there's a bigger issue with both of these frames, and that is observer height. That if you were looking from an observer height of what PD claims was 8 meters in the other shot that Timbo posted, you would not see this much of the foreground detail, you know what I mean, over tops of houses and shit. 10, 20,
Here, I
30,
found it. I got the
miles
original.
away.
There's so much crap in this server, bro. Like, all I had to do was search my name in Blackpool Tower, and I found the original link to the original image. Here, I'll post it in the chat.
Sure.
It's on his Flickr page.
Loading up Blackpool Lakes, yada, sure. Oh, this is supposed to be the original?
Yes. That's the original photographer right there, Kevin Jackson. Shows you the camera.
Yeah.
Show settings.
Okay, well, if...
But he does say it's edited, I think.
I did a quick perspective check in Google Earth, and I don't like to do that as a typical method, but just something quick I did last night that I was mentioning. And in order for the roller coaster on the left to be so far or so close to, far away from, so close to the tower with respect to what's going on behind it, to squeeze that many peaks in between, this is how you're going to triangulate your observer distance. And when you do that and match it on Google Earth, or at least remotely closely to the one that Timbo posted a minute or 41 minutes after last hour, you'd be out in the fucking water taking the picture, not on the land farther away. You know what I mean? This is why I'm saying that I think this is total contrivance. The look at the hills; they're all white in the background. All the the whatever they called them, the DAG or some stupid. Get back to the other tab. They call that thing the Dow crag, right? That there's that peak, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and then there's the one to the left, and the one to the left, and one to the left. That all of those peaks show the sun way off to the left in the picture. You know what I mean? At this moment that it was taken. But nothing around this amusement park or where the tower are is lit from the same angle. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The lighting is all messed up. None of it makes sense.
It looks like a totally contrived image. And that's my problem.
Hey, brother, let me ask you this question. Have you ever seen, there's this Google Earth, and then there's a similar database, similar to Google Earth, but it's just for shadows. And it can tell you shadows at certain times of day. Have you ever seen that before?
I've heard of it. I've never been there.
Well, maybe it would help you in I'm not sure because I've never used it myself, but supposedly it could help you in your deep cracking this one.
Possibly. But I relied on Google Earth to identify the peaks and what I should expect to see in a width and an FOV like this. And I'm pretty happy with that level of precision. But I suppose, yeah, I could be doing that too. We'll see how far I have to go. You know what I mean? How much effort really is required to prove that this is bullshit. I mean, I can appreciate that it's a low tide shot, but I don't think he took it from let me again go back to this parking lot that he claims he took it from, and I'm gonna boot my Google Earth right now because I saved it. I've already started pinning these locations, and it was the Velvet Trail Car Park, if that rings a bell for you guys. He claims that that's where this picture was taken from.
I do remember back in the day, some of the anti-flat Earth Globers were doing a lot of like composite shots with this because they were trying to do that, that back and forth shot where they say, "This is what you see, this is what you should see," and then they flip it back and forth. And so they did a lot of overlays. And maybe somebody came across one of those overlays and just thought it was the actual image, and then tried to lie and say they took the photo.
Could be. Wouldn't put it past them for a second.
Oh yeah, it's definitely happened in here many times. Not with this one, but other ones.
Okay, so let's just save that image to my old desktop. So when I follow up, I have more data. That's awesome. Thanks for posting that. Really? Good stuff, man. But yeah, to me, that's just irritating when I see that kind of thing. Maybe it's just their response to us posting stuff like Canagoo. You know?
Well, obviously the guy's just trying to run interference. You're talking about something new, and he's going to post something that, I posted this. This is back in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
6 years ago. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Yeah,
If
why
that
are they
didn't do it-
still talking about it? Yes.
Yeah, it didn't do it then. What changed?
I guess they still haven't found a significant life purpose.
You know what my favorite?
How to
I think
find
they
one.
did. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Indio, you know what my favorite one is of that? It's that table with the red pieces of metal against the horizon, and then they zoom in on it and squinch it, and the red pieces of metal are curved, but they always forget to show the table in the same shot, and they keep bringing that up, dude. It's like, dude, why did you crop the table out? And they're like, I didn't. This is the image, I promise. And then I'm like, okay, let me search our history. Here it is. Oh, there's a table, and guess what? The table's curved too. Wow.
Table looks like a curved meat cleaver chopping block, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Another good one for that type of example of exploitation is Pontchartrain. Taylor took them to task on that one. Had a great time. She went straight to the people who built that bridge, who maintained that bridge, and obtained all of the physical plans of both phases of the project. You know what I mean? And she sent them to me. So, of course, then I mapped it out to scale. And I've got a fair bit of history looking at architectural plans and stuff. And I noticed that there are no mentions of curvature, anything to do with elevational change other than strictly referring to water level. To the city indexed terms, and they're right on the plan, to do with that lake and the expected levels over time, and that it's the same data point across the entire 24 miles. You know what I mean?
It's funny how all these things segue, dude. It's funny how all these things segue together. I just searched our back history for the curved table. That came up immediately, and then other images talking about Pontchartrain also came up.
Small
That's
world.
so sad, bro.
Small world.
My goodness. Pontchartrain. If you just thought about Pontchartrain for 5 minutes, 30,000 plus cars go over that bridge daily. Right?
Yeah.
It should be like modern folklore that you could see the curve of the earth there.
Yeah. Should be. There should be a sign-up place and a place to sit and look and observe it from there.
Dude, that's what I've been saying. It would be a tourist trap. Right at the end of the bridge, there'd be a little thing with binoculars and
yeah, the little put your quarter in there for 20 seconds to look through it and
globes.
Yeah, people
I used
from
to
all
think
over America, from all over the world to see that.
Yeah, but remember when Brian Mullen was doing Force the Line? I used to think that would be a good place to put Force the Line, right out against the side of the bridge. So as you're driving along the bridge, you can see the Force the Line, stay parallel with the water, or raise up.
Well, I don't know, man. With Force the Line, there's so much room for physical error. I mean, you got to get those suckers exactly square and support the weight and no. That's so much work and production cost. And frankly, I don't know. Conversely, I guess other side of the coin, it would be exactly the kind of thing I would expect to see in a Disney park to demonstrate curvature. You know what I mean? The guys at Disney, they've got the budget to produce something that has that kind of physical demand on tolerance.
You know what, brother? You know what? It would be a sweet roller coaster, but it's almost like a straight line where you just get on this really fast roller coaster going straight, and then you see this line on the side of you, and you and the line diverge because it's raising in altitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If it was proven the Earth curve
or lowering, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be fun to see, along with a Cavendish experiment. That's the one I sack Globies with on Friday nights a lot, is that if mass really did attract mass, why don't we see that in Disney parks where they have gargantuan masses floating on near frictionless bearings, attracting each other over and over and over? Why don't
Actually, you know what I just thought of something, dude. The best place I know Disney could pull it off, but they wouldn't do these speeds. The best place to pull off to Force the Line to where you could be on the side of it watching it would be like on a maglev bullet train, going 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, Elon, all the way. And
yeah, because you'd be able to see it. Because otherwise, like if you're going on even if you're going on a 60-mile-an-hour roller coaster, it'd be like 3 minutes minimum.
Yeah. I think we should just get the plans off the Japanese for their trains. Like they laid track, and it's all maglev, and it's all 220 miles an hour or whatever it is. You know what I mean? There's the precision demands on a layout like that are through the roof. If you want to have an avoidance of absolute disaster when you run something across it that fast. Like it's got to be dead straight, and it's the reason that SR-72s don't turn while they're going really fast. You know what I mean? It's one of those. There's an inertial problem you cannot ignore at that kind of velocity, and you're right. It would be an absolutely cool thing to see, right side by side out through your window. You know what I mean? That'd be neat. Really neat. Oh well, too bad I don't own one of those. Cool. Railway. Yeah, that'd be hot. Okay, so yeah, Kevin Jackson, that's the guy who took the picture, or claims to, back in 2021. With his Nikon. Yeah. Yes, we'll be looking into that just to see how things go. But guys, it's 20 after 2 my time right now. So if there's any other questions or comments you want to throw my way, now would be the time. Otherwise, I'll be doing the crash thing.
I got no questions. I'm going to be watching your videos, so...
yes, by all means.
I had a good time.
Yeah, and if you guys feel like it, the detail is everywhere. It's probably on my BitChute channel the last time I remember actually putting it somewhere, but the invite link for the Stone Cold Truth channel on Telegram is a great place to find me, other than just plain old @ManOfStone on Telegram. You just hit me up there, DM me, and I can send you the links to the relevant places. And yeah, get any subsequent questions answered, etc. Oh, there was one I was going to answer here, and it was, I believe, Wesley who just posted something. I got to find which text place that actually happened, though. And he's not in the VC with us here. So where did it go? Locker room. I should have tagged it when I found it. There it is in the lobby. Was there a reason you gave a budget for a plane that can't even fly on ILS glide slope? Well, okay. Wesley, if you're listening, if you watched my presentation yesterday, you'll notice that when I was handing out price quotes for renting planes, I also brought into the discussion protocol of calling up these people and asking them if they do indeed have ILS-related hardware on the craft as well. That I don't necessarily know that I did give a budget for a plane or recommend a particular plane that can't fly an ILS glide slope. More than that, I also pointed out that in more recent years, especially in the Garmin end of the hardware that you find in typical civilian aircraft at this level, that the graphics capabilities have really come along, and that they're using GPS-assisted function now in producing 3D representations, graphically speaking, in the display of your position relative to that glide slope. That it's not just a pink diamond on a vertical slider anymore. It's far more enhanced in terms of the experience for the pilot. So I really don't understand the question. Let's just put it that way. All right, that clears that up. And if Wesley doesn't hear this and you see him before I do, feel free to forward my answer. Or refer him to the live stream point where we're talking about it right here. Yeah. But really, when I look through the comments, and there were only half a dozen at the time immediately after the stream yesterday, there was another butthurt Globie who decided to just puke all over the place with a comment to the effect of, "Oh man, this thing has so many flaws in it, I can't even count, it's just ridiculous why anybody would even consider this thing," but gave absolutely zero substance in his comment. Just the nuh-uh hand wave, and that was it. And, geez, I wish the Globies had more to offer. Then we would have something to talk about.
Yeah, we all wish for that, man. It's not in the cards.
I guess not. Or yet, or whatever. Maybe I should watch what I asked for. But no. That's exactly what I'm asking for. Is we're in the pursuit of truth here. This is why I have been handed the title, "The Blade of Truth," by the Ether Cause boys. That it doesn't matter who says it. I'm going to objectively look at what is said, and I'm going to give my opinion on that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We just gotta keep trucking, because it doesn't matter if they all want to slide backwards. If we don't do it, who's gonna?
Yeah, I like the other question that likes to get asked on Friday nights, and months ago even, I remember it being asked that, okay, and I think FTFE Craig is hot for this question inclusively. It's like, okay, what kind of evidence would you need to see in order to become a Globie? And I think I've answered that question yesterday. You know what I mean? That's the kind of evidence, that's the data set that I'm looking to amass, regardless of the result. Do you know what I mean? I'm on the path towards truth. I'm walking the walk, and maybe it'll even come out.
Speaking of that, brother, can you post a link where you can get the refund if you donated to his leg surgery?
Good question. Good question. Good question. Hilarious. No, I think some effort should be put together to get the court record of how it went down when they dragged him in front of the judge for whipping out his cane and whacking somebody who wouldn't give back his wife's bike or something, whatever that story was about the dude who bought a bike and he got violent over it. Maybe connect him up with Owen Benjamin and they can swap horror stories about bikes. Just a thought. All right, gang. Well, it's been a blast, but we're hitting 2:30, and I think I better call it for now. Feel free to invite me back sometime for a specific thing that's going on. You know, not just the regular drag a globy through the muck kind of thing. If something's happening, I wouldn't mind coming by and checking it out. It's kind of fun. And I'm gonna grab my fly blat and kill that bug.
Have a good one. You're always welcome back.
You too, guys. Have a good one. We'll catch you guys soon. And enjoy the stream. It was a blast to produce. Catch you then, hey?
Whenever people travel to different continents and they go around the world, is it just all on the same plate, all the time?
Yeah, same plane.
Okay, I don't understand it like that. I don't, but I'm willing to learn. But all due respect, I just it's hard for me to fathom. Just
I am with it, but I've seen the maps of continents outside of what our map shows. And then outside the ice wall, right?
What? No. Let's talk about how maps are made. Right? Is the map the territory? Are you confusing maps with reality? No.
I'm gonna say
no. You got private surveyors, so
I've seen what I've seen online. Okay, and then I've seen the ice wall, and people are saying that there's
the U.S. Geological Survey calls it an ice wall. Like they're the ones that say that the coastline of Antarctica is basically 93% ice walls. So let's start with that, right? This isn't some crazy claim that our community dreamed up.
Buddy, I came in here to talk shit, but in all honesty, I am super fascinated with the ideology of there being a flat Earth and then continents outside of what is shown to us.
I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy. So I'm not intrigued by that.
You don't believe that?
No.
You don't think there's continents outside of what is shown to us on our quote-unquote
No, dude.
map?
So basically, here's what happened. You stumbled into the equivalent of the Flat Earth Pentagon.
Okay.
Basement of the Flat Earth Pentagon. You're probably used to seeing all kinds of crazy Flat Earth content out there on TikTok, Facebook, X, whatever.
Not really. Like the amount I know is what I've seen. I've seen one video. I talked to a guy at work. He gave me his idea on flat Earth, right? And we kind of bounced ideas back and forth. And he gave me some things that were pretty convincing. And I don't do enough fucking study on it to argue it with him. But it was pretty convincing. And then he showed me a map and he's like, well, these are maps that people have shown online. And then here's the continents within the quote unquote world. And then there's the ice wall. And then there's continents on the outside of it that are basically people pulling the strings.
Flat
Earth,
Earth,
you guys think? I'm just asking. Is that what you guys think,
listen,
or would
Antarctica is only a rim around flat Earth when you take a globe and flatten it out.
Okay.
That flat Earth map is not what we accept or believe because we understand maps, we understand cartography, we understand projections, we know what we're looking at. So if you were to take that map and apply the scale like you should, which people on both sides of this discussion fail to do all the time. If you're at 89 degrees south latitude, that is almost 90 degrees out to the furthest part of the edge of that circular map. If you're at 89 degrees, that circumference is 433 miles. But it looks like it should be like 60 to 80,000 miles on this map, but that's just not the case. It's because those lines of longitude that look like they're spreading out like spokes on a bike wheel, those are actually converging to a central point, but that point has been blown out into a ring. In order to account for that, you have to apply a non-uniform scale so that you can scale those latitudinal and longitudinal relationships properly towards the edges of the map. So that's a globe.
Do you think that there are continents outside of what has been shared to us?
I don't know. Not here to speculate, so.
Right.
Yeah, the availability of land that's undiscovered is just speculation, but sorry to interrupt. I was just curious.
It's okay, I gotta step back.
You were saying your friend told you some things which you couldn't argue against.
And again, it was just bullshit talk at work. It was nothing serious.
What points did he make about the flat Earth that you thought were quite convincing?
Honestly, man, it's been so many years ago, I don't even remember the exact things he was saying, but it was so, at the time, it was so convincing. I'm like, God damn, maybe the motherfucker is flat. You know what I mean?
Well, it is flat, but that's what we're saying. The reason we're saying that is because it measures that way, right? Like, the physical
now, are you
measurement
taking a scale off of this map compared to this map? That
No. It's not about comparing maps. It's about measuring the surface that we live on over large distances, testing line of sight, how far you can see, how far you can shoot lasers, right? Because on a globe, there's supposed to be a limit due to the curvature based on the size of the ball they tell us exists. So if you're a 6-foot observer, they're telling you the horizon should be around 2.5, 3 miles, because that's where the curve's going to drop down out of your view. And people can test that.
Is that with the human eye, or is that with
the human
binocular?
Well, whichever, because it's a geometric curve.
Okay.
So the human eye, binoculars, it's supposed to be 2.5, 3 miles. But you can go to the beach, stand there, look out, you can see 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles.
How do
if you
you
just pay attention, because you get a distance marker, right?
How do you know that's how far you're seeing?
Well, but for example, you use a distance marker, you use land or a known reference, a lighthouse, an oil rig, something like that you know how far away it is.
How do you know that you're seeing the full image of that landmass? Let's just say it's a landmass. How do you know you're seeing it all?
You see what you see. You use an optic, or you use a laser to shoot a target.
You're telling me you're seeing that full percentage of what, quote unquote, you believe you're supposed to be seeing compared
for example, we're seeing the surface of water stretching out for tens of miles, hundreds of miles in some cases, when it shouldn't be visible at all, because it should be on the other side of a curve, right? There should be a horizon.
At some point, you're not going to see that through optics.
Yeah, there's always a limit, but the limit is not defined by the surface curvature like they've told us. It's defined by the optical limit, the air, the moisture, the humidity, miraging, temperature. It's defined by these things, how we see, optics, perspective.
So if you're looking at it, so you're saying the human eye, okay, so how many miles until the curvature starts to take effect? What was that number?
So you can go into, it's 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, is what they're saying the curvature rate is. And for a 6-foot observer standing above sea level,
so 8
they'll
inches
say that the
per
horizon squared.
Okay. There's an island
you can go
15 miles out. You can pull your binoculars out, right? And you can see a portion of this
and then you can see, does that match? And then you can do the math and see, does this match the curvature rate?
But are you seeing the full thing?
It depends. It depends on the circumstances.
You're seeing the full thing?
We're seeing far more. We're seeing the full thing. We're seeing partially obscured things at distances that shouldn't be visible at all, according to the globe.
In the moment, based off of binocular view, you can determine whether you're seeing the full thing or not.
Lasers as well.
And based off of lasers and binocular view and drones, you are convinced that you're seeing the entire thing from that many miles out, right?
It's not about being convinced. It's just that we do see the surface, the water or the land, if it's like a salt flat or something. We see that stretching off at a distance where it should have been going down behind a curve.
So
We
if
shouldn't
you're
see that
in,
surface.
let's say, Ohio, right, and you shine and say Lake Erie is plumb flat, no waves, no nothing, you could shine a laser from Ohio to Canada.
No,
And,
I mean,
No, that's 65 miles. You ain't making that far.
No, but you
okay,
can see.
say
You
you
can,
had
you can
this
shoot the laser a lot further than
astronomical
you should be
laser
able to.
that could reach.
No, we don't have that. We can't use hypothetical lasers. But if we did, yes, you would see it.
But we're saying hypothetically. Okay, so that's too far for your hypothetical talk. So what do you need then? How many miles?
No, dude. Obviously you live next to me somewhere because you're talking about Lake Erie, and
So
you can
you don't
just
have a laser
go there,
powerful enough?
go there when the lake and the air temperature are about the same, and go there around 11 at night, downtown Cleveland, and then go over by. You got to get a little bit out of the city, so go to the west, get out of the dark,
wait.
and see if you can see Canada on the other side. You should see the twinkling of the lights.
So if I put a 15-story building on one side,
you don't even need that.
Side. Hold on, let me talk. I put a 15-story building on one side, 15-story fucking building in the other. I should be able to look across on the quote-unquote perfect night and see all 15 stories, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because the Earth is flat. Been measured that way. Yeah.
Have you done it?
No, I haven't seen your 15-story hypothetical buildings.
So I don't know why you're getting an attitude. So
because you're asking me if I've done your hypothetical.
Okay, but where's your proof then?
Because the Earth is flat. We have thousands of videos of this.
Because it's flat is your argument.
Yes.
That's your argument. That's your proof.
You guys look in the see around the ball. You can't see around the ball.
That's all you have to say is because it's
the
flat.
Earth is flat. You're not seeing around the ball.
Your argument is beautiful.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Junkie.
We still talking to Star Wars man, or can we move on to the next guy?
No.
That guy don't know, make no fucking sense.
Look in the side chat. People can post the videos for you.
Okay. Okay.
And you can do it yourself.
Thank you.
Listen,
Thank you to the guys that are actually showing me things other than Star Wars.
Don't rely on
no fucking sense.
You don't need to rely on what you're being told.
Don't make no sense.
You can go and do it yourself.
Like a respectful question is just like, so does that mean that the universe as we know it doesn't? It's just there for show?
Yeah, TV. Wow. Well done. Good for you. You just put that together yourself. So the solar system, the galaxy, the universe,
Star Wars, man,
as they show us in the textbooks and on TV, that doesn't exist. Correct.
I will tell you that like I enjoy seeing the sun a lot. I am not.
Yeah, the sun's nice.
I'm not,
like it.
I'm not making fun of anybody. Like
we see some of us are astronomers. We see the same thing you do.
Yeah, you notice how you've seen the sun? You see the sun moving through the sky during the day, east to west. You've never seen the sun from a third-party perspective out in space, right? From the solar system with the Earth and everything else going around the sun. You've never seen
stuck
that
on this thing. Yeah.
You've only ever seen that in a cartoon form, right?
Why do you think someone would go through all this trouble to bring a lie to
Not much trouble. I mean, they just put the cartoons in the textbooks and on TV, and they tell the teachers to teach it, and people believe it.
And all you really have to do is just go to Lake. All you really have to do is go to Lake Erie, and you'll see that the Earth is flat by going to Lake Erie, right,
Why
Junkie?
is he yelling so much?
Because I'm talking over you. Because I'm talking over you, Junkie.
You were talking before I was ever talking.
Yes,
You're
so don't interrupt me.
Hey, Star Wars, calm down. Okay? The adults were talking before you. Calm down. So the video you just who's that? Ron H. So in the YouTube video you shared, you can see the sea level coming up and down on that.
That's not sea level. That's a bay with no tides. That's the conditions. That's the air temperatures.
Okay, so like when you go out to, okay, let's say you go to an ocean, right? And then when the quote unquote moon comes around, right, and pulls the tide back, what is that? Do you have an explanation? For
Your
that?
imagination.
Occurring.
My imagination. So when I will stand here and the water level is here, and then at noon the water level is 100 feet back, that's my imagination.
No. That's not your imagination, but the cause that you just claimed. So what causes that level change?
Well, as I said, quote unquote moon.
Yeah, that's the story.
That's why I'm asking. I'm literally asking for your advice. I'm done talking to fucking Star Wars, man.
Oh yeah,
He's
so
a
you're
cocky
talking
little
about
bitch.
waves. You're talking about
Fuck
tides,
that
dude.
guy. I don't wanna listen
Waves,
to you.
tides
You
are
got a
long
fucking
period
attitude,
waves.
so I'm gonna
Don't be
turn you all the
emotional,
way
dude.
down.
Don't be emotional, dude.
That
He's
dude's
gonna
annoying
teach
as
you.
fuck.
He's gonna tell you what's going on. He might be a little bit
No, I'm not gonna listen
humorous
to that
about
dude
it, but
because he's got a
you just
fucking
need to be
attitude
less
for no
emotional.
reason.
Don't take it personally. This is the internet, yeah.
Dude, you came in to troll us, remember? And I told you I was gonna win.
So that was my question on it, was the tide. Then how can you explain the tide?
Don't need to.
You don't need to.
It's not for me to explain. No, I don't need to explain it. What would I need to explain?
Why is the tide there? Why is that happening?
Well, why would I need
flat
to
Earth?
explain that?
I mean,
Well, it's flat
you
anyway.
guys are the flat Earth
The flat
people.
surface going up and down, yeah. So, but we're not making a claim about the tides. We're just telling you the
Flat.
surface
If
is
it's
flat.
so flat, why is that happening?
We could flip it and say if Earth measures flat, and it does, how can you
Again,
have
I'm
the
not
moon
arguing,
orbiting
guys.
the
I'm
Earth?
asking questions.
No, how do you have the
don't
moon
think I'm-
orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat?
I'm sorry?
How do you have the moon orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat and everybody knows it's flat?
Then what is causing the water to do that?
I reversed it so you can see the absurdity of the position you're taking in the form of argumentation that you're giving us.
Well, then dumb it down for me, please, sir.
I told him in the chat anyway.
Look, we measure Earth flat. We know this for 100% fact, and we can prove it. So
with what
the
proof?
questions I have are the same ones you have, just for the globe.
I still don't see what you're saying. Why is the tide rolling back?
I don't know.
Why is the video you guys are sharing Professional Triangle? He's showing me a video of a fucking boat. You can't see the whole fucking boat. You can see about 3/4 of it in this video, and you guys are like sharing it like you're proud of it. Like, yeah, this is
Yeah, that shows you how waves get in the way of
And
boats.
again, I'm not shitting on you guys or talking shit on you. I'm literally I'm trying to figure out. I want to hear your ideas. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, we measure the Earth flat, so we have a lot of questions. What's the moon?
Why do you
How
have
does it work?
questions?
I don't know.
But you have facts stating it's flat. But you have questions.
Precisely. Yeah,
So
now
what's
we
your-
have
what's your
questions.
question
Now we're wondering what the moon is, what the sun is, what planets are. We know that Earth isn't one of them. We know Earth
Okay.
isn't in outer space anymore. So what is this place? We have the same questions you
Look
do.
at the last video just shown in chat. You see about 3/4
Since
of
he
the boat.
has me muted, he's not going
Right.
to hear what I said.
He's not even addressing what I'm saying, so I'm going to step back again.
Yeah, maybe you should, because you can't answer my fucking question over your.
I
little
told you
video
that we have the same questions you do, so why would we provide answers?
Well, you're
bro?
saying the Earth is flat. but
Yeah,
you're
we know
you're
it is.
Sharing videos, you know
How about-
it is. Prove it.
How about an honest reply to this to say, "Oh, really? You measured it that way, and you know it for 100% fact. Why don't you share us some observations and measurements?" Instead, you're
What did I
doing this goofy
How many
freaking
times have I
clown
just
show.
said to you? How many times have I just said that to you?
Hey, Junkie. Junkie.
Quiet. Thank you.
Settle
You're
down.
quiet now.
Settle down. Junkie, you're gonna settle down and pay attention.
I'm
Look in the side chat. Look in the side
Yeah.
chat. See the video Great Salt Lake laser test, 21
yes,
miles?
sir. Yeah.
Right. Give yourself a few minutes, watch that, try to understand it, and then come back and let us know.
I bet. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to fucking shit on you guys. I'm
I know, it's
asking
fine.
questions
You
because
can, even if you wanted to.
I
We
straddle
don't take
the
it
fence.
personally. Don't worry.
I straddle the fence as well. I don't know what the fuck is real or right. I don't know.
That's
I'm
fine,
trying to
dude.
bounce my
Listen, that's why
ideas,
we're
and you
here.
get
We're here to
these
explain it to
angry
people,
fucking
so that's
Star
fine.
Wars guys like
We're not getting
professional
angry, dudes.
triangle at
It's
my
just
ass, and
this
the
is
other
just them
guy.
having some fun, and you're taking it too seriously. So chill.
Wow, Andy can't read.
So
That's
true.
sad that you can't read either.
So I can't
Don't
disregard.
just
I got
keep
it.
getting. Don't keep letting yourself get trolled. Just do the work.
No, I'm not trolled. I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to get the video.
Yeah, just watch the video. Put yourself on
I'm on
mute
it
for a
now.
minute. Watch the video, and then let us know what you think, and if you
Fast
understand.
forward.
Simple. So, Space Cowboy, you think the Earth's a globe, yeah? Space Cowboy. You're gonna have to change your name, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, there's no space.
Whenever you called me out, I'm sorry. I was taking a
I didn't call you out. I was just saying, what's up?
Oh no, I don't.
You can only believe in Star Wars.
I genuinely believe the Earth is round. I do. I wasn't here to disrespect anybody. I just wanted to
That's
listen
fine.
to
That's
what you
fine.
gentlemen have
We
to say.
understand that most people think that.
Yeah, no, I'm fascinated with your beliefs because one thing that I will say, I will say, no one knows why the fuck we're here. Well, no, you listen to this too.
You're a bad guy if you disagree or have questions.
No, all right, no, and no one knows.
Okay,
why
guys,
the
don't
fuck we're
start
here. And
triggering each other now.
No, we are curious, and I like to hear what anybody has to say.
All right, well, let me address your first point. Let me address your first point where you're interested to hear about our beliefs. Right. So I'd say you need to think about it differently. Because we're not talking really about beliefs here. What we're talking about is a lack of belief. Right? We do not have the belief that the Earth is a globe, because the Earth being a globe, that is the belief. Right? Because what we actually all experience as human beings in reality is a motionless topographical plane. That's what we experience from our perspective, right? That's our reality. They say, oh, it's too big to see the curve. You can't feel the motion, right? So you just experience a flat, motionless Earth. But there is a belief that we're actually on a big spinning ball. We do not have that belief. So it's a lack of belief here.
Okay, that makes everything fair. But what would make humanity do that?
Well, the better question is, why should we? The better question first for you should be, why should we believe it? Why do you believe it?
Why would the government lie about it? Why wouldn't they just start with, yeah, it's a
So
flat
is that why you believe it though? Because you think the governments don't lie, which is, to be honest, crazy anyway.
Oh no! I don't trust the government at all. I don't. But I feel like that'll be a
all right.
big
So then, if you don't trust the government, asking us why the government would lie is kind of redundant. We know them. We know they lie.
My question is in the beginning. Okay, why do you think they would lie about it?
Well, even that, right? Most people, like your teacher who taught you, they're not lying about it, right? They believe it too, because they were taught the thing. They were paid to teach you that thing. So they're not lying about it. And the person who taught your teacher about it, are they lying about it? No, they're not lying about it. They think it's true as well. Eventually, though, they'll all just appeal back to NASA told me. So you've got a government agency which has managed to accrue the complete blind faith of the majority of society through essentially technological propaganda. Now, why
One thing
would
that I struggle
why
with,
would a
like
group of
I
people?
have,
Hold on,
I
hold on.
I'm sorry. I
Don't start
apologize.
spazzing out.
Carry on. I'm sorry.
I can tell you're not
I
from
apologize.
America, right? And
No,
by
I
no
apologize.
disrespect,
Let the man speak. Let the
well,
man
no,
speak.
by no disrespect am I saying anything disrespectful to you, but you're not from America, right? So do you
No.
believe that everyone there's a higher power with every continent that is agreed to tell everybody that the world is flat?
No, it's just I mean, I'm not. It's propaganda. Do governments put out propaganda? Yes, they do. NASA is a propaganda agency. I don't know if you've heard the news. An intelligence agency. You aware of that? So the fact that everyone in Western society, at least, is appealing to a propaganda agency, an intelligence agency, for their worldview, should be a red flag enough. But I can't remember what I was saying previously because you started. Okay, yeah. So they've managed to create an organization. They've managed to create an organization that has the complete blind faith of the majority of society. And I think you'd understand why a group of people who are interested in holding power would seek to shape an organization that holds the complete blind faith of the society at large. It's a massive amount of power and influence. So that's one potential reason.
I just don't think that they have power enough to convince that the Earth is flat. I'm listening to you.
They've just convinced you the Earth is a spinning ball, despite you only experiencing a flat Earth. That's how much power they have. They've given you your entire reality, everything you think about where you are, how you got here, how old this place is, everything.
Dude, in 5 years you're going to be traveling to Mars. Haven't you seen TV?
Yeah, they've shaped your entire worldview, and it goes in contradiction to what you have experienced every day your entire life. And they've convinced you so hard that you think the experience you have is the misleading one. You think, whoa, if I trust my senses and what I actually experience, I must be crazy. That's how much they've controlled your mind. And most people's minds.
The best way I can put it to you, man, is I believe that there is a God. I do. I think it gave us.
That's not. Why are you talking about God? We're not talking about God.
That's not secular.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if that's the case, like, I don't know how the government can keep this a secret for so long. And
it's pretty easy. Think about how much you've critically examined and challenged their argument. Tell me one aspect of the globe that you've ever critically challenged.
Well, Cyclone, they didn't keep it a secret. We're out here telling these guys now. They couldn't keep it a secret, dude. We're telling you.
You can't hide reality.
I'm respectfully asking. I know I have friends that have been in the military and they know coordinates and everything. I've met people that went everywhere. You know, like
they went all over a flat Earth. That's fine. So do we. So you should be asking yourself, how did they convince you? And you're saying, I can't believe people would be tricked like this. How could they? You've never challenged it. You were taught it as probably a baby, right? So you've never even thought to challenge it. So of course they can easily convince people.
No,
like you never challenged it.
Like I will admit to ignorance, but would you be able to admit to ignorance if it is actually round?
Well, we're the ones who've examined that question, though. So,
I don't like most of the facts don't really add up in my like just
but that's no offense because you don't know any of the facts.
But like yes, but like you're completely certain it's flat, completely certain.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. There's no doubt. It's measured that way, right? Like I'm sure you have no doubt how tall you are. Because you've measured it. It's like that. We're talking about the physical geometry, not speculating on why liars would lie. We're just measuring it.
I just know, like, coordinates-wise, like, people have circled the Earth, like, completely.
No, the coordinate systems, I mean, they're just, you can make a coordinate system any shape you want. You could model it into a cube if you wanted to. but the base measurements that are being taken are off of a flat surface.
It's just hard for me to believe, but I respect everything you're saying. Like, that's...
I can understand it's hard for you to believe, but really, belief isn't coming into it. I'm talking about reality, what can be empirical. Do you know what the word empirical means?
Without denying, for sure.
No, empirical evidence would be evidence that is observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. Science is empirical, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we are interested in. The globe, if you go looking for some globe evidence, you're going to get cool stories, cool images, cool videos, none of which you can verify from cool space, and a bunch of claimed logical fallacies and assumptions and theoretical math. You're not going to get any measurements. You're not going to get any observations that can be verified by human beings on Earth.
Can I ask you, like, why would all of existence want to hide it so hard?
No, they don't. It doesn't. All of existence shows you a flat, motionless Earth. Someone's come along and made excuses for why it looks so flat and motionless, and you've believed those excuses. And you've believed the additional story they've told about how it's actually a big spinning, wobbling space ball tilting and hurtling at millions of miles an hour through an empty space. You believe all that.
Why does everybody teach that then?
Through a giant space of nothingness.
Well, yeah.
Just a speck of dust that it means nothing to anything. So it doesn't matter what you do in your life. It's pointless. That's why they do it.
Yeah, just to make you feel meaningless and make you easier to control and comply, basically. But that's a good question you should be asking yourself. Why have I been taught this? Where does this idea come from? Why do I believe it? These are all questions you should be asking yourself and pursuing.
Okay, that's fair. I like I said, I respect every answer you gave me, and I appreciate your time, man. I genuinely do.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming by. We're here 24/7. We're on YouTube live 24/7. You can find us there. We've also got a home server with terabytes of information if you want to research in your own time. That's discord.gg/flatearth.
I would like
do some research.
Yeah,
come and discuss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the hospitality, and I would like to banter with you some more. Like, it's not even really banter.
Well, you're welcome anytime.
I'm curious, so I appreciate that. You've given me more hospitality than any other channel on this like politics thing.
Well, we're just looking to have honest conversation with curious people. So yeah, if you're into that, you're welcome anytime.
Oh, I appreciate all the hospitality. I promise you, I do. I genuinely do.
No worries. Well, if you want resources, just ask in the chat or ask in the voice, and people can give you resources.
I play a lot of Rocket League, and I will tomorrow. I'm going to get off work, and I'm probably going to have a couple beers, and I'll just listen. And if you want me to chirp up, I will. But like,
yeah, listen in here for a while, and you'll understand. You'll learn a lot just listening into the conversations here. Whether you agree, that's up to you, whatever.
Yeah, I promise you I'll always be respectful, and I thank you for being respectful towards me, because like that's the only point I had is a lot of people aren't anymore these days, and I appreciate.
That's fine, dude. You're welcome.
All right, well, you gentlemen have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, you too. Let's check back in with Junkie. Junkie, did you watch that laser test yet?
I don't think Junkie's still here. I went to school with
pulled the ripcord, did he?
He watched it and took off. He was like, "Nope, I got nothing to say."
Well, at least I know
he's actually he's my friend. I like him, and he had a lot of beers just like I did, but he thought that
he's all right. He was starting to figure out that the Earth isn't a globe, but he got a little bit triggered. So that's okay. That happens.
I mean, I'm not super convinced, but I'm respectful. Like, I don't know. It is.
Well, we're not here to convince anyone, but we are here to defend reality. So,
all right. One thing that I've met a couple individuals that they say that there is realms underground. That
really? Did you ask them what they were like?
No, like people talk about aliens and actual people underground, and a lot.
Yeah, there's lots of cool stories out there, dude. See, that what we're encouraging you to do is when someone presents you with a cool story, you say, okay, what is the evidence for this story? Is the evidence something I can verify to be true? And if not, file it under the useless waste of time folder.
I feel like people's experiences are experiences, and if they feel strongly about something, I need to listen to it. I do.
Think about it this way. Like, if there are civilizations underground, like mole men or whatever, what's the point of talking about it if you'll never interact with them and they'll never interact with you?
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever met a ghost? Have you ever met something that you think is a ghostly entity in your life?
We'll just go with both yes and no, and then drive on to whatever point you want to make using either answer.
No! I wasn't trying to make it. Like, I'm not trying to argue, man. I was
not an argument. I'm just make the point that you want to make.
Oh, I feel like some people genuinely think they've met a ghost, and I'm like, I doubt it. Like, I don't know. I would like to.
All right. Well, some people also claim. Do you know what? There's way more evidence for people encountering ghostly apparitions than there is that men flew away from space away from Earth, and it was a ball, and they went into a vacuum, and they went onto the moon, which was also a ball, and they drove a buggy around and they played golf. There's way more evidence for ghosts than there is for that crazy story, and yet so many people believe the crazy moon golf story. Why should you believe either?
I just want to hear people's. I respect you as a person. You've been nothing but nice to me. I respect you, and I'm going to listen to everything you say. I honestly, like, I would made it clear that I'm not completely sold, but I like to listen to what you have to say, and I respect you.
Well, we focus on the evidence, not the stories. The stories are cool, but we want the evidence that we can verify. That's all we're interested in. And the verifiable evidence just tells us that the Earth is flat, motionless, and contained. Not a ball spinning around, flying around a big vacuum. Do you know what?
So the seasons don't mean anything.
What do you mean seasons don't mean anything?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, if we're just here,
seasons don't mean we live on a ball. If that's what you mean, no, of course not. It's just the sun's position over the Earth, because the sun is moving over the Earth, which you'll have noticed. But they've told you a story to make you ignore the fact that you observe the sun moving across the Earth.
So does the sun revolve across Earth?
So it seems to do, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what we experience directly. Unless you could prove otherwise.
No, it has to. How would you get a suntan if the sun didn't move?
No, I was just talking about the different.
Well, this is it, right? You observe the sun moving through the sky every single day, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's a fundamental first principle.
So, and then ask yourself, right, why do I see the sun moving across the sky every day? What do you think?
You only get half of it. It makes sense.
Why do you think? Well, why do you think you see the sun moving across the sky every day?
Because you can only see it half of the day.
No, like, why do you observe the sun, this light in the sky, to be moving through the sky every day, east to west? Is it because the sun's moving?
I feel like if it is just a completely, like, just the government trying to hide something.
Okay, try to focus, okay? If the sun is moving, is it the sun that's moving, or it's not the sun that's moving, if the sun is moving?
I think it stays in a pattern enough to where, like, I have an app to let me know whenever the International Space Station crosses over, and
Okay, dude, you're
I
okay.
like
Stay
watching
focused
that.
again. I got jingles and keys in front of you. Okay, a bird flew across my window. Did the bird move, or did my whole house move?
I have no understanding of how, like, it's a secret to where it's a lie.
Okay, dude, try to focus. Focus.
Okay. Yes, I will.
Okay,
Yep.
don't worry about conspiracies or secrets or apps on your phone. You look out your window. A bird flew past your window.
Yep.
Okay, figuratively and literally. Did the bird move, or was your whole house moving?
I feel like it'd probably be kind of both. I would. I don't know. Like me talking, probably.
Okay, how about this? You got a finger in front of your face. Okay? We'll start out, we'll break it down even more. You're moving your finger back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Is your finger moving, or is it your head that's moving back and forth?
I understand your ground, man. I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards
Holy crap!
anything.
Stay focused. Try to stay focused. Okay.
Dude, I am trying my best. I am trying my best.
Hey, let me just help you out. We're just looking for straightforward. We're just looking for straightforward responses, honest responses to the questions asked. Right, that's it.
All right, so it's like being on a train. You jump off the train. What happens? Like,
does the train keep moving if you jump off it?
Oh no, you'll feel the energy from you being on the train whenever you hit the ground. Yes, absolutely.
So the train was moving, not the ground.
In that circumstance, when you're on the train,
perfect.
yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So the ground is stationary. The train was moving.
Yep.
Now do the same thing for, say, like a boat, a car, the sun. Say you're on the sun and you jump off it and you land on the ground. Was the sun moving or was the ground moving?
So you're on the sun, you jump off the sun?
Or, okay, let's maybe make it easier, okay? You're on your dad's shoulders and your dad is walking across the ground. If for some reason you decide to jump off, was your dad moving and you jumped off, or was the ground moving the whole time?
I had the momentum of my dad when I jumped off.
And then what happened when you hit the ground?
Is probably not good. I got a little bit of momentum.
Did that momentum stop?
I mean, after
or did it keep going?
It kept going. Yes, sir.
So the momentum. So you stayed in lockstep. So both you and your dad and the ground were all moving at exactly the same speed.
Yep. Wait, no, not the ground. The ground.
Not the ground. So the ground was stationary.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the concept. The ground is stationary.
In that aspect, yes, absolutely.
Okay, in all aspects. When do you ever see the ground moving, other than, or say, an earthquake?
Oh, it's where you. I understand your point now. I do.
Okay.
That's
you can understand that we're trying to rewire your brain. And we're doing it in a way that points out that for most of your life, you haven't thought about what you see in the same manner as how you see it. We're trying to bring these two things into alignment so that you can think about what you see exactly as you see it.
Like I said before, man, you've been the most respectful, both of you gentlemen have been the most respectful people. Yeah, I don't know. I might be a dingleberry. I understand that, like, it's ground for
It's
what
a
I
non
know.
sequitur. Okay, dude. The level of respect is really a non sequitur. It doesn't really matter because somebody else could be listening to this and say that's the most disrespectful conversation they've ever heard. It's really subjective.
I don't know. I appreciate you, gentlemen, both of you. I do. I can't agree with you if I don't believe it, though.
Okay, so if I tell you the ground is stationary, you're moving, you're going to say you disagree with that because
you believe in something that you've never experienced so wholeheartedly.
NASA told you.
Yeah.
Look at how bad this is.
New propaganda agency told you that.
Look at how bad this is. I asked you earlier, I said, I'm sitting on my chair, I'm not moving, and I see a bird fly past my window. I know the bird was moving, and you're like, you disagree with that.
Outer space has been so detrimental, dude. Like, it's created this cog diss in so many people. I didn't mean to cut you off, just add commentary.
Yeah, no, it really does. It makes them like jump outside their lived experience where they don't know anything anymore. Like they can't figure it out. They're like, and then the example they give you, like, hey, I'm on the train, I jump off a train, land on the ground. Then I'm like, okay, so what was moving, the train or the ground? Like, well, in that case, it was the ground, but in the case of a bird, that's the earth. The earth is moving. Like, wow. And then, yeah, dude, it's not about being respectful. Sometimes, like, disrespectful conversations go a long way because you are disrespecting somebody's faith-based belief system. And it can be difficult. That's why a lot of the atheists come in here and they're very upset with flat earthers because they see flat earthers as a disrespect to science, to religion.
Are most flat earthers God-fearing men?
Most everybody is. So that's a non sequitur again. Almost 99.999% of the population. Yeah, space cowboy. You're like, hey, are most flat earthers humans? Are most flat earthers have a mother and a father? Do most flat earthers get up in the morning? These questions are completely irrelevant because that demographic fits
I didn't mean to disrespect you like that.
Not disrespect. No disrespect. Okay. When you say, are flat earthers on Discord? How many flat earthers? These questions are non sequitur. They don't answer anything because it doesn't show one way or the other. It's like, how many flat earthers live on Earth? You're like, holy crap, dude! Like, what is that question even?
I was just curious, but like we can level a little bit if you genuinely believe. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I was shut up.
Why do you gotta have
I
voice
just wanted to
change
comment
on?
real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add there are a lot of flat Earth women, but a lot of us don't like to be debating, and we don't like being active online. So a lot of the flat Earth women don't go on Discord as much because we're more conflict avoidant, or we don't really feel like dealing with globe bursts. Sorry, just wanted to add that.
Oh yeah, I think the question was more about God-fearing men. Didn't really have. I don't think gender was brought up yet.
I never mentioned gender. I don't like to. I feel like in this server particularly, like a lot of people hate women, and like they
Ain't that true?
They just want to hate everybody. And
Yeah, I think the idea
gay men in this server.
When you said God-fearing men, I think you just were saying it colloquially as like mankind. You weren't really talking about.
Yeah. I didn't mean anything by it. I genuinely didn't. I was just saying, like, yeah, like.
Sorry if I made that too gendered. I was just saying because a lot of the females in flat Earth aren't online, so you don't see as much of them. But like, for instance, a lot of them are like believe in Creator, are Christian, stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, there's a majority of female flat Earthers aren't online, so you gotta account for those guys as well. So I just want to throw that in there.
The only thing that I'm saying is, like, I try to submit to a higher power because I believe a higher power brought us here, and it doesn't matter gender or anything else like that. I try to do better for me, I'm God fearing because I feel like God created whatever we are doing, and that's the moral of the story. That's genuinely it. And I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it is. I'm trying to look. I've went to church. Christian books say Matthew 7:7, ask and you shall seek, seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be open to you. And I try to live by that.
Well said. I mean, I think this topic you'll find is often seen as somewhat rebellious. And there definitely is like a rebellious strain amongst many flat earthers. And you kind of come to this potentially once you realize that the earth is flat and you realize, oh my gosh, like they lied about the moon landing and I've been deceived in so many ways. And at some point you're going to face a challenge. You're going to find that most people in the world are saddled with this delusion. And it's almost harder to believe that the whole world has been deluded into believing the globe than it is to accept the reality of a flat and stationary world that you experience and you can measure and you know to be true by every sense of it. Like, I'm a flat earther because I can measure the earth flat and I observe and experience it that way from first principles. I also know that nobody's ever measured the globe. I've been looking for years for globe curvature measurements, and I can't find any that are valid or verifiable in any way. And third, I figured out how the globe was created out of math and out of people's interpretive frames when they looked up at the stars at night. And with these three chair legs, I've got a solid foundation to sit on and know for sure that in this world there are very few things you can know, but knowing that the earth is flat is one of those things. And this puzzles people when they come in here and talk to us.
Yeah, and then the other chair leg is the history of the globe, where it came from, how it got here. Like, once you understand how defunct its evidence is and you understand where it came from, it's pretty easy to see through this.
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to go to bed, gentlemen. But I really will be back if I'm allowed to. You guys gave me so much hospitality, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Well, tune into us on YouTube. You can chill out and just listen to conversations. You don't have to interact. You can even come in here and stay on mute if you want. It might help just to absorb at this point and let your brain decompress. So I hope you can get some sleep.
Yeah, you gentlemen have been nothing but nice to me, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll welcome you back when you do. So, good night.
You guys have a good one. Nice talking.
That was some genuine cog disc coming through. You got to have compassion for that.
Yeah, you guys dealt with it real well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my cog. I wish I was more like that when I first heard flat Earth. You know, I've brought this up multiple times over the years now, but I was pretty bad. I was like, what the actual fuck? You know?
Oh yeah, I went through my anti-flat earther phase. I LARPed as a flat earther on Reddit for a little bit. I mean, I resisted so hard.
I didn't go anti-flat earther. I just resisted it and I didn't believe it. I thought it was retarded and I was going to get my experts to debunk it.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that was not a very good showing. I look back at that time frame, I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with me? Why was I so,
right?
Like seriously, like I even back then I fancied myself sort of like a logical thinker and I enjoyed minority points of view. I kind of like, whatever. I like they used to, like into role playing games and would, role play like alien life forms with like completely different, understandings of even their senses are different. Like the way they view just physical reality. And yet somehow I couldn't even interact with somebody who said the earth was flat. It was embarrassing. And I really don't like to bring it up, but it is kind of important to highlight that patience is important because had they not been patient with me, I wouldn't be here today. Had they just been like, yeah, fuck this dude, let's get him out of here, then that would have been it. That would have been the end of the story.
Yep. I've seen that many times as well, where people kind of they get into the cogdish and then they say stuff that triggers the other side, and then it kind of escalates and spirals out of control. And then years later, the same person is like, "Yeah, well, I kind of get it now," and so like it took them extra long because of that negative spiral.
Right. Right. There's a ton of subconscious processing that sometimes needs time to play out that the participant himself can't actively encourage along. It just needs to unfold on its own. And time is the best recipe for that to take place. Got to provide that space. I think this guy would do well to take a break and maybe listen to us for a bit and then interact after a few days or a week.
Yeah, and he could like collect together different points, think about them for a while, let them ruminate, research them a little bit, and then come back instead of like knee-jerk reaction, come right back, spiral out of control. That way, the conversation is going to be really interesting because it's when people research things that they bring something to our attention that we haven't seen before, which is rare these days, but sometimes happens.
Yeah.
It's also once they've actually looked into it and researched it themselves, they'll actually understand like what was done, who did it, etc. Instead of being on the fly asking AI or Googling it and then just not understanding what they're reading. So they're too panicked in the moment, trying to find something to latch onto.
There's a certain sense of humility that I think you have to find and dig deep within your character to begin to accept this. And then once you do, you start to see the magnificence of creation in a different way.
Yeah, I would say it kind of kickstarts your wanderlust that you had as a child when like the world was amazing and there was things to discover.
Yeah.
I remember the moment in school when that died for me, when the teacher was like, "Oh, like here's the map of the world. This is what it looks like," and I was like, "Okay, so there's nothing left to explore." And she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah, we have it all figured out, guys. We evolved from monkeys. The monkeys came from a big bang. The solar system, galaxies, all of it. It's scientific materialism shoved down your throat with no sense of humility, really, except in the sense that, oh, Earth is so small and insignificant amid this gigantic, explosive creation, not creation, self-created universe. And all the scientists. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't foster the curiosity of the children. That's the problem. Like, show them that we don't know everything. Show them that this is our best guess, but it could be something else. We don't know yet. We need to be extra explicit so that the kids go like, well, there's things to be discovered. I want to learn more. But when you frame it all as like a dogma, you have to accept this, even though like we didn't actually like. You're taught about Newton and excessively much, so much so that we see people today that think Newtonian gravity is how gravity works. Like, that's an issue. Same with like Lorentz contractions. Because they tell you like Lorentz contractions exist, and because Einstein used Lorentz contractions within his thing, or called it the same thing, same name, people default back to Lorentz's description of those contractions being physical, like matter actually compressing. But
they equate the magnetic field with the space-time.
Yeah, but in Einstein's conception, no matter is getting compressed. It's just the observer's interpretation of the event.
Yes. Yeah, it moves everything from determinism into probabilistic, and this is part of a broader push, I think, in society to get everybody to accept this postmodern relativism on a moral level, which is much deeper than all of this.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's much deeper than just like the shape of the Earth. It's a psychological level.
Yeah. So, kind of related. The other day, I was researching geodesy, and I was like, man, there's got to be a great YouTube video that explains F.R. Helmert's higher geodesy and the process that he unfolds in his 2-volume set. He was a German physicist and surveyor. He basically is the father of geodetic surveying. And he described a process. It's in about 10 steps, but you can distill it down to 3. The process is survey the world flat, make observations of the stars, merge your flat world observations with your celestial sphere star observations, and come up with a ball for Earth. That's it. And I'm like, great. I'd like to see, there's got to be a YouTube video out there on this. So I start searching, and instead we get the modern process, which is backwards. We have satellites doing scans, and they measure the globe. And then from the globe, you can project it flat like this. And I'm like, no. Let's go back to the beginning of this, the genesis. The early geodetic surveyors, before satellites, before they even had a reference ellipsoid to begin with, and they were creating it, what were they doing? And I finally found a few resources, and it is amazing. I posted it under CellNav and surveying in the home server, and under various surveying channels and other servers that we are in. And the video lays it out very nicely and is very honest. It's refreshing. It's an online course on geodesy. And the lecturer describes the process exactly as Helmert did. You begin with physical measurements of a flat Earth. And then you take a survey of the stars. And if stars do not quite appear in their exact time and location that you'd expect them to be on a ball, it's because of gravity warping the starlight, causing what's called the vertical deflection. And we'll take that vertical deflection and we will incrementally rotate it around a ball. And this allows us to take our flat survey, and armed with that vertical deflection and rotation, we can start mapping a globe out of it.
We should be able to tell you the strength of gravity then, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, right. I mean, so this is what's interesting is that it falls in line with the same nonsense we've seen earlier, like what Drace was explaining with the Lorentz contraction. Some unfalsifiable explanation that is required in order to suit a preconceived notion of the world as it ought to be in your mind, and not as it really is. So when you know that the globe was constructed in this manner, and then you weigh this against the lack of evidence for physical measurements of curvature, and then you weigh this against the surmounting evidence of a flat world that we can directly measure and experience, you're left wondering what the hell happened. How did society get to the point where it seems like every single thing that people do in modern science and surveying is to shoehorn their data into this globe concept, into this mathematical reification that doesn't exist in reality, that exists as insofar as a Lorentz contraction of space-time exists to explain how relativity needs to be true to uphold the space fantasy. It's amazing. And I really meant it earlier when I said to that guy, I said, look, it's going to be harder for you to believe that the world is crazy with delusion than it is to accept the world as you directly experience it. And for me, this has been the most difficult aspect of this whole venture into flat Earth. It kind of sucks in a way because people say, you flat earthers think you're the only ones that got it right and the whole world is wrong. It's like, I hate to say yes, but I have to say yes. I really do. I don't want to say yes, but that really does seem to be the case, guys. And I can support this position.
I like saying yes, though.
I know. It's fun. It's fun, but
you guys think you know everything.
That's what makes it evil.
Yes, of course we do, and that just makes them want to smash their computer screen in.
Yeah. I mean, it can be fun to get rises out of people. I get that too, but this is deep, guys. I mean, if you don't have the right approach, it's going to chew you up and spit you out. Look at all the people that try to make money off of this topic. Everybody who has tried to monetize flat Earth have had their lives turned upside down. Everyone. If you monetize it, you're not expressing and approaching it in a humble manner. So, yeah. Very something fucky going on. The world is not what you think it is, folks. We don't know what it is. People say, oh, you flat earthers think you have all the answers. No, it's the opposite. We're here to say that nobody has all the answers. You don't have the answers. We don't have the answers. The only thing we know for sure is what we can measure, which comports with our observations in the first place. We have a consistent worldview. You don't. So what now? What is the sun? What is the moon? What are stars? We don't freaking know. But this world is quite amazing and beautiful. Let me go find that video that I posted. I'll post it in here for everybody. I mean, for flat earthers who've been researching this topic, it's not going to be too advanced. But for a brand new glober coming in, you're going to look at this video and be like, what the hell? It's on geodetic surveying. So give me just a moment. All right, here we go. The master key, right here. All processes to convert the measurements at the surface of the Earth to counterparts on the ellipsoid. It's called a mathematical reduction of the horizontal. This is taking your flat surveys that you do in reality and bending them to comport to a geometric representation of the globe. Which means your headings are all going to change direction. And over long distances, your orientation of things are going to change, even though you didn't measure them. This is putting the map before the territory.
They do this a lot in the globe, where they take the model and then use the model to reify the model.
Yeah.
But the basis is all like derived from reality, where we're dealing with horizontal.
Right, and not just a local horizontal, but horizontal at all scales that have ever been measured.
But what does that mean, though? Is it like we're prisoners due to a lack of knowledge or something?
No, it means we're self-deluded.
But I think there must be a reason for saying the Earth is round. I mean, what if there are other continents or something out there?
No, I mean, historically what happened is some of the early thinkers, like Pythagoras, like Epicurus, like Hipparchus and Aristarchus, when they looked at the night sky, they saw the stars and they conceived of the stars as lights on the inside of a gigantic black ball. This is an interpretive frame of reference. Okay, it's not the only way to conceive of how the stars appear and move.
Yeah, and they had that.
That's how it began.
They had that view of the world because of their association with initiate orders, fraternities, and all of this idea of looking at the world like this can be traced basically back to Pythagoras and that original cult.
Mm-hmm. Right, the idea of a ball being a perfect shape because it's got one face with infinite sides.
Yeah. Yoda.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered there might be truths we're not ready for?
There always is. Yeah. There's always truth we're not ready for.
So then what if the round Earth theory keeps us from truths that we're not ready for? Have you considered that?
Well, the globe is an idea, and what people from criticizing the globe is social pressure. Right? If you were to tell your friends and coworkers and family members that you're a flat earther, see what happens. I mean, they'll think you're the dumbest person they've ever met. They'll wonder what's wrong with you. They'll talk about you behind your back and say, he's a flat earther now? What the hell happened? Did he have a stroke? Does he have a brain aneurysm? What the hell happened to him?
That's how your parents think about you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is what we deal with. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. We're the ones with proof that the Earth is flat. We can measure it flat. We can show you that the measurements are flat.
You're better than
you can't
everyone
show us
else.
with the globe.
You're the better one.
No, it's not being about better. It's about being accurate.
The smarter ones
we're more accurate than others. We're more accurate and precise
Everything
than others. We're more
humanity
rigorous.
has ever done, you're the best of us.
I was just addressing this earlier.
Yes,
I can prove that the Earth is flat. You can't prove that it's a
You're
globe.
the best of us.
It's harder to accept that the world
You're
is
smarter
delusional.
than Einstein. You're smarter than everyone.
Where's that
No,
coming
that's not
from?
what we're claiming. It's not
I
what
am.
we're
I'm
claiming.
smarter than Einstein because I have better ones than Einstein.
You're the.
Okay,
Not a matter of intelligence,
You're the
dude.
best of us.
Yeah, Jay, where's that coming from? How you doing that? Where's that coming from?
Everything. Well, when you go against what these people say, act
Bottle of
accordingly.
Jack.
Okay, I'm going against what? What people?
Act accordingly.
Which people?
Who are you acting against?
Yes, this is your worldview we're using right now.
Are you saying Someone said there's some other Einstein.
No, you said that.
Oh,
And
this guy's a retard.
then someone started trolling you rather than engaging. Okay,
bro, I've already moved
hold on. Stick with Power Lover, because I'd just like to
let's
highlight Power Lover's actually saying some good things, right? He just said, "Are you saying that we're like prisoners through ignorance or something like that?" Quite an insightful realization. Yes, you could look at things like people are imprisoned by the ignorance of their own reality. And then he also said, what was the next thing he said? He said, "Is it possible that it's a truth that we're not ready for?" Again, that's a pretty nice philosophical, insightful question. It is something that you could consider. Like, if this is what it is, if it's flat like it's observed and measured to be, why are these people lying all those questions? You could arrive and say, maybe they think that the society aren't ready to know this, and the chaos that would unfold if society were to be made aware of it on a mass scale would just lead to the end of society as we know it. So that is a possibility. So Power Lover, I commend you for your insightful thoughts today. Well done. That's the kind of thinking we're actually interested in. Jair, if you'd stop being a brain dead retard for a second and clogging up the airwaves, that'd be nice. Because Power Guy here is actually saying some good shit. You should
You've
listen to
been
him.
yapping for a while.
Yeah. I'm going to keep yapping while you shut the fuck up. So stick with Power Lover. He could be a good chat. Welcome, Power Lover. Good for you.
I'm also afraid of I don't know, like imagine you're a scientist, right? And you've just finished a paper or your life's work, right? And then you publish it and it's like deemed irrelevant. Yeah. I think probably there's also a scientific side to that, you know? Like there's certain sciences that are kept because they have value, but then if a greater truth breaks that value, then if you're a descendant of Einstein, for example, or some major scientist, you have nothing left.
You ever heard the story of the emperor who wears no clothes?
No.
Okay, well, it's essentially getting at that idea that a society can be so blinded to reality if an authority tells them to be so, but simple, curious honesty can break the spell. And it's essentially that the emperor walks around the city naked, but none of the people have the courage, or they actually are convinced that he's not naked because they're being told he's the emperor, he's in the finest garbs. But a child points out that he's naked, he's without clothes. And that's kind of the idea that you're getting at and that we're getting at, right? There's this masquerading idea of a globe in space, and no one's calling it out, but the truth is evident for anyone who's curious to go and seek and find, right? So again, that's another fairly insightful point. Yeah, it's all psychological. People tricking themselves. There is no globe. We're talking about physical measurement of the surface, and it's flat. So keep searching. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took Flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer-grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real-life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? And then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's very complicated, very, very green field area physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you get folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world taking long-distance, high-altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, but you could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print. and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point to point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes, we could talk about maps, we could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it. There's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars, I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner. that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere, and it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that, and 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much, if any, angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
I just want to get a read from the room. Like 10 of us believe it's flat, 5 of us don't.
Why does that matter?
Going for a consensus.
I don't know.
So let's go down the list. The YouTube bots, I don't know what they believe because they don't have minds. 20 Cups is a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. Jesus Christ, obviously he's a flat earther. Kingsley, yes, flat earther. Marcus, unknown. Matrix, positive. Matthew, definitely not. Well, he's a hidden flat earther. He knows it's flat, just won't admit it to himself. We got the Muses bot. We got currently a flat earther unless we play globe earther stuff. Relay Criterion, flat earther. Sham, I don't know what your status is, Sham. SpaceX,
I believe it's flat. I can't prove it, but I believe it's flat.
You can't prove it?
Not
Dude, why can't you prove it?
Maybe you're a much kinder audience that I used to have, but I don't know. I've been in Hangouts and people don't agree with you and your brand.
Yeah, but hold on. Those are two different things. Whether they don't agree with you, that's one thing. Whether you can prove it, that's another thing. Proof doesn't matter if they agree or not.
I worked with satellites a bit, and I know we got images that are basically black with different depths, and we got to color them.
We got images that are flat. What does that mean?
No. They were much smaller. There were images of the Middle East, and basically we were doing studies on the River Nile, and the images came fully black, and we had to they say. They said, what did they call it? Like adjust the data, which is literally we color them. So I know there's a lot of fake data given because we only have a black image with different depth, and the deepest black is the river. You get how editable that is. So I know that there's a lot of room for people to play with data.
Yeah. I mean, but pictures wouldn't prove anything unless those pictures are somehow like verifiable. Like I could show you a picture of like Santa Claus, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus.
Yeah.
But how do we verify there's actually a Santa Claus?
I don't know, but I remember.
And that's not just a guy in a Santa costume or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. Are you from China?
No, I'm not from China.
Oh, you think that's the Avatar?
That's from the movie Kill Bill. Ever seen it? I don't think you're old enough to watch it. I don't think Lime was old enough to watch Kill Bill without parental supervision. But anyway, the only way you can prove what the Earth is measurement. You got to measure it. You can't just fucking look at it. Looking at it isn't good enough. Like you wouldn't like take a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And build it and take a photograph of it and go, look, man, this house is a square or a cube or something. That wouldn't prove the house is a cube. You'd have to go like take a tape measure and measure it, right? The house
would be hard to do.
Well, that's the only way to prove what it is to measure it, right?
Yeah.
The photograph wouldn't do it.
Yes, you got that right. Perspectives.
Okay, so that's what we're concerned with. We're not concerned of people claiming the Earth looks like that or looks like this, because we could just say the same thing. Hey, I took a picture from the Bolivian salt flats and the Earth looked flat. I mean, so what? I mean, it doesn't matter. So what you can do is you can measure the Earth is supposed to curve, basically, right? So it's a curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So if the Earth isn't doing that, then it's not a ball. At least not a ball the size they say it is.
I mean, the model of the ball doesn't work with 7 heavens and 7 earths. It just doesn't work.
The model of the ball don't work at all anyway. works in people's minds, because that's the only place where it exists. It exists in the mind only. Doesn't exist out there in nature. That's really what we try to tell people is that, you can think Earth's a ball, you can think it's whatever you want, but eventually you have to go out into nature, into the natural world, right? And demonstrate that, whatever that ball or shape is supposed to be, that's what it actually is out there, not on a piece of paper.
But if you think about it, that means Galileo was wrong, and he was the only one who was wrong. Like there existed a time where the majority believed it was flat.
Galileo thought comets were optical illusions.
Can you say that again?
Galileo thought that comets were optical illusions.
Okay, so he was
obviously wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things.
Interesting. I remember the beginning of a scientific thinking course.
Well, they tested a lot of some stuff he did, right? They tested like the rotation of the Earth, like at Galileo's time. You know, the way we hear it now is like everybody just believed it, and they were like, "Oh my God, Galileo, you're so smart." But people at the time of his time didn't buy it, and they did things to prove him wrong. And they didn't prove him wrong. Like, you know what they did? They took like a cannon, and they stuck it like in the back of a wagon, and they would shoot it straight up in the air, and the cannonball would land back into the freaking cannon. Now, if the Earth is spinning, how's that possible?
Good point.
So they like all sorts of these tests were done. This is back during Galileo's time. So the thing about the globe Earth thing is that like the only thing you'll hear about are the things that work. But there's lots of things that don't work, but you'll never hear about them. The only way you're going to hear about them is if you're in here, because you're going to hear them from us, right? The globe is like a used car. Oh, I want to buy a car. Well, here's a car. The engine's good. The tires are awesome, brand new tires. And the stereo's mint, mint, mint. What they don't tell you is the brakes are failing. The clutch is gone. There's a hole in the gas tank, right? They don't tell you all that stuff. They only tell you stuff that works. That's what the globe is like. They tell you the stuff that works, and the stuff that don't work, you don't even know it exists.
Yeah, at some point. But why do you think governments and like scientific institutions wouldn't admit that, or do you think they don't?
They don't know any, because they don't know. They don't know any better.
Wow.
Think of any scientist. Which one do you think, out of any scientist that you can think of, actually tested whether the Earth is a globe or not? Actually went out and did an experiment.
It's such a primitive idea. You wouldn't actually think of that every day, but I would point.
Okay, yes, you answered your own question. Why do they think this? Is because they think it's already been figured out and they don't need to test it.
Yeah. If you get your point.
Yeah, I don't need to test that. Somebody else figured it out. They'll say ships over the horizon, air dots, and these all the, the stuff from 2,000 years ago. But if you actually analyze what they're saying carefully, right? So ships over the horizon. Okay. What does that mean? Ship sails away. It disappears hull first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears because it went over the curve of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you actually analyze that a little closer, you'll find out that the horizon moves around. So one day you'll go out and it'll be 5 miles away. Another day you'll go out and it'll be 3 miles away. Another day you'll go out and be 30 miles away. So when you see the ship disappear and the horizon is not actually a fixed location, what's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? An Earth that's changing in size? Because how can it be the curvature of the Earth if it's changing? Is the curve changing?
No. Someone told me that that's the projectile of your eye, and that light can bend, and that's why it happens. Like you see the curvature because of gravity, not because it exists.
No. I'm talking about the horizon. You know what horizon is?
Yeah. It's like the end of your sight.
Yeah, it's the end of your sight, but people think that's where the curve starts, the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and that person was trying to explain that the curvature exists because you see.
That's not curvature of the Earth, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It can't be. And I told you why. Because it moves around.
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the curve of the Earth and it moves around, does the curve move around?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay, because the Earth would have to change size, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we know that's not possible. So that can't be it. It can't be the curve of the Earth. Because we can observe the horizon being 10 times too far. We can observe it being 10 times too close. Because the globe Earth model makes prediction of where the horizon should be. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So however many feet high you are, You take the square root of that, you multiply it times 1.22 in miles, and then you'll have the horizon distance, what it's supposed to be. But you'll never actually see it there. You'll see it everywhere but there. You'll see it 10 times farther away.
That's interesting.
I'll show you. I'll show you right now. I'll show you these oil rigs, right? So these oil rigs, they're 10 miles away from the camera. Just give me a second to pull it up.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I had a friend though, he made a statement that I don't find too extreme. I'm not sure what to believe at this point, but he told me.
So just hold that up for 1 second. I'll get in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So this camera is 8 feet above the ocean water. Now the globe Earth says that the horizon from 8 feet should be like 6 kilometers away, something like that. 8 feet is like 1.6 meters. Okay,
that's not 6 kilometers. I think that's a bit.
The furthest oil rig is like 16 kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
The horizon should be 3.4 kilometers away. Now, if you look closely at this video, you can actually see land beyond the oil rigs. Okay, where the horizon is. That land is 30 miles away, which is about, 48 kilometers or something. So the horizon is like nearly 48 kilometers away, but it's only supposed to be, not even 4 kilometers away. So why is the horizon so far away? That's where the curve of the Earth is supposed to start, like you were saying, right? This is what people think. But the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. Horizon is created visually by a small angle of view and the meteorological condition, whatever that is, depending how dusty, how much water vapor, how clear the air is, the humidity, the temperature, all these things they create the horizon, the combination of all these things.
Yeah, I see your point.
So I'm just saying is if you take an average scientist, right, and they think, oh, is the Earth the globe? They go, okay, ships over the horizon. They might see a video and they go, oh shit, yeah, that's the curve of the Earth. And they're just taking it at first glance, just saying, hey, it's curve of the Earth. I don't have to investigate any farther. I saw that video. I know the Earth's the globe. I saw that. But they never investigated whether the claim that the horizon is the curve in the first place, whether that's true. And it's not true. That's the thing. So that's just one example of why they don't investigate. I've talked to PhDs, and Matthew Lawrence, who's in here, he ain't a PhD, but he teaches at university. He's a professor. Yeah. So we talk to academics, scientists, you name it. We talk to people, and typically, invariably, and Matthew can confirm this, they don't actually know anything about. They don't know anything about this subject. They don't know anything.
I agree.
Yeah, go ahead. What was that, Matt?
That's true. I agree. They don't know much about the flat Earth or the globe Earth ideas. I did my own research, but most people don't.
Yeah, Matt is yeah, I'll give Matt credit. He's actually put some work in. He didn't just ChatGPT his way through this shit. So, credit for that.
I'm sorry, I was cut off. You said you talked to scientists and
Matthew learns. He teaches at he teaches mathematics course at university.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
And
he's just confirming that most.
I teach. Yeah, I teach mathematics part time at a local university. And I'm a Glober.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought physics and math people would figure it out first.
They could.
Yeah.
But like you said, most people just think, oh, it's an old idea. I don't need to investigate it.
Probably.
They just automatically believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think, well, if everybody believes it, then there must be a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to just believe it too. They never really thought about it at all.
I don't think this is up to democracy. Like, you should prove that shit.
I agree.
But I had a friend that he told me you would disrupt a lot in the system. And I asked him how so. And he said to agree that it's a flat earth, that means that, which I didn't know, like I didn't understand why he made that connections. But he said that means that we're not revolving around the sun, and like the planets will be revolving around the earth, and also discredits the moon landing. And he kept, like, he jumped from one point to another, and I did not understand why is that related. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, there's consequences to saying that the Earth is flat, because now it's not a sphere and it doesn't spin on its axis, and it's going around the sun, and the moon is in orbit around the sun. It changes the whole cosmology.
Yes, he referenced that before Galileo, it was not a heliocentric design. Actually, the Earth was the center of the design. And you have the sun on, like...
Well, to be fair, hold on, to be fair, okay, you're talking about the West, okay? But you're not talking about the world. So the world did not think the Earth was a globe. So it started in Greece. So some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. Okay? And then as time progressed, some Persians and some Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. And then that kind of permeated through Europe. But the rest of the world thought the Earth was flat until the West, people from the West, went to their countries and, you know, I'll be nice and say they introduced it. Though they introduced it with cannonballs and fucking gunpowder.
Yeah. Shared it.
It's one way of progress. Like, yeah.
They painted up the cannonballs with globes and then shot it through their teepees or whatever.
It's interesting. I wish I understood more about that kind of science. But I know this. I'm a developer. I do a lot of coding, and I know that Google used to, much like airplane systems, they used to have a 2D system. So they didn't use any kind of I don't know. Like, you can see a linear Earth, and they used to like map their systems based on that. And I think Matthew can correct me here, but this is just the difference between the Cartesian and the polar methods. Like, there's equation to convert that globe kind of map into a flat map. There is no problem with that. Like, it's another perspective as far as math concerned. Is that right?
Yeah, we know all that. We know that the map is just an arbitrary coordinate reference system. Doesn't mean anything. You choose Cartesian coordinates. Now, the Google Earth uses the web. What's called the Web Mercator. So it's a Mercator map, which makes the Earth like a cylinder. So Google Earth's a cylinder that's wrapped on a ball. Got it?
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, right? So you know this from video games, right? You could take any like little 2D fucking image and wrap it on any wireframe 3D model that you want, right? You just, project it and wrap it around there.
Exactly.
So it doesn't, none of that crap. Like, but people, what we get a lot of is like, hey, dude, if I look at Flight Aware 24 and it shows a plane flight, the plane's path is curved, so the Earth has to be a ball. Like, no, you're looking at a Mercator map, and if you put a straight line on that, it's going to appear curved. If it's traversing the coordinate system that they chose, this dual pole coordinate system, right? When you do that transformation, that geometric transformation, that's the way the line's going to look. And then I have to show them, right, a polar coordinate system, literally from pilots in the cockpit of an airplane that shows that they're taking a straight line, right? So in that projection, it's a straight line. You switch it to Mercator projection, it looks curved. But they think the plane is actually flying a curved line. They take that idea, right, that mathematical construct, and they reify it and think that that's what's happening in the real world, right? As opposed to just having like arbitrary coordinates assigned to places. Well, they're not arbitrary; they're based upon the celestial sphere. But you know what I mean. That like that shit is not real. There is no objectively true map. There's only choices of coordinates. That's it. And you can place things relative to some other thing following some rule, and that's all you can really do.
But I'm sorry, can I like highlight a phrase you just said? There's objectively no true map?
No. This is called the map territory problem. You ever hear this?
No.
A map is not the territory. To make 100% accurate map, that map would be as big as the territory you're making the map of. Right?
Oh, you don't need a carbon copy.
Well, I'm just saying, it's got, like, no map can be absolutely true, because you're going to pick and choose the things that are important to include in the map, and things which need to be, you choose things that you have to throw away that can't be displayed on the map. So we'll take a map, right, and then like, now how you want to like, take it this way, for instance. Now, say I have 2 points on a map, and we have topography like a mountain.
Yeah.
Now, how far away are those 2 points? Well, I could drive over the surface and drive up one side of the mountain and down the other. And if I was going to put that on a flat map, how am I going to show that distance? But then there's the crow's fly distance of how far away those points are, as to how far the crow would fly. And then there's the distance to what it would look like if I was like taking a photograph of it. Okay, projecting to a point. So you would have a central projection with parallel lines, or you could have a single 1 point observer perspective, like taking a photograph. And then how I make that map, like how I display those distances, is going to be different for each one, right? So you're arbitrarily choosing how you want to display the map based upon what you want to show. But none of those maps are wrong, and none of those maps are true. They're correct for their purpose, but they're not correct for all purposes. You understand?
Yeah. Like you can have a right map, but it's not as accurate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to throw out, like, if you don't want to display the topography, like the actual ground distance, the surface area, right? If the ground is lumpy, you're going to have more surface area than if the ground is smooth. But my map, my piece of paper is smooth. Mm-hmm. So how am I going to show the ground distance, the actual surface area of the terrain, and how far you would actually have to travel if you walked or drove a car? Because you're going to walk according to the, say you have to go up and down hills. It'd be different if I was walking, like, say there's, like I said, a mile between points and it's flat. That's just a mile. But if there's up and down hills, I might have to walk freaking 2 miles to move along that 1 mile, right? So we're choosing what we want to display. That's the point.
I see. And does it have to do anything with the moon landing?
Well, the moon landing is just bullshit. I don't even know what to say about that. Hold on, Ray, should I bring it up? Should I bring up the fucking Greenpeace?
Yeah, I mean, get the lights out in the shadows. I mean, the only real relevance I
No, did you hear that earlier, Jedi?
No,
why they couldn't do the tapes anymore? The moon tapes? Why they had to tape over them and they lost all the moon tape? Oh, because they couldn't. Because to make the tapes, they had to hunt whales.
What the fuck?
Because the material, like some substance, came from whales to make the tapes. So they banned whaling.
Oh God.
So
okay.
the moon. So Greenpeace is the reason we don't have the evidence of the moon.
That's fucking brilliant. Oh wow.
And the thing is, I'm not joking. I'm actually being serious.
I know you know.
I can't wait to drop this on a normie, dude. I'm like, man, the moon landing's fucked up, man.
Hey,
they lost all those tapes and the evidence. And it's fucking Greenpeace's fault, and they're gonna look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Greenpeace? What's Greenpeace got to do with the moon landing? Well, let me tell you something. Yeah. So they lost all the moon landing tapes. You know that, right?
The one that was
all the tapes.
I know there was a case that was advertised on TV where
3,600 boxes of tapes gone.
Oh, tapes. Okay.
Tapes. So like all the recordings, did the evidence, the proof they went to the moon, the dog ate it.
Okay.
I'm dead serious. You can go read the NASA report on like what happened to the tapes. Oh, we just lost them. We taped over them. We did this. We did that. We threw them away. We lost them in the couch. The dog ate it.
It's all the stuff of all the computer readouts that are recorded, all of the telemetry data, right? All of this stuff that was recorded on tape. It's gone.
Magnetic tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's according to IBM, they're still considered the most lifelong or like long-lasting form of storage so far, and I don't.
Not if you can't find them.
Or tape over them.
Yeah, but I was done when I heard about the case, like the court case from I think it was the guy was from Texas and he was the congressman and he was killed, and his wife and a lot of people in the case, and I was like, okay, this is enough evidence for me.
Oh, the NASA guy. I know what you're talking about. The one that was investigating Gus Grissom's murder.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember the names.
Yeah,
but I know
that's what it is.
Yeah.
He was murdered for investigating a murder.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, the proof that they went to the moon, which would be the telemetry data, which shows you where the rocket actually went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would prove the moon landings happened. They lost it. That's what they say. They lost it. They taped over it. They lost it. It's gone.
I remember we were invited to a conference once, and we were watching drones race or like having a challenge of who can. They were not drones. They were like RC cars, yeah, and they were challenged to run for 1 kilometer on the surface of the moon, and I was like, how come? Like, how can you get the RC cars there? And if you check the project with the font of a size 4, I guess, because you have to squint to see such font, it says that the space conditions and moon conditions are recreated on Antarctica. So this is all on Earth, but with the smallest font. With the biggest headline, 1 kilometer race on the moon. You see how deceiving that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all propaganda and bullshit to keep the narrative alive and in people's minds.
But I get it. Like I get why they had to fake a moon landing. It was a space race between the Russian, Soviet Russia. You don't want to appear as like less. You want to be the more advanced country. I get that, and we did reap the benefits a lot. Like a lot of internet technologies came from that space project. I have to admit that because like
the internet came from DARPA. Didn't have nothing to do with space. Had to do with the Cold War and not wanting communications to have a single point of failure. But what you said about the United States, we got the documents, bro. So when NASA was formed, they said the classified documents on what their motivation for forming NASA are public information now. They said that they just wanted the rest of the world to think that we were technologically superior so that no one would attack us.
Mm-hmm.
So Yoder, he's a flat earther. He's one of us. I don't know. It might be in my DMs. He might have sent them to me, but he's got the actual documents that show it. What they said at the time. They used to be classified. They're not anymore. They said that it's basically a psychological operation to project power and the idea of technological superiority, so that no one will rise up against us as a competitor. Basically,
hasn't President Trump moved that agenda along recently? Saying that NASA's like a spy and surveillance agency and a few other things.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But still, they have like I understand why this is happening. Like this, I consider this some kind of political scheme, right? But when it comes to flat Earth, like what do you benefit from it?
I'll tell you.
The lie. Like what do you benefit here?
Oh, what do you benefit about the lie? I don't know. There's lots of things, dude. Right.
Do you think if we knew, we would tell you? We'd be freaking in on the grift, dude. What are you talking about? Getting my money.
I don't know, man. I had a friend, and he was like the very same friend that was making the link with the moon landing and the Earth being in the center and stuff like that. He said the same bullshit is happening with genetics, and I told him how come, and he was like, the idea of us evolving from the apes and stuff like that. And I said, there's a lot of scientific papers written based on that. And he was like, yeah, I can write a paper opposing that, and I can find people to endorse it. That's no problem. But he told me, as a religious, or like he follows the Abrahamic faith. So he tells me the Abrahamic faith has a start. There is Adam, there's Eve, and this is how humanity started. So you have kind of an alternative story, a fake one. And still I asked him why, like who would benefit from that? And I'm not sure at this point. I believe him. I don't believe it started from the
Okay, I'll tell you, dude.
The idea of God.
Yeah, so your friend, assuming it was a friend,
he is.
Listen, he has a point, right? So the current cosmology, they have a creation story, right? How reality was created. Does the Bible? Yes.
Right? Is still there?
They say the Big Bang created everything. They have a story how man was created. The Bible says God formed Adam out of the dust of the earth, and their creation story is man arose by evolution from a black fucking goo slime pond that got struck by lightning or some shit.
I'm sorry. I was cut off. You said your friend, and I said he means well. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
No, what I said was
the majority of what you said, though.
Yeah, so I'll start from the beginning. They have a creation story in the modern so-called science. The Big Bang.
Yeah.
That created the universe. Just like in the Bible, God created the universe. In the beginning, the Lord God said, "Let there be light." Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Right? So,
yeah.
They have a creation story. The science have a creation of man story. How man was created. Yeah, we evolved from apes. Right? And in the Bible creation story, God created man out of the dust of the earth. Right? So they both got that.
Okay.
Okay, so the claims of the Bible, can you figure them out yourself, or do you have to rely on priests and prophets? Yeah, right. You get like in the Bible is prophets that tell you the word of God, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who tells you the Earth is a globe? Can you do that yourself, or do you got to rely on other people?
Mostly.
You got to rely on astronauts.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that claim they've seen the Earth as a globe, right? Everybody else is just believing on them. So it's the same thing, right? There's these special people. They have the special knowledge you don't, and you can't get it. It's the same thing. It's all the same, right? And as far as like why would people want you to believe that nonsense? Is you got to think of where it leads to. It leads to freaking nihilism and solipsism that life has no meaning and that you're a small speck of dust in an infinite, uncaring universe, right? And on top of that, you have to believe this other thing, which is particularly insidious. And I harp on this a lot because I think it's very fucking important that you have to believe your entire experience of reality is an illusion. So when you go to the ocean and you observe the Earth to be flat, that's an illusion. It's actually a giant fucking ball. And you can't see the giant ball. You only see something flat. But that's not the way reality really is. It's some other way. So you can't rely on your eyes to determine where you are. And then they say the Earth is spinning. The sun's not moving. You're moving. The stars aren't moving. You're moving. The moon's not moving. You're moving. So now reality is exactly the opposite of what you see.
Exactly.
And you can't trust that either. So what do you trust? That you can't trust yourself and trust your senses. So you get the drift. So let me tell you something that happened for real 2 days ago. Kid came in here. He said, give me a credible source that the Earth is flat. I said, you. He said, no. What do you mean me? I said, oh, well, if you go to the ocean looks flat, right? He said, yeah. I said, okay, yeah, you're your credible source. He was like, no, I'm not a credible source. He literally just started throwing his own self under the bus so that I could give him some other person to tell him what reality was. That he couldn't rely on himself to figure out what it was. That he needed to go, hey, I don't know anything. I need some fucking someone smarter than me to tell me what everything's about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's the purpose, is to freaking basically turn you into a mental fucking slave.
Interesting. I mean, my friend got there in a different route, but he got to the kind of the same conclusion. He was like, they're creating, and I'm not sure who are they, but he said they're creating systems that are fully fake, and you get lost in them, and you're very far from reality.
I'm telling you, reality's fake. I mean, people say to us, well, you guys think gravity's fake? They're literally saying the reality's fake. I go to the ocean. I go to any ocean or large body of water go to. It's flat on its surface. It looks flat. It's measured as flat. It's used as flat. But all that is fake. That it's actually a big ball. Why? Because some fucking special astronaut said they saw the Earth as a ball when they got on a giant fucking Roman candle and flew really high in the air. And then, trust me, bro, I saw a big ball. Or I can just rely on myself and go, well, I didn't see a big ball. I have no reason to fucking trust your bullshit. You're a fucking government agent. You're in the military, sworn to whatever they want to swear you to. And no, I don't have to believe that bullshit story.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
So that's what people get confused, as if they're being forced to believe that the Earth is a globe, and people say, "Oh, who's hiding the flat Earth?" It's not being hidden; it's right out there in front of your face. You choose individually to go, "I don't believe. I want to believe something else." Someone said the Earth is a globe. I see it flat. I don't care about that. I want to believe what this person said. Instead, they choose that. Maybe they chose it when they were a little kid, when they were 5 years old in kindergarten. They chose it then, and they never revisited the idea. But at some point in time, they chose it. They chose to believe that because they sure as hell weren't shown any evidence that it's true. No one showed you evidence in kindergarten the Earth is a globe. No one showed you in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, whatever grade. Nobody showed you anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking that perspective, they feed the other, like the global idea is fed through movies, through schools, through everything. Like,
everywhere. It is everywhere.
That's the default, yeah.
So let me tell you this: when I first realized the Earth was flat, that was literally the first thing I noticed, is how much globe, astronaut, space, imagery, propaganda, stories, how much it was surrounding me. It's everywhere. It's like you can't get away from it no matter where you go. You turn the TV channel, go on the internet, read a book, go in the bookstore. It's everywhere. You're completely surrounded by it. And I never realized it before. It's like think about it like this. Say you're in a secular country, and then you go to a foreign country that's like really hardcore into some religion. And like they have like, say they're like Buddhist or something, and everywhere you go there's fucking little Buddhas everywhere, and mandalas and fucking prayer balls and all the stuff that goes with that religion, and it's everywhere, surrounding you everywhere. Of course you're going to notice, because you're from another country, you're not used to seeing that. So I'm from America, I'm used to seeing like globe stuff and all that all around me, and I never noticed until I realized all that was nonsense. And then I'm like, oh my God, I'm underwater in this stuff.
It's like in
bro,
that movie.
I walk by a van.
Glasses on.
Yeah, exactly, Matrix. Exactly. It's like freaking They Live, man. And like, I go by like a place, it's a plumbing store, and it's like Global Plumbing. What the fuck does plumbing have to do with a globe?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? It's like people use it in advertising because they think, oh my God, people. Well, I know what we can do. I want people to think that we're modern and high tech. So we'll throw a globe on the side of the van. We'll call ourselves Global Plumbing, and people will fucking call off the hook, dude. It's like advertising.
But it's synonymous. Like they can call themselves international and will give the same idea. They don't have to use the globe.
They could call themselves Quantum too. They could call Quantum Plumbing, right?
You'd be surprised people do that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I brought it up. So they could call it scientific plumbing, right? They could call it any number of stupid shit that's like that's in modern society.
Mm-hmm.
Evolutionary plumbing. That would be cool. How about dino plumbing? Plumbing dinosaurs. Freaking.
Everything has an AI tag these days.
It's never referred to as Earth either. It's always referred to as a globe.
Yeah. Not Earth warming, global warming. Around the globe. It's a global community.
Global warming, yes. I did not realize that.
It's the global village about 10, 15 years ago.
Dang.
Everything's branding these days, right? They want to sell it to you. It will sound cool. It might even sound in these instances with scientific, like it's comes from some type of authority, because they can slap words around it. Even with like the letter I, these days we get sold a lot of things, right? We get sold this dream, but yeah, the propaganda tools everywhere.
True. I used to believe in scientific papers, but I know that they're not all accurate. Like
they contradict each other and have different ideas.
Exactly. You can easily find papers that are canceling each other.
I mean, modern science is in crisis. I think everybody knows that. It's falling apart. The wheels are coming off that wagon.
I think people who got to like go through further studies realize that, but mostly, like most people would believe modern science still. Like they don't know how much, like how credible the papers are or not. They think this is a product.
Well, hey, let me tell you, what was the last great actual scientific achievement? An actual one. The last great scientific discovery. When was that?
It's very specific though, because I used to check the history of Nobel Prize for Science specifically, and there's stuff like
I mean, like fundamental shit, dude, like fundamental physics.
no, nothing that big. I think you go back to Einstein being like discovering the photons and proving radiation stuff.
Well, think about this: is that science kind of got solidified, like frozen, in between like 1908 and 1928. Like all the ideas, quantum physics, relativity, special relativity, all these ideas, they come from that, like a time period. That time period. And since that time period, and they came up with those ideas, there's been almost no actual progress in fundamental physics. Now they've added freaking bells and whistles to the standard model and, you know, bullshit that no one cares about. But they don't know, which is the standard model is probably fucking wrong. And I could go into why it's wrong. The standard model of particle physics is because there's a value that from which all that is calculated, and that value is unknown and not actually correct. And they actually cheated to even have a value. It's called the G. It's called the G factor, and it's based upon what's called Larimer precession. Larimer is a guy, so the guy detected that. Just like the precession, they say of the Earth, right? That the Earth wobbles. They say that electrons wobble, and this is kind of how nuclear magnetic resonance imaging works. So, based upon this wobble, it has a certain energy, and if that energy has one value, then that for the standard model to be correct, this has to have a certain value within some range. And the thing is, they know this, and they've been fudging that value for fucking 60, 70 years. It's a very hard value to calculate. So what's happened is they did the test to find the value. And then that test revealed that their calculation and that value did not match. So because it's like a 12-order polynomial equation, and this is pre-computers, then they have to calculate. So they calculate another polynomial, and then they have another value. Then they do the experiment, and that's wrong. Well, first it's right, and then it's wrong. It's very funny. But the thing is, there's a guy named Freeman Dyson. He was a famous physicist at Princeton. He was so aggravated by what they were doing in physics is that he quit. He quit physics and went to be an astronomer. Okay. So it was highly controversial at the time, but it's something that's forgotten about now. Things like neutrinos, like there's all sorts of shit that are wrong. But the point is that the fundamental physics, it hasn't progressed any. We're still stuck in ideas from the 20s. 100 years ago, we're stuck in those. And are we going to sit here and say, oh yeah, because they're right? Do you think they're going to still say they're right in 500 years? Like 500 years from now, they're like, oh yeah, 20th century, they fucking figured it all out, man. What a good century.
No,
they're not going to say that. They're going to say those dudes were fucking retards. Just like we say people are retards from 500 years before us, right?
I mean,
you got to think, dude, that everything you think you know is true right now is probably wrong.
But I believe that like some of the Middle Ages were they had some decent discoveries. If you go back to Plato, Aristotle, they had a functioning model.
What? Functioning model of what? What did Plato and Aristotle have a model of? They were philosophers. If you're talking about a globe model, that was Eratosthenes, and they used something called epicycles. Or not Eratosthenes, Ptolemy. But that's not important. Just because you have a working model, we just talked about this, reifying the mathematics and saying the mathematics is real. That's a reification fallacy. And yeah, that's no go.
Yeah. I actually heard the same argument about the theory of relativity because it works at some point and other points it doesn't, and that doesn't work mostly in like science. That's not how it should go. But you seem to be like you know more about the topic, and I have a final question. I watched the documentary on Netflix that tried to prove it was flat. You remember that? Okay.
Yes, we're well aware of it.
Why didn't it work? That magnet they got at the end, or I can't remember what kind of device.
The fiber optic gyro.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? There was two things. There was Jeranism, and he did. There's supposed to be a laser test. The laser melted, so they used a flashlight because they had like 100 people there. They didn't want to just fucking do it for no reason. They didn't want the people to just completely waste their time. They're like, fuck it, we'll try with a flashlight. And obviously it didn't work with a flashlight. It couldn't have worked, and probably wouldn't even have worked with a laser because it's too hard to actually accurately line up the holes. Think of how hard that is to line up holes that are like 1.6 kilometers apart, that are 8 inches around.
As long as the divergence rate of the light beam wasn't too big, they should have been able to do it with a laser, as long as it was strong enough to go that far.
Yeah.
Like if it was only a pissy little laser, then you just go, yeah, nah. But if it was one of those high-powered bastards that they're using to go across lakes and shit like that...
Maybe. I mean, maybe, but you know...
And the gyro didn't work because...
well, first of all, Bob, the person in that place, he never did the test. He never actually owned a gyro. It was other people. And the results he said they got are not what they got. He was misinformed. So that gyro was owned by a person named Rick Zimmerman. His name on YouTube was Seventh Day Truth Seeker. They nuked his channel during COVID because he spoke up against that shit. So they nuked his channel. So he's the person that actually owned it. It was a fiber optic gyro, cost about $7,000. And they never measured 15 degrees per hour, and they couldn't have done that because you would have to be at a pole to actually measure that. And I don't think he was at the North or South Pole. So the Netflix people that made that admitted that because there was flat earthers on there teaching their kids to be flat earthers, they felt a moral duty to basically turn it into a fucking hit piece.
Interesting, but doesn't the flat Earth model assume there's only one pole? Like if you have the North Pole, you don't have the South Pole.
There's no flat Earth model.
Yeah, there's no flat Earth, and the pole thing is just a reification, dude. You can freaking take New York City and say this is the North Pole and create a whole coordinate system based upon that.
Okay.
The pole is not the Earth. The pole is the stars. Understand?
Not really, but let me ask you this.
Okay, what's it? How would you know you're at the North Pole?
With a compass.
Let's say you're lost. You don't know where you are, and you want to go to the North Pole. How do you know when you got there?
Wouldn't you test that with a compass?
No. It's not the same thing.
Come on, there's a red and white candy cane in the middle of it. You know exactly when you're there.
When you find Santa's workshop.
The altitude of the sun doesn't change.
We're looking to get to the North Pole. There's a star called the Pole Star. Do you think that when we get to the North Pole, we'll know that we're there when we look up and Polaris is above our head?
Okay, so the South Pole doesn't mean that we are on the a line on the other side. It just means that we're on a star.
Under some different stars. Yeah, we're just under some different stars, dude.
Interesting. I did not see it that way.
Here, I got something for Santa's Widow Workshop.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, Matrix,
Thanks
look
for
at the chat.
explaining all of that. I mean, it's a lot clearer now.
Very nice.
I had AI make this.
Santa must have delivered that to the wrong house.
New gun manufacturer, Santa's workshop.
You'd have to name the gun Santa's little helper.
You got it.
All right. I think I should bounce. But
Okay, so listen, hey, just to tell you, this isn't our main server. This is kind of like a road trip thing we do. So our main server is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The invite is discord.gg/Flat Earth. We have information channels there in alphabetical order, A through Z, everything you could possibly imagine to think of has been covered there, right? So in the information channels, they're not chat channels. They're just information channels. So you can basically, they have videos to peer-reviewed sources. They have videos to academics. They have all sorts of shit, dude. Like, you have to see it. They cover every possible aspect of this topic and then some.
That'd be really cool. Flat Earth is just written Flat Earth? Is it?
Yeah, one word. Yeah, one word. Discord.gg/Flat Earth.
No capitals.
No capitals, no.
Okay.
Also, if you go into Discover, like server discovery, and type in Flat Earth, you'll get it. It's the one with the most people on it.
I found it.
Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Perfect. I'm gonna check that out later.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks a lot, man. Jedi too. Right.
See you around, buddy.
See you around.
We need more people like him.
Yeah, he was a good lad. Good questions. He's obviously been across the subject before and been speaking to his mate about it and whatnot, so I've obviously come in a little bit far into the conversation. But yeah, it seemed like a good
Yeah,
lad.
it's pretty much the same. Going over the same type of stuff. The someone I met thing. Someone I know.
Yeah.
When he first said that, Indio, that it was one of his friends, I just got this image of you lowering your head down so you could see over the top of your glasses, as if to say, yeah, right. And the reason I say that is I did the exact same thing myself. I was looking at one screen, like looking through my glasses, reading the text, and then I heard that and I just looked at the other screen, tilted my head down. It's like, yeah, nah, this is for you. Oh, shit. He might be legit. He didn't lose his shit, so that's a good start.
I think about what's next. What's he going to say next? Which way is this going to go?
But you can tell the difference between the ones that are honest about it and that are sensible about it. Like, look at him. He was asking all sorts of random weird shit. It's not like he wasn't asking stuff that we've never heard before. He was asking all the usual weird stuff, and he was cool, calm, and collected the whole way through. Whereas others will ask weird stuff, and you can hear them giggling in the background and carrying on like idiots, and when they don't get the answer that they like, they have a flip out. He was pretty chill.
Yeah, I think he's listened to us before or something. I highly doubt it if he just came up with that out of nowhere. That it was organic. I don't really think so.
Yeah. Water is the globe killer, really. I mean, it has to be curving at a specific rate. Like any large body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to be curving at pretty much a specific exact rate over distance. Okay, so 10 miles is going to have approximately 66 foot of curvature if the Earth's a globe. And it's just not there. So I get your question when you're talking about they have an explanation for a whole bunch of questions that people have because they're making a specific shape claim. But flat earthers could just make up some shape, right? And that would be more ridiculous than being honest and saying nobody knows that, right? Nobody that we can verify has ever just kept going south to see what happens. You probably know about the Antarctic Treaty as well, right? You can't just keep going south and work out exactly what happens. It's dangerous, and it's also illegal to do it freely. And if you get the permission to do that, then there's a whole bunch of crazy rules that come along with having that permit, which basically make it near impossible. Now, you would think that someone would have just kept going south, right, and circumnavigated the globe and come back around to where they started again, if it was a globe, right, considering countless people have done east to west circumnavigations, which would work just fine on a flat or a globe Earth. But not knowing the shape of the Earth, it's not saying that it's not a shape or that it's infinite or anything like that, right? It's just being honest and sticking with empirical evidence. Now, we can easily debunk the globe because we've got thousands of long-distance observations, laser tests, and things like that, which you've seen, obviously, some of. But explanations don't mean anything if you can't back them up with empirical evidence. Surely you agree with that.
Right, and I think the evidence for going around the globe is fairly, inconsistent because there's way less documented going around north to south than there is east to west and stuff, Yeah, there isn't any. There isn't even any claimed proper, like no one's ever done a great circle north to south. The only ones that have been claimed have been ones like One More Orbit in 2018 or 2019, where they went down from the north down to the south and then they turned around and went back up again. That, and then they got given the, circumnavigation. If it was so doable, they would do it today. Just since they have thousands of airplanes and stuff, they would just do it to prove it to flat earthers. Why don't they just do it to prove their point and end the argument? They don't do it probably because they can't. Yeah. That makes sense.
Exactly. And also just, right, not being able to find any curvature. There's just so many long-distance observations that just completely destroy the globe. They're impossible on a globe. Literally. And they don't have one observation throughout all of history that actually matches up, right, with the curvature of the Earth and says, oh, look, here's an observation over 20 miles. Here's the curvature. Here's the horizon where it should be, and so on. We've accounted for all of the weather conditions, blah, blah, blah. Here's consistent observations that match the globe. Like, there isn't one. Not that one would do the trick, right? It would need to be repeatable.
Good point. Because I always think, sometimes there's flat Earth calculations of this building is this high and you can see it. Well, if the globe was true, anywhere you go on the globe with any building or any mountain or anything, you should be able to calculate if I'm, 200 miles away, I can only see the 20% at the top. Or if I'm 300 miles, only the 10% at the top. And they would just make photographs with these numbers, but there's like zero of them that I know of and stuff. It seems to show quite obviously that they can't do globe Earth math, even on this planet, which they say is the globe Earth.
Yeah. So they do claim to know the shape of the Earth, right? And that's cool to have an answer, a response, an explanation, but it just falls on its head because the pre-requirements to have that globe aren't there. Like Earth curvature.
experiment all the time and prove you can see something that's too far. Shouldn't a globe earther be able to do an experiment that says you see 50% at this distance, 75%? But there's zero examples of people posting that information on the internet.
Yeah, exactly. That's because when you actually go out and test, which is what we encourage people to do, you either become a flat earther or you just kind of bury your head in the sand or don't release the observation to the public because it didn't work out for the globe.
Right. The only pictures of curvature are those that they present from outer space, allegedly.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's true. It's always from a satellite. The planes and people on airplanes and mountains, they never see any curvature.
And they'll show you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, TJ, I didn't mean to take over.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
They'll show you images of inferior mirages on a horizon and try to pass that off as Earth curvature. All the time. And we can prove that those are inferior mirages, which is what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Anything from boats to windmills to mountains to you name it.
Yeah, mirages are everywhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Physically, geophysically, you're staring, you're gazing far with a very narrow angular field of view onto the horizon. How much information is packed into that very, very narrow angle? Let's say it's maybe 2 or 3 degrees. How much information is there? You could be staring tens of miles away, which means there are potentially, like thousands of feet squished into that very narrow angular size. What information about the Earth is happening within that narrow band? You've got a warm surface that's heating up air molecules, causing evaporation. You've got water vapor that could be condensing if it's getting cold. You've got a gradient stack of temperature, potentially several thousand of feet high, that goes from, let's say 80 degrees at the surface to 40 degrees to the tip of the peak. All of that is being compressed into a tiny, narrow field of view. And all of that is affecting the path of light to your eye from that tiny, narrow, angular field of view. And the literature is quite clear on how this affects what we see. You've got a temperature inversion that is happening in a very small angular field of view. You're going to see all kinds of wacky things going on. Turbulence to start. Potentially multiple instances of total internal reflection depending on what you're looking at and your angular relationship to it. And all of this is contributing to what is ultimately an image that isn't true. And the very fact that you can see it is killing the globe. The very fact that they can't show you that this is Earth curvature is killing the globe. You know what nobody ever sees? A refracted horizon of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. Nobody ever sees a mirage. Maybe a superior mirage of a boat going over a curve, or an inferior mirage, or Fata Morgana of a boat going over the curve. Nobody's showing that. Within surveying literature, using theodolites to survey the Earth, they tell you, listen, these things aren't built to go measure distances, angular relationships on the horizon. The air is just too freaking chaotic to do anything useful with. You're supposed to use incremental steps, leapfrogging.
Try telling Jessica at the live that.
Yeah, I know. Their own manuals. I got this thing from Harvard, from their geophysics department or whatever it's called. on surveying techniques that outlines this exact process and says you're supposed to use a graduated scale. You're supposed to basically take surveying rods and survey the distance to each of those rods from each of those rods going out, so that you have an incremental measurement and not this entire measurement without that incremental scale in order to increase your accuracy. So our argument is and always has been that the horizon and the effects that go on is optical and subject to meteorological effects, geophysical effects that cause distortions, and the globers hijack this and say that's proof of Earth curvature. We say, well, okay, if you got Earth curvature, show the Earth curvature plus the known meteorological distortions, optical distortions that we see on the horizon, because both must be present, and they can't do it. And some of my favorite observations are done with infrared, which just cuts through much of this distortion, the vast majority of it. You can see through the haze. You can see light from where it actually originated instead of the altered path that it takes.
Isn't it supposed to be backwards, Yoder? Isn't it supposed to be backwards on infrared? Like it's supposed to see less instead of more? Because of the wavelength of light that...
Yeah, on a globe, you should be able to, it should be limited by the curvature of the Earth. Your distance, right? Because they claim that without infrared, we're seeing a shorter wavelength of light, which is subject to greater optical distortion, which allows us to see further. So if you pop on infrared in the glober's mindset, maybe you should be able to see less. Maybe your vision's now being obstructed by the Earth curvature. But that's not what happens. We see way further in infrared instead of shorter. It's insane. And everybody knows, right? Like, listen, if you're doing a measurement, or if you've got like a military weapon capability, or you're doing some kind of communication with optics, you want to use longer wavelengths. You want to use infrared because it just doesn't give a shit about what's in the way. So yeah, I'm still waiting for Globies to show us infrared long distance observations of beautiful Earth curvature that should be popping out in all of its glory, and it's never been done. Instead, we have hundreds of examples of the opposite.
Okay, you got me. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Infrared seeing further and further. If the normal doesn't see it, infrared should see it. If infrared doesn't see it, there's probably better systems. Where is the curvature of the Earth in any sort of photograph, photography, or video?
Yeah, it's never present. One of my favorite discoveries I found this about 2 years ago.
Good point.
There's NATO. There's a NATO contract called NATO Sapphire. Sapphire contract was funded by the U.S. Department of Navy, and this was for NATO's benefit, where they had two teams of military surveyors come out, one from Germany, one from the Netherlands, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is kind of like outside Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to examine the optical distortion that takes place just above the surface of the water, so that they could develop better models to develop better predictable paths of light that propagates just over the surface of water. I can only imagine what this might be for, like, maybe satellite communications with submarines or something, or who knows what. But anyway, they wanted to study what's called the marine layer. And so these military surveyors went out and they took infrared cameras, infrared theodolites, and infrared flashlights. And on one side of the Chesapeake Bay, they set up a tripod purposefully to be just behind the curvature of the Earth. And they called this their control. And then they had a tower. It almost looks like a ranger tower, like you'd see in an observation tower in a national forest. And they mounted lights going up this at various heights. And they set up their theodolites to measure the distance. And then they set up an infrared camera to record everything, daytime, nighttime, 24/7. They said in their report back to the government that the situation was cursed because the control light that they set behind the curvature of the Earth was visible in conditions that presented no reason for there to be any refractive effects whatsoever. They could see the damn light behind the curvature of the Earth in infrared. And they couldn't make it go away. And this is fucking up all of their mathematical models. They said in their own paper that in order to account for the curvature of the Earth, they had to artificially inflate the difference of temperature between the water and the air just above it by 1 order of magnitude, by a factor of 10. The real measured differential between the air and the water was 0.1 degrees Celsius. It was really cold. It's like the dead of winter. But they had to say it was 1 degree Celsius. They had to move the decimal over one place in order to make the model work. They had to backfit the data, the observation, into a model, dude. And this happens over and over and over again. You can go into our search bar on our server and type in Sapphire, SAPPHIRE, and probably find my posts on this stuff. I've got all the PDFs, I've got screen caps and everything else. And it's just illustrative of what's going on. You know, people say, why would they lie? I don't really know if lying is the right word. These people aren't like secret flat earthers trying to deceive people into the globe when they go out and do this. These are people who just believe in the globe and they're like, what the hell's going on? Well, I guess we don't fully understand the nature of Earth and we can just backfit our data into a model and call it a day. So,
yep.
Yeah, this is a problem, dude. It's almost worse. It's almost worse than a conspiracy theory. You know? What makes it almost worse is the fact that I think it's more of a black pill that the whole world has gone mad with this urban myth of the globe. You know, and to deny what's right before them in their very eyes in reality. I think that's worse than being controlled by a cabal and a back-filled, smoke-filled room.
You're crossing me just a little bit because you say the whole world has gone mad with the urban myth of the globe. And
yeah.
I believe that, except for that, you know, the smartest people in all of science are involved in the lie. Are they smart because they're liars?
What lie?
Involved in the lie?
What lie, dude?
How could they all be mad at the lie of the shape of the Earth?
I don't think it's a lie. That's what I keep trying to say. Like,
well, like, I'm
shift
sorry.
your thinking.
I probably didn't say what I was trying to say just right. So, you think the whole world has gone mad and they believe this urban myth, but
yeah,
surely some people are smart enough to know whether it's true or false and are easily likely passing off the false story as true because it gives them some benefit. Like NASA, for example.
Yeah,
as long as people
well, some people at NASA probably know.
The planets, they'll pay us to go to the other planets.
You know, you're talking to some of those people right now.
Okay.
Yeah, those people you're talking to in this chat right now.
The people who believe.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
People who believe.
The people who realized something was effed up and didn't speak up about it and just took their paycheck and went home.
Okay. I believe that. I think people can just go with the lie, whether or not they know it's a lie, just because they think this is easier. I'm not going to harass people about it. And other people might care about truth and stuff.
Yeah, but so what about those guys? Like, we only care for those who like actually want to come forth and have a discussion about it. Like, I mean, of course the world's filled with those types of people, but you have to be one to stand against that. Like, I mean,
right. You know, you can't really fault their character too much because they're surrounded. Okay, there's one part of them that feels maybe a little bit scared for speaking up, and another part of them that has tried to be humble, adopt a tone of humility. An entire industry of people who think otherwise. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. I mean, to me, that is a positive character trait. And it keeps people from speaking out, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. People don't want to speak out and, be questioned about their beliefs and stuff when it's much, much easier just to pretend that you're like everybody else and believe what you believe.
It's called a sunk cost fallacy. So everybody who's doing that, they can't turn back anymore. Like, there's a gentleman who comes in here every now and again. His name is Josh. I don't know if you heard of him or not, but he works with the Kuiper program on Amazon. And, he challenges what we say in here. But I think the reason why he likes coming back here is because he kind of does deep down inside know that what we're saying is true, because he's been challenged many times. He doesn't know how to prove to himself that, and to any of us, that the earth is a globe, which is an extreme challenge for him because of where he works, so like, what else is there to do, like, in somebody in his position, other than just like kind of hope, that some breakthrough happens and, they come out with it and said that the earth is flat or something. But other than that, like, he just, I don't know, keeps coming back in here, never really has much more other than what he's presented. And it's kind of sad, I think.
It is sad. It is sad. And people don't really understand what the open, unclassified history of NASA is all about. A lot of flat earthers you'll talk to and you'll hear from almost talk as if NASA's primary mission is to hide the flat earth. And I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I think that is an outcome of what they're doing, but what they're doing is completely different. What they're meant to do is completely different. I think NASA is full of people who believe in the globe, and at the very top, there are people who know that they never succeeded in orbiting a satellite around the globe before. They don't know that the Earth is flat is the reason. And they're still trying to work on doing that today. In secret little projects, compartmentalized, they're still trying to figure this shit out. But they haven't done it in the way that they describe it.
Figure out how to do it, or that they're going to eventually figure out that it's like impossible. Because people like us, we are not scientists, we are not mathematicians, not all of us, maybe some of us, but most of us aren't, and we find it unbelievable based on some stuff we read on the internet about the math or about the physics that says it'd be impossible to fly in space and stuff. If we lay people without, any schooling about, rockets and gravity can say it's obviously impossible, shouldn't people who learn a lot be able to tell it's impossible, or are they like tricked because they learned the wrong thing?
Well, let me give you an example, okay? There was a symposium in the 80s, and this is absolutely relevant. A symposium given by a doctor, a professor of astrophysics, not really astrophysics. He's a professor of like a plasma physics, magnetophysics. Dr. Hannes Alfvén was his name. I think he comes from like Sweden or Switzerland or something like that. But he gave this conference called Double Layers in Astrophysics, and there's a PDF called Double Layers in Astrophysics that came out later that captures basically what they talked about. And it shows who, within this document, by the way, is a plasma model of Earth that's flat to simulate the plasmasphere, but that's another topic. He writes here and says this when he spoke to the audience. Dr. Azar, this is just some other guy, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers. This is the plasmasphere, right? Critical velocity, pinch effects, that has to do with magnetic field lines coming together, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of these astrophysics students have all been well known, or all these that all these effects have been well known for half a century. Okay, so these astrophysics students come through schools, he says, and they don't understand the basics of like electrical and magnetophysics, magnetohydrodynamics. He writes further, the conclusion is that astrophysics as a field is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data, which space telescope data, right, must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% of plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to the 39th power times stronger than gravitation. He's addressing NASA people right now, telling them that your self-orbiting gravitational satellite bullshit is all a fraud.
Yeah, it is. Why do people fall for that at all? But you know, smart ass people in schools, do the schools teach them to lie, to have the fake version in their heads? Or are people who graduate school really not that smart and just fucking fall for this shit and believe, you know, what the mainstream is putting in their heads for reason of lying about the earth?
Yeah, it's idealistic. These are idealistic constructs, man. They're mathematical constructs. They don't have no coherence in the physical world. So like that's what Yoder is saying. He's like, basically, if this guy was actually talking to the folks that would realize that, you know, what they're looking into with gravity and that is not real, then they would apply I don't know, how does that even go about, Yoder, that he even proposed that to them and they denied the fact that it had any merit? Like, I don't get that. Like, why would they?
What I've seen is this. Like, you go through school, maybe you take like AP chemistry, AP physics in high school. And if you're lucky and want it badly enough, maybe you get into physics in college and take first, like freshman or sophomore courses. What you begin to find out is things start to get really weird and confusing. If you are smart and paying attention, you're going to be bothered by the fact that there are multiple definitions of mass that aren't very clear, that conflict with each other. There are multiple definitions of gravity that conflict with each other and aren't very clear. You move from wanting to learn and critically examine what you're thinking into a mindset of trying to memorize formulas and pass freaking tests to get through it. And you accept potentially with humility on your part that you don't really understand this stuff. You feel maybe inadequate next to your peers who pretend to. And if you're lucky, you come out of these programs on the back end with a degree. Potentially you move into engineering where things are more practical and more hands-on, and you don't have to revisit these concepts in such a way ever again. That you move more into the applied part of it, and everything starts to make sense a bit better again. But some people stay within that abstraction of physics and maybe become like astronomers and shit.
Willful.
Yeah, that doesn't sound efficient at all, man.
But a lot of people get frustrated and they quit. They wipe out. They're like, maybe I'm just too dumb to understand what the hell mass is.
Yeah.
You know, how come I read in some formulas, it looks like gas molecules are affected by gravity, and in other formulas, it appears that they aren't. Why does it seem that gravity can violate entropy in some cases, but in other cases it doesn't? And so people have these questions, students debate with each other, and some people just get mad frustrated, say, you know what, fuck this, I'll go into computer science or something.
Mm-hmm.
So how many good potential physicists and engineers have been turned away by what this has become?
Yeah, they are almost like people who say, oh, I'll never commit any sins. I'll be a good son or daughter, mother or father, because, sorry to be creepy or weird, but, people who just fucking follow the Bible, or not follow the Bible, but they're just going to lie and say whatever it takes to appease whoever might, take away their privilege to go out that night or graduate or get dinner or food. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. Let me read to you two passages, and then I gotta go. I'm already a bit late. Two passages from National Security Council Memo 5814. This was in 1958. It was one of the founding documents for NASA. The scope of this policy. This policy is concerned with U.S. interests in scientific, civil, military, and political activities related to outer space. It deals with sounding rockets, Earth satellites, and other space vehicles, their relationship to the exploration and use of outer space, and their political and psychological significance. Next paragraph goes on. Outer space presents a new and imposing challenge. Although the full potentialities and significance of outer space remain largely to be explored, it is already clear that there are important scientific, civil, military, and political implications for national security, including the psychological impact of outer space activities, which is of broad significance and national prestige. You think it stops there? There's another section that I want to pull up. Further down, there's actually a paragraph titled Psychological Exploitation. The last sentence of this reads, in the near future, while the USSR has superior capability in space technology, judiciously select projects for implementation which, while having scientific or military value, are designed to achieve a favorable worldwide psychological impact. Next, on reconnaissance satellites, further down. In anticipation of the availability of reconnaissance satellites, which had been invented yet, seek urgently a political framework which will place the use of U.S. reconnaissance satellites in a political and psychological context most favorable to the United States.
This is NASA documents?
Yeah, NSC 5814.
Well, it's National Security Council, not NASA, but yeah, close enough.
No, this is before NASA was founded. Includes, I got a suite of other documents where, the first panel that met together was headed by frickin' CIA staff officers. This was organized under the President's Psychological Operations Board that was formed after World War II. That's what NASA flowed out of. It's all about projecting power, technology, and capabilities that put the U.S. in the most favorable light. Do whatever it takes. And you can read between the lines. I got to step out, so I'll talk to you later.
Use that word to step back from saying we'll do it for real. If it's psychological, then it just has to be what they believe, not something we really did.
Counterintelligence. Stay blessed, Yoder. We'll see you around, man.
Later, Yoder.
Yeah, just to go back to what you were saying earlier, Shine, about why don't some highly educated people, or the vast majority of so-called highly educated people, know about this? It's because they quite often get their degrees from learning textbooks, right? Repeating, memorizing, regurgitating information that they were taught at university by their professors and from their textbooks. Not necessarily questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks, right? So they already thought the Earth was a globe, reinforced from a young age, all the way through university. And now all of a sudden they're studying some hyper-specific topic related to a specific subject. They're just going to go deep into that. They're not going to go to their professor and say, oh, how do we really know that the Earth's a globe in the first place? Who actually went and measured that? Right? That's not something that's going to come up. That's probably nothing that they're even going to think about. And when they come in here occasionally, or when we do encounter them, they don't really know these questions any better than most people. They're not that good at answering the specific questions that are related to this topic for the most part. Sometimes they'll be more honest in admitting what they do and they don't know as well, and what scientists do and don't know. Whereas someone that's less educated might think that certain things that
haven't been scientifically proven actually have been, right? And they'll argue that to the death, even though like a mainstream scientist will actually say, well, this is the best we can come up with. We don't actually know for sure, but this is where we're at, right? This is our current understanding of this.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think is the significance of all that? Do you think that, like, what do we have to trust? If we can't really trust our schools to be making people smarter and stuff, who do we go to? What do we do? I mean, like...
No, that's too broad, though. I don't think anybody's saying that. That's a bit much. We're saying that the information concerning the Earth being a globe. So when you say that was a bit too broad for it to be like a general statement, like why, trusting school, like reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's like important information that you need to learn while you're going through school. Language skills, that sort of stuff.
Or whatever, because I liked, elementary school subjects that felt useful and like they contributed to my knowledge, and stuff beyond that mostly just felt like, oh, it's like a very specific fact that only some people know. Oh, it helps you in this, but not in that. And it just felt kind of like, man, these things are a waste to teach people in school because it's not even that helpful. Everything I learned earlier on, I've used my whole life long. Stuff in college and stuff, it's, interesting knowledge. Some of it's specific and helpful, but it's not like stuff I use every day, unlike stuff I learned very early in my life. Math, history, language. Stuff in college was more like philosophy, history, technical style. And just nobody seems to care about it unless they studied the exact same stuff that you studied in college. Most people don't even care. It's like the most useless knowledge in the world. Anyway.
Well, yeah, it gives a person a more broad understanding of the world around them, isn't it? So it's not just specifically those things that I mentioned earlier, but like the ones you mentioned. That's helpful in creating a person's character. Because you know a little bit of history, you know who you are, in this country that you live in, or supposedly, right? Because everything that we hear about, we at least have to know things about our world. So that's what it's doing. It's helping us understand who we are, building our character. So education is not a bad thing. It's certain things about it that are bad, right? So that's what we would say. So in and of itself, in a general case, I mean, obviously you want somebody to be more learned than not, right? Everybody should advocate for that. Anyway, I don't like the whole, don't send your kid to school because the school is the devil, and that whole thing. It doesn't jive with me well.
Where do you live? Is where you live somewhere where the government might have conceivably rigged all schools to discriminate against truthers or something like that? Because I live in California. It feels like, Democrats run the whole state. They probably also rig your experience in college and stuff, and the teachers are part of it, and the administration.
Yeah, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but
politics graduate.
But that's why people that are capable can disagree with that, right?
Are you from somewhere else?
This world that we live in the U.S.
University, if it wasn't just California's universities.
Yeah, one thing we shall say, though, is that there should be a robust environment to have a disagreement with somebody and not just all be one-sided one way or the other, right? That's not what we want.
Yeah, I also agree. But I don't think college let me do that. I feel like college was super unfair. Did you go to college somewhere where it was super fair?
No, I never went, but I know people who have, and their experience is kind of like what you're saying too. I think it's more like the general case that everybody feels like, well, what are you studying for, right? But other subjects, that they study for, it's I don't know, it's not. It's really just one-sided, one way to think, and evolution and the cosmos and all that's being taught to you just kind of like a standard model. You don't get to freely think about it for yourself. It's a curriculum.
I don't know if you care to learn what I learned in college, because a lot of it, especially in science, was BS stuff, in my opinion. It wasn't shown through any experiments, was taught through packets and textbooks and stuff, and the students didn't get to ask a lot of questions. When it came to other classes, there was more questions and stuff, but no, not a lot of questions in history and science. I guess you just have to take what they say for it. It was very disappointing, and I thought it was less informative than high school.
You got to treat the education system like the welfare system, okay? It's just because they're giving it to you doesn't mean it's right, doesn't mean it's good for you. You have to, life's not fair. You have to get out there and do it yourself and take care of yourself. And if you just assume that the welfare system is going to teach you the right things and give you the food whenever you need it, then it's not going to work out well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we had to learn about, red shifts, blue shifts, planetary history, elements in space. This was all in a required course. It wasn't one I didn't pass or anything. No, I didn't pass, other courses, but science, labs, I could do it, especially when I was in my first few years of college. But I just felt like the information was kind of BS. It was just all in the packet. We did a couple of experiments to prove a couple things, but it's not like we were about to prove the red shifting of stars or, gravitational pathways of planets in the class. So it's not like it proved astronomy to me or anything. Just a couple of scientific facts, and then a couple of scientific, made up facts, and then they pack it into a course and say everybody has to take this and stuff. And of course, you probably learned the fake scientific facts even earlier in other schools and stuff. I don't know, no one was questioning the system. No one was saying, how could that be true? They all just said, yeah, this is what we're learning. Sounds true enough. Okay, we'll go with it. But in specific classes on specific subjects, people did sort of question the information and say, is this really right? Is this the best way? What if my own interpretation is better? It just didn't happen a lot in science labs or classes about, macro topics like the whole universe or all of history or anything. I don't know. It was disappointing, and for many, many reasons. But one of those was, I've always had stuff to say about everything. And people in high school and elementary school cared. In college, everyone said, shut up, you're ruining it by talking. It was like, we can't do anything we want anymore. We can't take this where we want. I thought this was supposed to be like the land of intellectual freedom, or in a university to discuss higher ideals. But it was like worse than high school. It's like, oh, you really got to shut up about this or that. Oh, you can get in real trouble instead of just high school trouble and stuff. It's like they were just threatening us with ruining our lives and trying to ruin our lives. Maybe it's different if you don't go to college in America or California or anything like that. I don't know what college is like for other people, but for me, it felt like a big trap for people who thought they might have important things to contribute to the world. A way to find them early and stop them from becoming all that special or anything. And it takes kids away from their parents and stuff. It's got to be one of the worst things. If kicking out your kid at 18 was good, some parents do this. Their kids, do drugs or drink. They're like, we're not providing for you anymore. Well, college just isn't that different. It's like, you're still our kid, but have fun doing everything on your own for 5 years when you're just out of high school. It wasn't that fun. It was hard. Anyway, what are you guys all thinking about?
I was going to say, I have a different perspective.
Once I left college. Do you think it's unfair because they want people to lie about space and stuff? Do you think it's unfair because they don't accept questions? I mean, look, YouTube and stuff doesn't accept questions. I've been trying to get them to like tell the truth about space and stuff, but the way the videos are, it's never telling the truth.
Yeah, that word truth. Yeah, you're going to find out that it means something very different to a lot of people. So to you, it might mean, why don't they just come out and tell people how like it is? To them, it's like they want to tell you about the narrative, and that's truth to them. So, that word, it for everybody that's using it has a different connotation. It shouldn't have a different connotation, but it does. But what were you going to say, Josh? You were going to tell us about your experience in college?
No, I'm just saying I really enjoyed school, and I found that it was there were definitely tons of opportunities to ask questions and debate with the professors. But I'm also pretty biased. I did 8 years of college, so.
You like school? I mean,
what was younger school like? Was it the same? Because for me, it was a down from high school to college.
But I also went to like the second best aerospace engineering college in the country. So like, sorry, what?
Was your elementary school and high school better or worse than your college? You sound like you had a good time in college. You see, I think I had the opposite. I think where I was, college was the thing that was mostly rigged and stuff, and elementary school is and high school where you got to speak your real mind. And then after that, it was like, the whole culture is just trying to identify individuals who might be hostile to liberalization politics here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I took like tech policy courses where it was all Socratic seminar. Like it wasn't even a lecture. It was just, hey, you need to be prepared on this topic, and we're going to just discuss and debate opinions on like the role of the federal government in basic research and development funding, and why is the budget of NASA the way it is? How do we quantify the economic and societal benefits? Like
you guys talk about that?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, well, can you enlighten me on that topic? Like, what was the discussion that you remember? Anything about it?
Specifically NASA or the role of federal government?
Yeah, well, NASA and their funding, their useful of their money. Like, what were you guys thinking of?
I mean, on one hand, it's a jobs program. On the other hand, sorry, I'm like trying to wolf down my breakfast. On the other hand, it's a lot of basic R&D and patents and inventions come out of NASA. So it's it's an economic multiplier, like Velcro, memory foam. There's a ton of material science benefits that come out of NASA funding. So it's the combination between those two make up the vast majority of the economic.
Yeah, was that done by engineers like in space flight?
Stuff that Yoder was talking about.
You lagged there for a bit, so I jumped in by accident.
No, you're good.
Most of their funding, was it done to fund like those products that were made by, you said engineers, right?
Yeah. So it's like NASA.
All that stuff.
This is like the Science Mission Directorate. There's the Space Technology Mission Directorate. Like the way it's organized is everybody, they have like their own missions. They do a bunch of ground testing and like figure out if the payload works, and then they work with like the astrophysicists to figure out what type of science they want to do, what questions they want to go answer.
Hey Josh, I mean like the products that were made, like the ones that you just discussed, like foam and all that stuff. Like, was that useful? Was that useful? Right. Was that made because they went to space, or has anything to do with that, or
correct?
Was it just something that they really? Go ahead.
So there's an office within NASA called the Technology Transfer Program, so basically it's anything that's federally funded. If they come up with something that could be useful in industry or like commercially, there's like a whole program where you're able to like transfer the IP over to the public or to like the inventor who was a civil servant at the time. They like let you keep your patents, etc. But yeah, no, Velcro was made to like stick stuff to the walls of the space station without it floating away. Like it was invented for the ISS.
Really, who was the inventor of it?
I have absolutely no clue. But the patent is held by I think it's public domain at this point. But the original patent was held by a NASA employee.
I mean, you could use Velcro like on a hunting backpack whenever you're hiking up a mountain to hold your water flask to your backpack. Why is it only designed for the ISS? Like it doesn't make
Originally
sense.
designed, like it didn't exist before that, right? Like Velcro didn't exist prior to it being invented. Like the concept of having a bunch of little plastic hooks on one side and like fibers on the other. Like it was, I can dig into it later today if you'd like, but it didn't exist prior to it being invented at NASA.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, college was great. I dove in head first and really got into the nuts and bolts.
Should have been a professor.
Nah, fuck that. I don't get paid enough for that shit.
Yeah, but you're not doing it for the pay, dude. You're doing it for, the satisfaction of teaching younger generations.
I was going to say, like, if money was no object, like people ask me, like, if you won the lottery, what would you do? I would definitely be like a high school physics teacher. That would be my jam. But no, you have to get a doctorate to get to be a professor at most places, or unless more than an adjunct. But so I have the ability to adjunct at Georgetown and GW here in DC. So I'll go in and guest lecture once or twice a semester for different classes. But no, if I was going to teach a full class, it would either be, I don't know, when I'm empty nesting, the kids are out of the house. At some point, yes. I just don't have the patience to go get a doctorate. Like I just got master like a bunch of different master's degrees. I didn't stick around for a PhD.
You say you have a bunch of master's degrees. How many do you have exactly?
Teach the flat Earth in a class, anyways. It would be against the rules.
No, that's not true. We talk about reference frames and projections, and we talk a lot about it. There's a class in undergrad at Georgia Tech called Spaceflight Operations, where we covered a lot of that type of stuff about how you get from the model to what you observe on the ground.
They wouldn't let you say flat Earth or talk about flat Earth at all if you had a class.
No, I disagree with that. We fundamentally have those conversations.
How does it end whenever you're trying to find the curvature, by measuring the ocean? Like, how do those arguments end?
From a human perspective, it's flat. I concede that point. But
So
no,
from
it's three degrees to answer your question.
Okay, nice. But how could it be from a human perspective? Like, is there another perspective that eventually becomes a ball?
We're too small.
From the astronaut perspective.
You gotta take a step back from the painting.
Oh, so you just have to go higher. So you can't see the curve from sea level, but you can see it whenever you go up in a weather balloon.
No, further than that. Y'all keep asking for the exact height. I really should actually do that research, but it's.
Yeah, you should. Elon Musk, or not Elon Musk. Nope.
Hey, so
go ahead, Ben.
I mean, he said he was an aerospace engineer. I mean, I thought that they would know that like right off the top of their head, like boom, boom, boom. Here it is.
Whoopsie.
No, because focusing on the curvature of the Earth is step 2, right? And we spend most of our time working on like step 8.
We can pass their class, but they can't.
Oh,
pass.
Josh. Go on now, you.
But
no, I'm just saying I haven't done the research.
You got to be a special person to get the job.
Oh, we talked about that in nepotism in here and like who you know, etc. Like, you know, I told AV I've never applied for a job in my life.
Look, if I was in John, I would feel the same way because he spent so much time and money on his education, which is fine, and he probably is going to have a great job and all that. But for somebody to try to crush his all of his investment into this by saying, where is it curving? I mean, yeah, I would probably be doing the same thing. I mean, that's why these professors flip out and have like a spasm or a heart attack whenever these kids are like, where's the curve? You know, because their whole life they've put into this education, into their job and their tenure. I mean, that's the whole thing. That's why the world works the way it is they compartmentalize us. It's all a part of the system.
You can't say it any better than that, Dib. Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I mean, the man's making bread, right? We know that. Josh is making bread, but outside of that, he's got to live with the fact that even if he does know that the Earth is flat and whatever we present here can't be proven that the Earth is a globe, he still has to go to work in the job that he's doing, no matter what. Like, because he's committed, right? He's given a lot of time and effort into this that he's no turning back now, right? He can't turn this ship around, bro. He's on a one-way direction. That's it. There's no turning back. So he's going to have to do his hardest to keep the same, facade going for as long as he can.
I mean, if I really wanted to do self-preservation, I wouldn't be having this conversation with y'all.
Yeah, well, dude, that's all mental, Josh. That's all mental, bro. Like, yeah, you would. You're doing it right now because you know that if there was some reason that you couldn't be able to do it, like you couldn't live with yourself, bro, because you've invested so much. You're doing everything you can right now to show yourself that there's a reason to believe the Earth is a globe.
Do you find it weird that I don't, crash out nearly as much, or
well, like the other when you first came in here, you did. I guarantee it, bro.
I gotta establish some boundaries.
Dude, you're a weird one.
Out. Make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and all that jazz. But like, for as long as I've known you, like because you've been here a while, I think you would relish the fact that if somebody would come in here and give us the what's for sure. If some PhD or some other academic came in here and stood like side by side with you, I mean, you would be like eating popcorn, dude, because like you don't have that right now. You're the guy, essentially. Like, and we're asking the group was like, is there any other satellite engineers in the room except for Phil Bellum? Because that guy's he don't know what he's saying. But yeah,
I've seen like NASA's chief scientists get into these rooms. Like I've conceded the point that there's nobody. I don't think there's anybody on planet Earth that could satiate y'all's questions. So I don't think there is like a person that could pop in here and like, oh man, they're gonna dunk on these people. Like no, I don't think that exists.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm hoping somebody comes in here and does that one day. Because I want to hear some. I know all the evidence, and we know all the same shit they say every time. But I want to hear some new shit. Where's the new shit at?
Corrupt everybody and make them argue the opposite.
The new shit is you can measure the height of the building by dropping a barometer off of it.
Oh yeah, that was like last week though, bro. What's new this week?
What? How about this guy saying that he's a teacher and scientist and that it's all fine if the Earth is, a globe? And I don't know. He shouldn't even be in this discussion room. He's against the flat Earth. He doesn't believe it.
I'm against the flat Earth. I'm not against flat earthers.
Shove it in his face.
Yeah, he's fine. He can stay in here. I think the reason why we like to have him in here is people need to see what people like him talk about. And he doesn't bother me unless he bothers you.
And we don't push people out because they don't believe in flat Earth. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
So, Josh, you don't think if someone came in here...
You got to be able to know it's true.
What's up, India?
So, Josh, you don't think that if someone came in here with actual, measurements of curvature that we'd be satisfied with that?
think we would just go, nah?
Yeah, I mean,
you said you don't think we'd be
no.
satisfied by anybody, but what if they like?
I don't think so.
Really? Why not?
Yeah. Well, I think the goalposts are on ice skates.
Well, well, the question is, why has nobody? I mean, I remember like 6-7 years ago, a guy came in here.
Nobody gives a shit.
He's got to do a simple ass laser test. So we actually had a guy. We had a guy, a Goldberger. He's like, one of my professors and one of his associate professors are going to go out, and they were going to do it in somewhere in Oregon or Washington State, and they were going to go do the laser test. And the weekend they did it, well, they've never come back with anything. So we've come over this time and time again, where someone says they're going to go do it, and they either did it and didn't get the result they want and disappear and vanish, or they just don't do it. So, talk is cheap, as they say. You can say nothing would satisfy us, and no one's done anything. All they ever do is point to a screen and look, trust the screen. That's it. That's all we ever get.
I mean, they took a whole crew to Antarctica, and y'all are hyper fixated on a vape. So like,
no, who's you?
The royal you. Apologies.
You're freaking y'all. What the hell?
First of all, this dude Duffy was told well before he ever did anything that this type of test is not dispositive of anything. Well before.
Remember, everybody, it's the ground that we're looking at, not the.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at my ex dialogue with him, I said, how would this prove a glow? How would this falsify flat Earth? You know what he said? He said because the Earth has to be symmetrical. What? It doesn't even make sense, dude. Why would it have to be
like I said, I'd be hard pressed. Like I would like if you wanted to be satiated, I would love a very hard definition of exactly what you want, and then like I need this to be assumed away.
How do you not know after all this time?
No, I understand. It's just it's.
How do you not know after all this time you've been in here? We say it all the time. Measurement of drop.
Double talk.
Measurements of drop over distance. Really simple. It's really simple, Josh. It's not complicated.
Yeah, drop over distance assumes Cartesian space, right?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
That X, Y as opposed to R, rho, and phi, or theta.
Hey, it's just your human.
Your beef is where you're not using polar coordinates. Are you crazy? Like, can you off your marble?
Thesis. It's just that drop over distance assumes that quote unquote drop is relative to the local flat plane that you're standing on, right? Whereas, on a globe, it would be an arc length, not a x over y down.
No, we're talking drop from the tangent, dude. The freaking curve that curves down.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Like a ruler on a bowling ball. Right, the bottom of that ruler and the surface of the ball get farther apart. That's what we're talking about. That would prove 100% one way or another.
But it's not possible to have a straight ruler while you're standing on the ball.
Why not?
Is that
y'all claim you measure 1,000th of a proton radius? Why can't you do that?
I'm just saying there's because it's wait repeat. Was that CERN? Were you talking about
LIGO?
Like a particle accelerator? LIGO.
LIGO claims they measure 1,000th of a proton radius.
Yeah, it's in a vacuum tube, right? So a laser test, long distance observation, all that is light traveling through a medium, so you can't get it perfectly straight. So that's why I say the only way you can measure is by taking a step back and going up.
Well, so check this out. I mean, there's going to be a distance where the curvature of the beam, even if there is some, is going to be so different from what the surface of the ball would be, is that you don't need to be that precise. Unless you're positing that you can have a beam whose ray just like goes completely in a circle back around.
No, because then you'd have to understand the conditions of the medium on every step along the length of the beam, right? So I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're trying to make it impossible, unfalsifiable nonsense.
Oh, I'm just saying I don't think it's measurable from the surface.
The globe is copium.
Now,
Indio.
You're
Before
really
you
close to
joined,
what
he
you just
said.
said. It's not measurable.
No, he said this before you joined. He said it's the human perspective is where you can't see the curve.
Like a
You have to
floor-
go into outer space.
A flat rectangle. All the Earth is flat, like it's a giant flat circle, but that makes sense under your feet and stuff. As you go up, you see in a circle, not a rectangle. The whole Earth is flat.
Josh, you sound like the Pope. Only the Pope knows the true word of God. Only the Pope can interpret the Bible.
Whoa! That's assuming the Catholics are right. Jesus Christ, you're just assuming I'm Catholic.
No,
I
I'm
take
just
offense
saying.
to that, Indio. Come on.
It's an analogous argument where we can't do it. We have to trust some other authority to do it.
I think you're atheist, isn't it?
No. I'm 100% agnostic. I think atheists are dumb.
He's 100% certain that he's uncertain.
100%.
100%.
I'm not uncertain. I'm certain in my uncertainty.
Yeah, really.
This is
how does that circle jerk work?
I mean, certain.
I'm 100% certain that nobody has the right answer.
Really? How are you certain of that?
I haven't had any firsthand evidence of anything greater than humans. Therefore, all religions must have been creations of humans, and therefore they're infallible because no humans know the context of their.
Yeah, where did the first thought? Let's put it this way. Where did the first thought come from?
A human?
Fly that to NASA.
Yeah. Were they the Were they the originators of the thought?
Yeah, it's infallible. Yeah, but I'm saying
prove it. No, wait a minute. Wait. No. Prove that the first thought was from a human, like that they came from them.
I have no idea. I don't know.
How could you? Yeah, exactly. That's your uncertainty. Dude, your uncertainty goes all the way back to the place where you think you were certain on something. You're going to be uncertain. There's no way you can derive certainty from the uncertainty that you're telling us that you believe in.
I disagree.
Well, you can disagree all you like, but it's just true. So if you're saying that you're certain that everything,
the first thought came from a human or didn't come from a human.
So here's the thing, though. You think that things that are thoughts, you can actually say that you're uncertain. You're 100% sure about your uncertainty. You can't be 100% sure in a realm of being uncertain. It's just like a snake eating its own tail. So there's no way you can.
Definition of faith, isn't it? Right, deriving certainty from the uncertain.
Yeah, but how can you be sure, being uncertain, that you're certain?
You just said you can't have a flat ruler on a curved Earth. How do you know the Earth's curved? I mean, it's a circle jerk.
Yeah. It's a big circle jerk.
You okay?
Well, hold on.
But I'm trying to get him.
Josh said he's seen no evidence. Right. Do you accept anything other than material world things as evidence?
I don't believe in the metaphysical, no.
So there you go. You will never accept anything that is not material as evidence when we're talking about things that are immaterial. So even if you had something immaterial as evidence, you wouldn't accept it. So you basically set up something impossible to do.
If there is a God,
something impossible.
If there is a God, they are material.
Well, says who?
That's just my perspective.
Yeah, your perspective, and how do you know you're right?
I don't know I'm right.
So
then you're uncertain. You can never be certain about your uncertainty, ever.
Okay.
Are there things that exist, Josh, which are not material? Or the only things that exist in the world are material?
I mean, that could be true. But I'm just okay, cool. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any proof of any claim that makes me think, okay, yeah, that's right.
There's things that exist which are not material, which are absolutely true, and this is easy to prove. All abstract ideas, such as math, logic, truth, things like that. Those things Those exist, but they're not in the material world. I can prove they exist. I can prove the log of identity exists. It's simple.
Yeah, because
they don't exist in the material world, though. So you just like jettison logic, reason, mathematics.
Socially acceptable immaterial things, like I can vibe with that, but I understand the social context of their creation, right?
You think the law of identity is a social construct?
Because you're communicating it to other monkey brains that I observe the same laws of logic that you do.
They're independent of human beings. They still exist independent of a human mind.
Have you ever demonstrated to someone who doesn't have a human mind? Like, I don't like.
What do you
how do you know that's true?
You don't know any of that.
Josh, I didn't say brain. I said mind. And the very fact you're referencing a mind.
You just believe in the higher concept, the spirit, the thing that occupies that idea of belief. But those things aren't proven on any sort of physical level.
Yeah, you gotta believe.
No, but they don't exist either. Why would you believe in them if there's literally no like physical proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just here now.
Not everything.
Don't be a dick. Don't be a dick. Like, lift others up around you, and then you're good. You don't need anything else.
It's physical
Yes, that's the question.
Physical stuff.
Oh, you just asked the question. How do you know if it exists? It's not in the material world. We can know things through purely through reason.
The rules every time. So, and you don't see it. Not.
Hey, man, you're completely talking over Indio, like social cues.
Not reality.
Well, I mean, let's just put the handbrake on this because fuck the metaphysics, right? So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good.
Back to curvature. I mean, so your claim is that it's immeasurable. That's impossible to measure.
Lord.
No, let's get back to that, dude, because you said that we wouldn't accept anything, and you're claiming that it's not that we wouldn't accept it for some other reasons, simply because it's immeasurable. Or you're saying even if it was measurable, we wouldn't even accept the measurement. Which one?
I mean, you can go look at the Pointchartrain, like power. Power lines over and down in Louisiana. Exactly right. Like,
no, hold on.
Goalposts, right?
What was measured?
The fact that they're all the same height moving over water and they look like they curve outside of just straight vanishing point perspective.
And Josh, have you looked closely at those images? So at the end of the power line one, it's an inferior mirage. You can clearly see it's an inferior mirage because it splits in half and there's a mirror image of the tallest tower that's at the end. Okay? And then if you go and look up Lake Pontchartrain data on what the water temperature versus air temperature is, they have 2 temperature inversions a day. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the wet water and wet air temperature every 6 minutes. So on that day where he took that photo, there is a temperature inversion. You know why I know that? Because I have the data. I have the historical data for that day because I know the exact date he took the image.
And now we can have this discussion because it's putting through a medium. The light's going through a medium. Therefore, I think
that's why we're measuring. We're not just looking at it. That's why we're measuring. We're not just simply looking at it and making it a subjective opinion about it.
Why is this guy just talking? Dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just the photograph you chose to use to describe your example is an easily provable fake.
Dude, that's great. That's great, but don't interrupt. Just
water mirage bends the light into
it's not a fake. It's a real photograph. Okay, it's not a fake. Okay, it's a real photograph.
Curved that much in like 1 mile.
Shine. Can you put yourself on mute, please?
Okay.
Okay. So Lake Pontchartrain has 2 temperature inversions a day. The water and air temperature are very close to each other, and they flip back and forth. Because Lake Pontchartrain is very shallow. It's something like 11 feet deep. So people have taken plenty of video and photos of it not looking like this. So why don't you think about it for a second? 30,000 cars go over that bridge every single day. If you could see Earth Curve there, right, at that location, they would have set up a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge. Come to Lake Pontchartrain and see Earth Curve. No one's ever done that because this is a rare temperature.
I don't think people give a shit about y'all. Like they think that even admitting that
No,
there's
people give a shit about money. People give a shit about money. And if you could see the curvature of the Earth at Lake Pontchartrain, there'd be a tourist shop right at the end of the bridge, so you could go there and see the curve of the Earth.
I mean, that's assuming that there's enough, like the social benefit or the economic benefit would be worth the social ostracization of of catering to flat earthers.
No, they would have done this years ago, bro. It had nothing to do with flat Earth. People just do it just because it's a novelty. Okay, that's why they would do it. But the fact of the matter is, Lake Pontchartrain has been thoroughly studied. In fact, on one side of Lake Pontchartrain versus the other side, they have actually different climates. The USGS studied this area. It is literally the worst place in the world to do an observation. The worst. You literally could not pick a worse place.
Okay.
Which is why, like the one of the bridge, that it looks like the hump that's in the middle, that they're coming straight down at like a 80-degree angle. Like they're falling off a cliff. The bridge don't look like that. I don't want to know why you would pick that place. I really don't.
Well, yeah, it's just from a globe perspective, that's an easy win, and obviously there's more nuance there.
It's called grasping at straws.
Do you want me to post all the data, because I got graphs of all the data of Lake Pontchartrain?
No, I get it. I understand.
Graphed out for 45 days. I got a graph for that day, right? I got a graph specifically for that day showing the temperature inversion, and I have computer simulations of atmospheric refraction from the 80s that show that exact same phenomenon. That a flat surface that they used, and they simulated a temperature inversion, and it makes that flat surface look curved. And I have someone doing it for real with sugar water in a fish tank, with a camera at one end and a background on the other end of the fish tank. This is on Action Labs, of it making the exact same visual effect. So this is an Earth curve, okay? Period.
Yeah, exactly. It's traveling through a medium. Like that's what I'm saying. Like from a human perspective, I don't think there's anything conclusive that could be used to prove. Like I think there's too many variables to have it discussed unless there's.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you say that it looks flat? Didn't you say it looks flat earlier? You said that earlier. You say it looks. Well, why are you showing Indio this picture where it looks like it's curving? That goes against what you said earlier.
You thought we forgot.
I'm saying that it's traveling through a medium.
We didn't forget.
I understand. No, I'm saying,
does it look flat or does it look curved? Does it look flat or does it look curved, Josh? You need to pick a lane.
I'm saying it looks curved, but obviously there's more nuances there because the light's traveling through a medium.
Okay, so your earlier statement that it looks flat was not true then.
No, I'm saying for the vast majority of things, like the human perspective, the Earth is flat. I still stand by that.
So then why are you standing by this?
I'm saying it's saying from a glober perspective, from someone who says that.
What are you going to do? What is the difference between a glober and a human?
What I'm saying it's low.
You said from the human. You said from the human perspective, it looks flat, but from a glober perspective, it's curved. What the fuck is that?
The human's just out there looking around with no preconceived notions of what they're looking for. A glober is looking.
Oh, so that's the difference. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's what you asked.
So you would put that Lake Pontchartrain image in front of a human, and a human would be like, "Oh, I'm not looking for a curve, but there it is."
Does this dude just say that globers aren't humans?
I don't know. He said this. I'm just following his logic right now.
Yeah, no, okay. I digress.
I apologize. I'm saying from the royal you, the human race, like you walk around, look around, it looks flat.
But you said earlier. Yeah, there you go. See, you said it again. So it looks flat, but then when you look at the Lake Pontchartrain image, you're like, oh, it looks curved. Right?
It does. And that's due to the
Okay, so are you going to pick a lane?
Indio just pointed towards.
Are you going to pick a lane, whether it looks flat or curved?
One is my own personal opinion, and one is not. Like, I
God, bro.
There's nuance here, and.
So okay, when you're telling us from the picture that you're looking at, is it from your perspective or someone else's?
From my perspective, it looks curved because I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so it looks curved. So now you're choosing curved.
Personal perspective. from my personal perspective. I'm saying from a
you know no such thing, brother.
So when it looks flat, when does that happen from your perspective? When does that happen? When does that occur?
I mean, almost everywhere else.
Okay.
Bro, there's only males and females, and it's either curved or flat. Okay, come on.
I'm gonna hand this back to you, bro. I just wanted to get him on that point because he was double speaking. He's double speaking, as you can clearly hear.
Yeah, I am double speaking. One is me and one's not me.
Oh shit, dude! What are you having an out of body experience? What the fuck, bro?
No, you're allowed to talk about a reference population that's not your own opinion. Like,
no, dude,
we got mixed up there.
So no, we're not mixed up. You're double speaking in the sense of saying, I look at the Lake Pontchartrain. I was glad that you identified that. Like that clears up a lot.
You're getting caught up in an aha moment, Josh, and you just don't want to. You don't want to.
No, it's all good. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm double speaking. I didn't explain clear enough that I was talking about me in one stance.
No, bro. You didn't have to explain, bro. You didn't have to explain clearly. We understood you when you said it looks flat. We know that that's what you're saying when you look at the Earth. But when you look at the picture of Lake Pontchartrain, your brain wants to make it look like it's a globe from the ground level.
Yes, agreed.
There you go.
That's exactly what we're saying. Okay, that's what we were talking past each other. I apologize.
No, we're not talking past, brother. We're not talking past each other. I hear you very clearly.
Okay.
So does the audience.
Regurgitated back to me what I intended to say. So we are good.
All right. Carry on.
That's all good.
Well, just quickly, because I just wanted to address what Josh said before, like the Lake Pontchartrain's an easy W for the globe, but you kind of like doubles, like you're contradicting yourself when you're saying, well, now you know it's just a miraging effect or an atmospheric effect that's taking place. So how would that make it a W for the globe? Like you said
from y'all's perspective, right? Like if a Glober walks in here off the street and says, go look at Lake Pontchartrain, like that's it looks curved, therefore it's they don't give a shit about quote unquote superior miraging and temperature.
How would that be an easy W?
You're straw manning my position and what I said. I said measure. I didn't say go look at it and see what it looks like.
Oh,
I never said that.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm talking.
Well, there's a difference, right, between just looking at it and making a subjective evaluation and taking out a fucking tape measure. I think there's a difference between those two activities.
I think that a Glober coming in off the street wouldn't understand that. Yes.
Well, none of you guys seem to understand it. You guys think calculations are measurements, think looking at shit is measurements. You think everything is measurement but measurement.
What's a Glober coming off the street? There's Globers coming off the
they come
universities.
All the time.
They come out of
You're one of them.
Where'd you come from?
Your level of understanding of the claims when it comes to the bending of light and refraction and whatnot are just as bad as the Glober that comes off the street that you're trying to put shit on right now.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Like,
so Josh,
that's why I don't usually talk about long distance observations because I don't know jack shit about that.
Okay. So Josh,
aren't you like an aerospace school?
Yeah, space. The whole reason I did space is because I didn't want to deal with the medium, right? Like I took thermodynamics and I had to start dealing with like humidity and gas fractions, and I'm just like, fuck that. I want to deal with vacuum.
Why are you saying fuck that? Because it didn't make sense.
I mean, no, it's more complicated, and I didn't really enjoy chemistry. I'm much more of a mechanics guy.
Probably complicated because it doesn't make sense in the real world.
I mean, it's just I didn't enjoy it, so I didn't want to do it.
So you enjoy learning about space, which nobody knows anything about, and nobody ever will unless you are Elon Musk.
No, he don't know anything either, and neither does Josh. You're relying on other people.
I still don't get how Pontchartrain is a win for the Globers if we apparently see an apparent curve that's way too pronounced to be Earth curve, and they claim it's Earth curve. That seems to be a big L.
Yeah. Holy smoke, it's Drake,
it's a win
What's up,
for
bro?
the Globers off the streets. We're off the streets, son.
Buckle up.
Oh, geez, come on. Y'all see
Grace is here. Buckle up.
walking in, and they say, y'all are stupid.
And, Drace is here. We're going to have to let him talk to Josh for a little bit, see if he can...
Can break me, man.
Yeah,
No,
Josh.
I asked you, like, tell me, how is it a win?
Oh, it's like easily digestible information, right? It's a meme.
You mean it's wrong information being parroted incorrectly, and how is that a win?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's very similar to the memes and things that y'all post in the side chat.
No, it's not. So do not try to jump away from the actual thing here. You're trying to justify your position, not trying to strawman it with something else. Like you might have seen a meme that's not indicative of our position as a whole, because we're not a collective like you. We don't have a position like you that is dependent on belief in a greater system. We just have the mechanics of how things actually work, like light refraction.
Okay, I apologize.
So Josh, what it sounds like to me is that you're like, well, we have a meme of like punch chain that looks like Earth curve, so it's a W, because even though that's not actually Earth curve, people continue to believe it's Earth curve, and all we want is for people to keep believing the Earth is a globe. Is that your goal? Believe it no matter what, even if it's based. Do you want people to believe it, even if that belief is based upon bullshit?
I mean, you can invert that for many of the memes that are posited by flat Earth.
Don't say what about you, dude.
No,
I'm talking about you.
Yeah, you're also misframing. Like when we post, for instance, a meme, I posted, for instance, a picture of Lake Pontchartrain with no refraction, so the pylons are completely straight and you can see the shore on the other side. So that is an image that contradicts the other image. So now you have to start to think about your claim, which is that in your first image, that curve you see is Earth's curve. That's all it's meant to do. The difference between the images, or what you call memes, is that the claims that are being presented with them. Do you see the difference?
Even the straight picture still has refraction. The light is still moving through a medium and it's refracting.
Yeah, bro, that's not how.
Constant temperature as opposed to altitude and distance.
Bro. There's always going to be some slight variations, but refraction is not. If there's no optical density difference in the medium between the targets, or if it's normalized, there's virtually zero refraction.
Yeah, that's not possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, it can be normalized. Yes, it can be.
I disagree.
Yeah, you can, but that doesn't change anything.
Bro, where did you get that idea?
Fluid dynamics, man. Every single molecule in a volume, like there's no such thing as a uniform temperature and pressure in a fluid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's uniform. It's the atmosphere is anisotropic and inhomogeneous. The problem is when you have the light traveling from one point to another point, and those differences balance out, the light is not going to be refracting up or down by much at all. So it's going to reach the other end.
All is not zero.
Yeah, well, that refraction up and down,
the
refraction up and down, then balances out. That creates a pretty straight standard.
Pretty straight standard. You're using weasel words here, man. Zero refraction is not possible.
Yeah, you're saying minuscule differences that are undetectable are something that's gonna change anything.
How can you prove that they're undetectable? Do you have a sensor?
Because you cannot detect them.
Square inch. Well, I mean, do you have a sensor every single square inch?
You should listen to Drace explain these things to you, right? Because he has a very good understanding of how this works. And if you just would actually listen to him, you'll actually learn something off him about how this works.
I understand.
You don't understand. You don't understand. You should be listening. You're the student right now. He knows a lot about this.
I just want to make it clear to everybody that zero refraction is not possible.
It is easily.
Trying to listen to him too.
Let me give you an example. For instance, a very simple example with two mediums like a fish tank. If you look normal to the surface, this is basic Snell's law. You don't have an angle of refraction, so there's zero refraction.
Yeah, but it's not basic Snell's law.
Yeah, but these are words.
I'm saying you need to deal with differential Snell's law here, not basic Snell's law.
No, it's very much principle, actually. And the thing is, when you try to assume modern ways of dealing with refraction in the air is mostly modeling and assuming those models are consistent. And so you keep switching your models until what you see matches the model. But that does not infer that the paths are like that, but that one model appears to match that vision or view. So the problem here is we've been looking into this very deeply. And so for the globe to be true, you need the light to be refracting down around the globe to allow you to see further. So we have thousands of instances where we can see way too far for the globe. And so in those instances, the only excuse the globe has is that light must be bending around the globe to allow us to see further. Okay, so we go and test that. Now, in infrared cameras work on infrared, and infrared refracts less than visible light. And so we should always see the horizon closer in images when we see too far in infrared. So if we see too far in visible light, and we should also see too far in infrared, but just less far because it refracts less, if the conditions of the globe are true and light is refracting. However, when we look in infrared versus visible light, we see further in infrared. So, and when we look at the conditions of the day and we measure, for instance, the temperature, humidity, and pressure on both sides or over a frozen lake, we find pretty normalized conditions at times, and at those times we can see straight across. When there's more refraction, we see less. So that is contrary to what is required for the globe to be true.
Do you have any documentation I can go read? I appreciate, and I'm following, so I do appreciate the information. But you had to have gone from a layman to knowing what you know now. Is there any good material you could send my way?
There's a ton of material. First of all, where to start? There's of course.
It doesn't have to be now. I'm just saying, like, if you come across something, like.
Yeah, let's start here. You are aware that refraction is wavelength dependent, right? It has a wavelength dependency.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's why you get the prism, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So it has a wavelength dependency, and that is directly related to the absorption. You might not know that. That's kind of a nuanced thing. And it's well known that infrared, that's why we use it for, tracking, planes, missiles, people, etc., because it's absorbed less. So the refractive index, the how much infrared light will be refracted as you go toward that end of the wavelength, right? So it's lesser like ultraviolet and blue, and then it's more for ultraviolet and blue, that end of the spectrum, and less at the redder end of the spectrum. There's an optical window in infrared. In fact, the point is that it's easy to just go, hey, if there's less refraction. So what they claim is the more refraction there is, the more something is lifted up, right? The more the ray curves around the surface of the Earth. So in infrared, right? If it's curving less than the horizon, that was a brilliant argument, Trace. I've never heard that before. The horizon should actually appear closer than what it would be in a more refracted day, when it's actually the opposite. And there's one I actually know about, the San Jacinto infrared, where the horizon is 5 miles too far, at least 5 miles, probably more. And it's easy to know where it is because of where it was taken, the features that the picture was taken of, where the camera was. You just simply know that the horizon's more than 20 miles, and the horizon, according to the globe map, is supposed to be 5 miles. Well, he also has the same in visible light, and you can't even see the shoreline because of the horizon. Well, the horizon should be farther if it's being refracted more in the visible light than it is in the infrared light. And what Trey said, it's the opposite.
Yeah, the same would also be true with.
It's like how basic do you want it? You know what I mean? Like, that's up to you. Like,
The same would also be true with, like, you look at anything at a distance, and if it's too far to be seen, and you can still see colors, all of those colors should be shifting based on the refractive difference between those wavelengths. And so we don't see any evidence of the light being actually refracted when we see too far. We only see evidence of, like, when the conditions are such that we have a lot of refraction, it lowers how far we see, because when you think about it, if the light is coming from the other side of the lake and the bottom rays are dropping down and hitting the water, of course you're not seeing the bottom rays. Of course the bottom of the boat starts to disappear as a consequence.
That makes sense.
and then there's the other thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say anything in text would love to read.
And then there's dispersion, right? You mentioned it with the prism, right? The rainbow. You should have dispersion in a camera. They would call it chromatic aberration, right? You should have dispersion if you had a high refractive condition out there in the environment. But no one's ever observed this, where you see a blue mountain peak, and at the bottom of the mountain it's reddish, right? This difference in color because the light rays get spread out. We do observe this astronomically, though. We do observe this with planets. They actually make chromatic correctors, right? Astronomical chromatic correctors that have a mirror in it that you merge the red and blue image together. So we do see this. It's not like it's not there. It's just not there in any terrestrial sense. Ever. Like never. None of the 200 plus mile ones.
And as for documentation, just read about refraction. There's a ton of official documentation where you can read about all this. It's not very complicated. And if you want to see people inadvertently testing this, most of the world record long distance photographs are taken in infrared because they see further. And the best part is they generally take a picture in visible light before, so you generally have that differential. So it doesn't match the physics.
Sorry, I'm reading through the side chat.
Like pictures of the moon I took with my smartphone.
The good question is, what is the evidence for refraction, the way the globe says? And their evidence is that the Earth looks flat, which is fucking crazy. Hey, what's your evidence that light curves around the ball? Oh, the Earth looks flat. You know how cuckoo that is, dude?
Yeah, that's also how they determine how much refraction was that day, is by how flat it looked.
Yeah, the flatter it looks, the more refraction. But Josh, this has to be your position. Well, I mean, your position is, trust me, bro, but I mean, everybody else's position that why these long distance observations and measurements don't mean anything. You guys have to try and take a big dump on them and try to convince everybody that they don't mean anything.
The worst.
Well, the military would like to have a word with you, okay?
Yeah, in their worldview, the worse seeing of the conditions, the better the observation.
Yep. The worst part is the military uses.
Like that's what people take away.
Sorry. What I wanted to say was that the worst part is the military, like was slightly mentioned earlier, uses tri-beam different wavelength targeting systems to exclude any possibility of the target being displaced or be able to calculate how much it is displaced by the dispersion of the lasers or through the targeting system. And so we can use the same principles here on Earth, just use the different wavelengths to see how much the dispersion is, if there's any. And so far we have not seen any evidence that the Earth is curved and light is somehow trying to hide it by violating its own basic functionality.
You solve the whole paradox by simply saying it's an optical effect, not a physical effect. The whole thing's solved. That easy.
I appreciate all the content in the side chat.
Here's a little point. Like, I love arguing with ChatGPT all the time, and there's some misconceptions that a lot of people use. Like, ChatGPT does a lot. For instance, they claim like downward bending is the norm, but that's relative to like if you're like looking at the Earth from outside the Earth in an orthographic view, not relative to you on the surface though, because under normal conditions the ray would still continue to rise up into the air. That's just the physics of it. So they're quite literally screwed.
Yeah, like I said, I appreciate all the content. Feel free to send me stuff to read. More than happy to. Like I said, I'm very dumb on this topic.
So I sent Jay Tolan Media. So if you scroll up, I sent the infrared and I just sent the visible light. Now, if you look at the infrared and you zoom in on this, you can see what the hell is it? The name of it? Can't remember the name. It's something marina, right? And that marina comes up to the ocean, but it has a jetty, a barrier, and you can see all the way into the marina. And the marina is at 20 miles, and you can see into it where they park their boats, right? So we know that that's at 20 miles. Well, the globe curve calculation is the horizon supposed to be 15 miles away. But you can see the water surface 20 miles away. Now you can say, hey, that's refraction or whatever. But then when, like Trey said, like I said, I can't say it enough, man, that was a brilliant deduction, is that the horizon is way closer. Way closer. Right? Some of the buildings are cut off. You can't see them. This is the exact opposite of what it should be. If the globe, the globe mechanism for refraction actually existed, we're seeing the opposite of what it would predict.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need to look into the. I haven't thought of doing long range with either infrared or other wavelengths.
Well, the other thing about infrared is like it penetrates through haze and water vapor, right? Particulates in the air. It isn't affected really by infrared as much. And what I've come to find out, because I've borrowed a multispectral camera and I got an infrared filter, is that consumer cameras, their infrared filter doesn't really have a high activation. So the actual optimal window is something like 1200 nanometer or 1500 nanometer. But your consumer cameras aren't sensitive. Well, it's not that they're not sensitive enough. It's that the material they make the sensor out of has like an upper threshold to like, because the radiation has to activate the electrons on the sensor, and in this particular, the elements they use for consumer sensors, there isn't enough. It's not powerful enough. The sources aren't bright enough. But you can do like 930 nanometer with a long exposure, or you just buy one specifically made for that purpose. But they also have what they call shortwave infrared. But those cameras are like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars. They use a different type of sensor. They're like 1500 nanometer.
I was gonna say I got my phone and that's about it.
Yeah, well, I made a 30-mile observation with a iPhone 4S, which is a piece of garbage. "30 miles from 15 feet above sea level, I watched a ship sail from 6 miles away, tracked with marinetraffic.com, which tracks, well, at this particular location, they use a radar station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts. And I watched the boat for 3.5 hours sail out to sea, never disappearing, never any of that. I mean, it got smaller and smaller, it was tiny. And then to verify I was seeing what I seen, I went on top of a parking garage, which is like 100 feet above the sea level, and could obviously see it more clearly. But even from that 100-foot elevation, I should not have seen it. No, I mean, we could sit here and just believe that the light rays are, curving around the surface of the Earth in such a way as to make the Earth just look flat. How that would work in any conceivable way, I do not know. Like I can't even visualize it geometrically how you would make a curved surface look flat.
Just imagine how uniform the air would need to be for a vista when you look out, and you can see 30 miles when you should be at most be able to see 10 miles, let's say. And you look over that vista, if the horizon is refracting, then the horizon you're seeing shouldn't be the true horizon, and the difference in refraction between you and each point of that horizon should be different, unless you're saying the whole air is uniform to create this uniform refraction. Like it's not uniform. It's like uniformly in that. I don't know how to say that in English.
So to me, Grace, like the structure of the air is such that every path of light has to follow a different arcing path.
Exactly. It somehow would have to match magically to create a perfectly flat line. What should be happening in those cases, if that was happening, is that the whole horizon should fluctuate like a wavy line depending on the conditions between you and that point.
I think that's what we do see, though, right? Like at very, very long distances, like even on days.
No, we don't see. We don't see a massive difference in the horizon. It's not like an S-like curve. When you put a ruler to the horizon is straight.
But if you zoom way in, you see kind of like these miraging effects and waves up and down, and as a function of time, right? Because
you can see waves in the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, and smearing of distant objects.
It's a medium.
Yeah, there's shimmering effects
in the right geometry.
Yeah, shimmering effects are also a consequence of turbulence.
Oh, and turbulence is exactly what we're talking about here at this point.
Yeah, but that's slight variations in the straightforward, and the propagation is still going to be relatively straightforward. It's not deviations that could allow you to see extra 10 miles. And those extra 10 miles would be variant due to the differences. So you would be able to see 10 miles over there, 5 over there, 3 over there, depending on the conditions. But when we look, we see 10 miles too far there, 10 miles over there, all around us.
Well, no, I think it does change, but it's and this is once again me shooting from the hip, but my gut's telling me that it's 9.98 miles in that direction, 10.02 miles in that direction. Like it does change as a function of azimuth and time, but it's not,
how could the horizon look flat?
Right. The molecular composition of air must be conformal to the curvature of the Earth, such that it flattens it out.
The horizon can't be more than one distance away, because then it wouldn't look like a straight line. Horizon means bounding circle. So a bounding circle is equidistant from the observer, right? So that, because you're
that doesn't take into account the medium, though.
But we're talking about what it would look like, right? So, and what it would look like if the horizon is equidistant, it would look like a line around you. But if it's not equidistant, it would not look like a line. One part of the horizon would be lower or higher than some other part.
A lot lower away. No, it would just be a tiny little bit, and it might be imperceptible to the eye. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know
we just went over. You're seeing over 10 miles of what you shouldn't be seeing. So that should be extra 10 miles of extra stuff added on top of the horizon, being bent above the actual horizon to create an illusion. That's what the Globers believe. They believe they're seeing illusions. Okay, and so depending on the conditions between them and the illusion. And so that illusion would shift.
Yeah, shift, but like the magnitude of the shift. Like I'm just saying the dynamic portion of this might be...
Yeah, the magnitude of the shift would be dependent on the conditions. And problem is, the Globers do not have the conditions to even create the bending down in the first place.
I can agree with that.
So there's no way to even model this. So this is the funny part, Josh. You know how they actually do model this? They just change the size of the globe.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like computational fluid dynamics, like
No, I'm talking about when they model
molecules.
No, that's not even remotely how they model it. What they do is they'll say there's X amount of refraction, right? That means, like, what they'll do is they'll take the curvature of the radius of a Reich, because they're assuming a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. The standard is like 7.6R. So they multiply 7.6 times the radius, and they make the globe bigger. And then they do all the straight ray calculations. They don't calculate curved rays. There's no way. Like, think about this, Josh. I have a vertical sensor. It's a flat plane inside the camera. That's what I'm trying to project the image onto. Now I have this curved surface, and there's a horizon which I can't see past. And as that curve gets further and further away, it follows an exponential function. Now I need to map all the rays to my vertical sensor, right, off this surface in such a way as to make that curved surface look like a flat surface on the sensor. Right, so each point of distance further, it's more and more and more and more curvature that I have to curve the ray. Like nobody could even. There's no computation that could even do this. You might be able to do it by trial and error or something.
It depends on how granular you want to get, right? Like CFD simulations could do that.
To unfurl the ball. You know how you like unroll a scroll? It's like a scroll. You unroll a rolled up piece of paper. That's kind of what you're doing when you unroll you have to unroll the globe so that it looks flat. How could you do this? Optically. Now we've seen Glovers try to say, yes, it's possible for things to lift up things from beyond the horizon. And what they'll do is they'll take butane or CO2 or something crazy, right, that's super cold. When I say super cold, in the negative digits, right, they do it in regular room temperature air. And they go, look, this thing behind the thing got picked up. Want to know what never happens? You never see the surface. You never see the horizon move. Ever. You might see some stretched object that was partially behind it. Right, stretched out, but it's easy to see that something's happening. Now, the elephant in the room on this particular point is the fact that they're using stuff that is the refractive index is 1.4 or 1.3, and they're using a super crazy temperature gradient. So that alone demonstrates the fact that they're using unphysical, what we call unnatural conditions, and unnatural not in the sense supernatural, unnatural in the sense that outside in nature, the weather's never doesn't have 70-degree temperature gradients in 1 foot. It also doesn't have like giant fucking CO2 loads or butane floating around, right? So the very fact it takes an extreme special case condition to even demonstrate the possibility should show you that it's not possible, because the refractive index in theirs varies in the 5th decimal place. It doesn't. It isn't in the 1st decimal place. It's in the 5th decimal place. It's in the millionths. So temperature, the 70-degree versus 69-degree temperature difference varies in the refractive index like 0.0000024 versus 0.0000237. So it's a slight variation because you have a single medium. Right? So even if you have a 10-degree temperature difference, you could have a 100-degree temperature difference in a foot, and it still isn't going to change as much as what the difference would be in CO2 in air or butane in air. Right? They're just not the same. The point is to even demonstrate that it's even possible, they have to use these extreme experiments. When we can go out and demonstrate that, hey, you can make the horizon appear way shorter than it has to be. We don't need to do any extreme conditions. We can just go out in nature and show that a little RC boat or whatever will appear to disappear over the horizon on something we know has to be a flat surface because it's well shorter than where the horizon should even be. And you have a horizon that's appearing 700 feet away instead of appearing 2,600 feet away. Right? We're observing this in nature. We're not observing it in a lab under some weird conditions that don't exist in nature. So this is really the position of both sides. One side says, yes, X is happening. Well, can you demonstrate that in the lab? Oh, sure, I can demonstrate in the lab. Give me some butane and some CO2. We'll make the butane negative 40 degrees Celsius, and we'll make the CO2 negative 60 degrees Celsius, right? Something that don't exist in nature. Negative 60 degrees Celsius next to 70-degree air don't exist in nature. I'm sorry. But we can just go out and go, hey, there's a nice freaking smooth lake. There's no ripples on it. Let's just take a camera, set it real low, and sail this RC boat away. And we can observe our contention. We don't need to do anything special.
Yeah, we just test what we're told. Like, we're told to believe all this stuff, and then we go test it. Like, we have hundreds of laser tests over frozen lakes at all conditions of the day. The globe just isn't there, and it's just not enough to just hand wave away all of the data that comes from the world itself and just go with the preconceived notions, because that's what we were all taught. That's the easy way out. It's kind of like when we saw New York City skyline across that water, and people will be like, "Oh, that's an illusion. That's a hologram. That's a mirage." But then Rob Skipa just went on a boat, took his camera out, saw it at one start of the water, and just kept the camera on it the entire time and sailed to the other side. It didn't warp. It didn't change. It wasn't a mirage. We were just told to believe that. No one tested it. I don't really care what shape the Earth is in the end. I just care about the truth. Worst part is I really wanted it to be a globe, and like this whole thing just kind of, it's kind of a litmus test, like, are you a person who just follows blindly what other people believe, or do you actually go and look into it? And I wanted to have some foundation in my belief in the globe. That's the only reason I'm looking into this. And the more you look into this, the less solid it is, because that's what it is. It's not solid at all. It's in the mind mostly. The little bit that's not is like misconceptions, like you measure the ground flat and then you wrap it into a ball afterwards because of the belief. That's not reasonable. You did one thing right, and that was measuring it flat. And that's one of the things what I love about this community is we go back and look at all of the so-called evidence from the globe side, and we just keep consistently finding that, wait, they did measure it flat. But oh yeah, see, here they divorced reality, are comparing what they're seeing in perspective to this orthographic view to reify into existence the globe, and now they're claiming it's a globe. But in the beginning, they just measured it flat. So that's what we're looking at, the actual data, the foundations that they're building it on, and then looking at why are you adding this? And when there's no reasonable reason for adding it, we can reasonably conclude that this is coming from some preconceived idea that it must be a globe.
Yeah, the thing you ask is, what is the justification? And when we look into what the justification is for adding this refraction thing, there isn't any other than the Earth looks flat. That's their justification. Which to me, it's crazy. I don't know. Call me, like, is that crazy, or is it just me that thinks it's crazy? That, yeah, we know there's globe refraction because of how flat it looks. And the flatter it looks, the more globe refraction there is. That's
I got a question.
Insane, dude.
Somebody earlier said that, you have to see it, then they tell you what kind of refraction is it's that day, but all I hear is Globey saying they can make all the predictions. How come we can't predict what the refraction is going to be before we see what we see? How come it has to be a post-diction, not a prediction?
Yeah, that's a good question. And then they'll say it's too complex. Well, if it's too complex, how do you know your post-diction's correct if you can't make the prediction? How are you matching these up?
And the funny thing about it is it always comes up to where, we have a stance to say the Earth is flat. It's a little bit lower, a little bit higher. No, it's right where a flat earther would say it's at. So, yeah, it's a very troublesome thing here, this predicting refraction thing.
So what's up, Brian? You doing X tonight?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to probably get in there in about an hour. Kind of just tooling right now, getting some stuff down. I was listening to the conversation.
I don't know. Josh left. Josh is our resident satellite.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think he bailed. Oh, he's here. Josh Ingersoll.
Did you hear my question on predicting the refraction for tomorrow?
Yeah, he's disavowed that. You say he's not an expert, so.
It's a good question, though, right?
How is globe refraction? And I call it globe refraction because it has to be a globe for it to refract that way. Can't be anything else, right? You have to have a curved atmosphere that curves light.
Yeah, and a globe dropping away from the beam, so that's the problem here is the beam is traveling along the Earth in the same optical density, roughly, because of the temperature gradient, humidity gradient, and the pressure gradient. However, in the globe view, they claim atmospheric refraction exists because the Earth is dropping away from the beam. So the beam is going up into less dense medium, and so it will bend away from the normal. But problem is, that doesn't actually cause the beam to go back down. It just straightens the beam out a little bit, so it doesn't actually go straight into space in that model. It would just not go as straight. It would just curve a little bit. But it wouldn't like go back down, because otherwise at that point you're actually turning the light around. You're not now it's going from less dense medium into a more dense medium, and you have a different based on the angle of incidence, relative to the pseudo boundaries of the different optical densities, you have a different refraction. So they have a real problem getting that beam back to the ground, and so generally what they do is they say, well, it must be super refraction, which has no actual like basis for it other than just like, well, it is like must be bending this much because the Earth is a ball and we can see the beam.
And the sad thing is the refraction gets less as the higher you go up, man. I posted in the chat there the world record photo. You know, we got 275 miles looking at Picus Bard there from 9,200 feet. That whole mountain range should be under 3 miles of physical curvature. But yeah, you can see the whole mountain range. Pretty devastating for the globe Earth there.
So I just posted one taken from 27,000 feet in an airplane. Those mountains are 500 miles. They're between 450 and 500 miles from the camera. Okay, so they should be 9 miles under the curve of the Earth, under the horizon.
Can you post videos in there?
Yeah.
In the chat?
Yeah.
I think I got one. It's a pilot, an SR-71, talking about how he's in around Tucson, Arizona, and he can see all the way the Rocky Mountains all the way up to Canada. You can see the coastline to LA, which just completely destroys. And this guy's the SR-71. Their max height is like 82,000 feet. 85,000 feet, something like that. I don't know if he was up that high, but he was up pretty high. Let's see if I can find it.
Does anybody have a picture of the weather balloon camera that is showing the sun and how it's making like a hot spot of light on the ocean, and then you can see like the moon far off to the left in the same picture?
Man, I had one. I might still have it. It was a sunset that actually disappeared before the horizon.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Kind of like turns into like a puddle blob and then poof, disappears right before.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all across the plane. Candace Owens lost her marbles. Holy crap. Did you see her latest video? For the audience listening, she basically thinks Charlie Kirk was a time-traveling soldier from the multiverse. He saw the future, as it is claimed. And somehow his death altered the timeline of history for the future of man. Like, that kind of level crazy. It's crazier than Flat Earth, am I right? The latest in space news, brought to you by Crit. Looks like there's a satellite deorbit that's happening, and a clock that's counting down. What was it, in 3 days? We could expect to see some fireworks in the sky. Is that right? I didn't read into the article, so I'm unsure if this is some kind of scheduled deorbit or if this is due to some geomagnetic activity, solar weather activity. When I first started to take a hard look at flat Earth, we were already locked down in the economy. And it was so easy to do because conspiracy theories were already flying everywhere, every which way, about everything you could imagine. Flat Earth seemed to be just another one of those conspiracy theories. I was bored, and I'd heard about it before, and I said, you know what, I'm going to go take a look at this. And when you were feasting on flat Earth back then, you had this whole table of nonsense to pick from. It was associated with just about every other conspiracy theory imaginable. Because that's, after all, what it was for most people back then, including me. It was tied into the moon landings. It was even tied into the freaking Titanic. Hindenburg, mud floods. It was all seemingly connected. And flat Earth seemed to be like a linchpin that was holding the entire web of conspiracies together. I really did think that at one point. And over time, as my interest deepened in the subject, started to realize that flat Earth really stands alone. While there are related topics to it, it really does stand alone. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Flat Earth and conspiracy theories belong in separate buckets entirely. There's no crossover. The reason why I say that is because nobody can hide the world from you. Nobody can hide how you experience and measure the world from you. Nobody has done that. It's impossible. You can't hide the natural world. You can't conceal natural discoveries like this. So people come in and say, if the Earth is flat, doesn't that mean everybody has to be in on it? On the big scam, on the big concealment of the nature of Earth? And the answer is no. People aren't in on it any more than a religious leader who sincerely believes he's the second coming of Christ is in on it. People have a sincere belief that the Earth is a globe. They teach their kids that the Earth is a globe. You learn about the globe in classrooms. The globe is cool. The globe's in popular media. It's everywhere. You're entreated to a globe when you sit down and watch a movie. This isn't being done by any conscious effort to deceive you. This is just a cultural symbol at this point. What it comes down to is we're deceiving ourselves. You live on a flat world, you experience it flat, but when you turn on your navigation device, you're presented a globe. And so you believe that you're on that. You believe that you're on the map. And I think the only people that might come close to knowing that the Earth is flat, despite their best efforts to work with a globe, are these people that work in space programs. And not everybody. I'm talking a very select few. There are probably a few people in the space programs. There are probably a few people working for U.S. Geological Survey, people that are involved in charting and maps, cartography. I'm sure there are some people that figured it out. And they have every reason to keep their mouth shut. They're probably surrounded at work all day, every day, by people who believe in the globe and haven't figured it out yet themselves. You know, there's probably a crisis of conscience happening amongst people like this and these occupying these positions. But the human mind is ever adaptable. Given enough time, they'll learn to deal with the conflict. Back when you first researched Flat Earth and you thought that this was the key that unlocked all these mysteries, you felt like that you'd just been endowed with a certain knowledge, certain power that gave you special insight into everything and anything in the world around you. And this is why we get so many Flat Earth content developers who hold themselves out as gurus, as guides, as sages, heroes, knowers. But if it's conspiracy theory ideation that brought you into this and you haven't left that mindset, you haven't switched over to the empirical mindset that's required to observe reality, measure and deduce it as it is, you're still stuck on feeding off of this nonsense train, you're probably not going to advance. You're probably not going to pick up and casually read mainstream physics and chemistry textbooks. You're probably not going to read literature pertaining to surveying and geology, because you're going to think that all of this scientism is bad, and you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that's the end of it, because you might think that flat Earth, your observable empirical reality, operates under a completely set of different physical principles than the actual laws of nature on which flat Earth is understood. You might be open to an idea of some mysticism, and along with that, some asceticism. You're going to think that there's a lot more to this, and in fact, there may be, but the fact of the matter is, flat Earth is a physical existence. It is objective, and it will continue on after you're dead. And most of these discoveries in what are called scientific fields today are completely legitimate. I'd go so far as to say that 99% of things that humans figured out and developed up until about the 1920s is pretty good, pretty well intact. But in the community, there's an aversion. The perception is that mainstream scientific claims cannot be trusted. And this claim is done without individually and objectively evaluating those claims. It's all thrown out. Just nope, can't trust it. It's all scientism. I think a more careful examination is required. And you know what? Maybe math and science isn't for you. Maybe you're just not really too interested in this, and that's fine. Doesn't mean you can't speak about flat Earth or you can't defend your point of view on flat Earth. You can still go do that. You're just going to go about it in a different way. And there are plenty of people in this community who are extremely artistically inclined, visually inclined. And I think that's a very important trait to have. Being able to see the world and think about the world consistently, congruently with each other is really the whole point of what we're here for, is to help people to process their environment, their visual environment, so that they're no longer shoving their sensory input through a filter of perception that somebody else constructed for them to believe in. I think artists do a really good job at doing this. It's separating the left and the right hemispheres and understanding when the left side of the brain takes over versus the right side of the brain takes over, as they're drawing and depicting things, as they're conjuring images in their mind or looking at the real world and drawing from still life. The well-practiced artist is really good at objectifying things properly. And I think that's a very valuable talent to have in this field. And you can talk about flat Earth in these ways too. You don't have to talk about Newton versus Einstein versus Maxwell versus whatever the hell. Like, you can just discuss the beauty of the natural world around you and how you see. learning to draw with perspective. I mean, my goodness, how many people do we talk to that come in through these halls, and we try to describe in plain, simple terms how you see, and they have a problem with visual perception of perspective. You say, yeah, everything in your field of view appears to converge at a vanishing point. There's a vanishing line of a horizon separating Earth and sky. But things converge to a point, and that point is no bigger than 0.02 degrees on average for many people. Anything smaller than that cannot be resolvable. It doesn't mean you can't see the light, but this is why we can't see forever. And you can add on top of that all the conditions of the natural world, the air that you're breathing, nitrogen and oxygen and other things, water molecules, dust, dirt, particulates, pollution, dynamic systems of pressure mediation, high to low.
Yeah, dude, I was listening a little bit ago, like with the conspiracy theories really on the globe side. They've done things to silence minorities, silence dissent. They turned the topic about people, try to shift it that there's something wrong with the flat earther rather than the topic itself.
There's always that uncomfortable notion in their minds that the flat earther could be right. Our modern world is technologically advanced beyond recognition from every era that we have in recorded history.
Anti-flat Earth content. The guy's just ridiculous.
Yeah, we should be looking at anti-flat earthers for the best explanation. So let me see. If I walk into a room and there's two people arguing over a table, one dude's holding a tape measure and says, "I've just measured it," and the other guy says, "Trust me, bro, there's 50 tables in here, I know what size it is." I don't want to be rude, Matthew, but the one with the tape measure is the one that I'm going to trust.
Matthew was bragging the other day about the Artemis mission. And I said, well, I wouldn't get too excited about it because the footage is probably going to be a big letdown. He said, oh, the footage doesn't matter. He's like, they're under no obligation to provide footage that looks any good. He said, it's what they're doing that matters. It's what they're doing that matters. He's like, even if they didn't give us any footage, I would still believe them.
Probably even more so with no footage, knowing Matthew.
Yeah. So yeah, no mercy from now on for Matthew.
Actually, there's a cleaner version of that. Hold on. Is it that one? Yeah, that one. If you want a copy, that one's been cleaned up a little bit. Did he get remuted again?
Yeah, they left and then he came back in muted, so sounds like a them problem.
Yeah. We got the Niloi. Welcome.
Hey, Yoda, did you watch the interview on Plain Truth, the Plain Truth YouTube channel with the PhD in optics? And I'm going to post it in the side chat just in case anyone else wants to check it out. I haven't watched it yet, but I will be watching it shortly.
Didn't have anything to talk to. So I think temperature changes maybe the 10,000th, or it might be the 10,000th decimal place. No, more like 100,000th decimal place. So when it's expressed as a ratio to 1, the percent change is negligible. So this is part of the argument why what we're seeing with the distortion of the air, with the inversion layers, is not necessarily refraction. Because the index of refraction really doesn't change to the degree that you'd think it would need to in order to produce the optical shift.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young talks about that a bit. He reckons that just tiny changes can cause very dramatic effects in the distance. Like if you've got a small change closer to the source, for example, like to point A, the longer the observation, right, it can cause huge drastic effects off in the distance, even though the deviation of the light is only very slight. Just what he's saying about it. I think I've got some citations about that somewhere. I look forward to seeing some of your small scale tests that you plan on doing. That'd be awesome. I mean, what else would it be if it's not light refracting?
Well, if it looks similar in infrared, then it is probably reflecting.
Like those small scale examples we see with Skyfree, where it, he just adjusts the temperature, and then it looks like stuff starts to sink. We don't see any mirroring. Do you think that could be reflection, or?
Yeah, I think so.
Reflection off of what?
Well, call it the air mass acting as a uniform medium. I don't know. It's puzzling. I don't know.
Yeah. It is interesting.
Because the refraction should also cause the wavelengths to separate, which is not evident. So that's another piece of the mystery puzzle.
Was Lanolin was talking about that, was he? He was saying that it's like the separation's like super tiny. Yeah, more side by side, non-infrared versus infrared would be awesome.
Yeah, I might do something simple with like an ironing board and a hot iron or something. Knowing that that's also an extreme example, but
Mm-hmm. You know what seems to be effective? What seems to cause very consistent inferior mirages or mirroring is when things are done on ponds. You might be able to set up your infrared, and because it's such a short distance, you could use your iPhone as well. Get them down at the same height, really low, and see what the difference looks like with like a little object on the other side of like a short lake. Seem to see quite dramatic mirroring effects on little ponds pretty consistently. Yeah, I want to get a P900. There's a 110 kilometer stretch of water just next to the town that we're moving to in Cambodia. Giant lake.
You said 100 kilometer? Wow.
110, yeah. And then across the longest part sideways is 35 miles or 35 kilometers, I forget exactly.
Wow, it's 22 degrees Fahrenheit today. It's a bit warmer.
Yeah, we have, I think, similar. It's about -8 or something like that today, which is actually a nice change because it's been -15 to -20 something recently. It's been painful. So I think you have a similar temperature than we have at the moment.
What the fuck? What? What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm not too sure what this. Earth is not
Did you
flat,
leave?
bro.
What?
Earth is not flat.
Oh, yeah. So you see curvature?
What did he say?
Do you see curvature?
I see from pictures. All of it is, it's commonly curved. From pictures,
Pictures of what?
pictures are how they figured by others who actually go from space.
So you see it in space pictures, like from NASA.
And they clarify it as a curve shape, not a flat one.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So you wouldn't know it was curved if it weren't for NASA pictures, right?
The only one who knows it. But have you ever see it flat though?
Yeah, you do too. Like you wouldn't know it was a globe unless NASA showed you the pictures.
Why there is an argument or the debate that there's a curve or flat Earth, even though they're not sure about this.
Who's not sure? You don't sound too sure.
Well, we have in the same situation.
Like, so you wouldn't know about it unless someone told you, right?
Yeah, actually, no one told you about flat.
Yeah, huh? That's what you see and experience every day. You can't see it otherwise. That's why you have to go to pictures from space by NASA.
Yeah, and people keep saying that there's an flat Earth. Even someone said, and that actually the authorized person or some kind of NASA person already told that Earth is kind of curved shaped, not a flat, but people keep telling it's flat.
Because that's what you see. That's the default setting.
Well, I'm not a kind of person who believe flat Earths exist.
But it's what you see. Can you be honest about that?
No, I'm just preparing for someone who authorized in this kind of conversation. Well, I'm preparing to what they see, and well, I actually believe what they say because they are the only person who authorized or have an experience. Like how you believe in, some religious or beliefs.
How do you experience the globe?
Well, I don't.
You don't.
Yes.
So you have a belief, like a religion.
Yes, you just need to, you need to listen to someone who already know what is matter. Then you just gotta figure out that it's right.
Well, you can go out and measure it yourself, like we've done.
But actually, flat Earth is not existed.
Yeah, it does. You see it, you experience it, and you can measure it.
What should you believe it for? For your perspective.
Yeah, you just believe that the Earth is a globe because that's what you got told to believe, right? But you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Do we actually have any high altitude footage that we can confirm what type of lens was used? Because a lot of these high altitude balloon footages, I suspect, are just kind of cherry picked, where the horizon doesn't move much because the camera doesn't pan much, and that it is actually a wide angle lens. You can kind of see it as it pans up and down a bit. You can see it start to sort of, even though it's a slight movement of the camera, you can see it drastically, shift up and down. So I'm guessing this is just another fisheye lens footage. Would be nice if we actually had some rectilinear lens footage from that height that showed a flat horizon. Because quite often I hear the argument, oh, we sent up cameras without a fisheye lens, and this is what it looks like. And I don't think that's entirely honest. Oh, don't worry, Yaga Bruno. I've been sharing that footage for years. I was just, I can't confirm what lens was used. Hackle Dog, welcome. What's up, man? Welcome.
So what do you prefer? Very flat or one? What do you prefer?
Earth is most definitely not a globe.
It's basically in your perspective. What you see an image on the mailbags.
Yeah, no, I agree. We experience the Earth as flat, Okay, I don't think that is proof that the Earth is flat, but we all do experience the Earth is flat. I would say what invalidates the globe is the tests that have been done for curvature. So you agree that we do experience the Earth as flat, but we've been taught that it's really a globe.
Because when you go to some area, you're basically just turning around. It's not something like that.
Right. So we don't experience any curvature, right?
But I prefer curvature, bro.
No, you're taught that you can't see it.
Yeah, that's what you just said. That was your argument. You said you experience it as flat, right? But really it's curving.
Said it's curving, bro.
Okay, did you see it curving?
Well, it's basically what you say is just perspective works.
Okay,
You
so
can't
from your
answer that question, DJ. I've been trying with him.
Yeah. So from your perspective, the Earth looks flat, right?
Yeah. Something like, some kind
You
of
won't say
theory.
it.
Like, what?
You can't say it, dude. Like, it must be really hard for you. Can you just be honest and admit that you don't see curvature?
Yeah, I don't see curvature, but
Okay.
I'm not believing that it is a flat.
You don't have to believe what you see. You know what you see.
Like, you know how perspective it is when you go and tears some kind of objects, they will change their shapes or what you see. That's perspective works.
Well, who has the perspective of curvature? Nobody. Nobody can see it, they say.
It's absolutely the camera itself is just here's from the earth. That's why the perspectives it's look like a flat earth, but it's actually when you go there. What if the camera goes so far, and let's see what it is actually look like.
Is that what you have to do?
Yes, that's what I'm pointing.
So, but you've never done that.
That's why I didn't, that's why there's no proof that is a flat earth.
Well, you begin with the honest observation that you don't see the curvature to begin with. Then you go to try to find the curvature. You try to measure it. And you can't do that either. Then you look at pictures from space that you can't verify yourself. You have to just trust them.
I believe
that's how you know it's curved, right?
Because I believe for some perspective, how does it works? Because if you were thinking that the camera is so near from the earth, so it's gonna be its perspective is gonna be flat, what you ever see. But what if the camera itself goes so far and just figure out what if it's not flat? What do you think?
So far, nobody's done that. Nobody's been able to measure the curvature of the Earth. Nobody.
So nobody will, that's why I never, that's why I never, never gonna believe that Earth is also flat because they never been figure out this thing. I think what I've been said.
So yeah, you just believe it's a globe. You don't know it's a globe. You just believe it.
I believe it is a curvature.
Okay. But you don't know that, right? It's just a belief.
Yeah.
The belief contradicts what you see and experience.
You know, some of our eye, see some kind of illusion will be
Curvature?
deceived by some kind that is real.
So is the illusion of curvature then?
The illusion of perspective, what I'm pointing.
Yeah, perspective of what? Curvature or flatness? Is your eye deceiving you, showing you a curvature, or is your eye deceiving you, showing it flat?
Yes, that's what I'm pointing. How we see it, the
Which one,
perspective.
dude?
The perspective. Do you know how it works? Perspective is.
I understand perspective, yeah. I know that in perspective with optics, whether we use our eyeballs or use cameras, you cannot see the curvature of the Earth.
You know, perspective, how this it works. You know, everything change if you near or far from the objects. When you see it from around or you see it from so far, the shape itself gotta change.
Where does it do that? You only see curvature in your imagination.
A theory, bro. Everyone has made a theory. Yeah, yeah, we're just thinking that it's right to believe what you see, but for what you see is some kind of, what do you think that what you see is just an illusion that will deceive you from what it actually is not gonna be, you know, it's not meant to be.
Is the illusion of globe curvature or is the illusion of flat Earth?
Illusion to be what you see, it is flat earth, but I prefer it's not, it's a curved one.
Don't you think the best thing to do would be to check if it's curving or check if it's flat?
Yeah, we should be able to do that.
Yeah, we can. We can do that. That's why we exist as flat earthers, Hackledog, right? Because we went and checked.
Bro, I didn't mean to be a flat earth. There's no flat earth. That's what I believe.
Yeah, we checked, right? Did you check? No, obviously not, right? You just believe because you already admitted that you just believe what you get told without checking. Okay, we also used to believe what we got told without checking, and then we went out and actually checked. Okay, and it's not true that the Earth is curving.
You know, from what you see, it's also gonna have an illusion that will deceive you from what actually it has.
So that's why we check using equipment, right? Using lasers, using high-powered cameras, checking for the curvature.
You may think, you know, how does it gonna be and some kind of physics forms? It will never get
Yeah,
build.
the physics check out on it only works on a flat Earth. Okay, so the physics of water, for example. Okay, water is flat on the surface, and you need to have a container to have a body of water. Right? You can't have a body of water unless you have a container. And then the water on the surface is flat. This is what everybody experiences, right? This is what physics of water dictates would happen.
I don't think that there is an edges of it.
Yeah, we didn't claim an edge, right? You need to have a container to have a body of water. All right, stick with that. Okay. Do you know what a container is? Yes, you do, don't you?
Of course, there have an edges or borders.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you are saying.
Can you repeat back to me what I'm saying, please? Because it doesn't sound like you're listening.
You said that Earth look like it's like even is a container.
No, I said to have a body of water, you need to have a container. Do you agree? Okay, if I have a bucket or a pool or a pond, right, you need to have a container, right? These are all containers for the water.
That is not how it.
Huh?
Doesn't mean a container.
It doesn't need a container.
No.
So yeah, it does need a container. So what happens if I have a bucket of water and then the bucket disappears? What happens to the water? It goes everywhere, right? It's just going to fall all over the ground. And it's going to try to find a new container, right? It's going to find the lowest.
No.
Huh?
We have a gravity, even though the container itself gonna got or getting lost, they're gonna stick together.
Yeah, so you're saying that you don't need to have a container to have a body of water. Can you demonstrate that?
Understand what I'm saying?
That's exactly what you just said. You said you don't need to have a container to have a body of water because you have gravity.
Oh, I'm out of that situation. I'm just saying is something like a curve. A curve. You know what is a curve? Earth is gonna be. It doesn't have a container. It not look like a container.
Yeah, but that only exists in your imagination. That's just a belief. That doesn't exist in reality. In reality, if we want to have a body of water, we need to have a container, and then the water is flat on the surface. Okay, we can check this as well. If you have a look at what Ron H posted on the right-hand side of that image, okay, we're using high-powered lasers, and we're shooting it over the surface of the flat water to prove that it's not curving. So you think the water is curving, right?
Yes.
Okay,
That's what I mean.
So if the water is not curving, can you still have a globe?
That's why I'm preparing for.
Can you answer my question though? If the water is not curving, can you have a globe?
In the first place.
So
I prefer for Earth, bro.
Yeah, but why can't you answer it? It's a very simple question. So you said the water is curving, and I said if the water is not curving, then can you have a globe? And for some reason you refuse to answer the question.
Yeah, it get it.
So it cannot be a globe if the water is not curving.
There's but there's a gravity. They will stick together.
So if you have gravity, then the water must be curving, right?
Yes,
So if the water is not curving, then you don't have gravity, right?
that actually gonna make a curve Earth. That's because of some gravitational.
Yeah, so if you have gravity, it's pulling everything towards the center of the globe, and that means that the water would be curving on the surface.
Nobody sees that or measures that. The lasers measure it flat, just like it appears. So the flatness of Earth is not an optical illusion.
So if the surface of the water is not curving, that will debunk gravity that you're describing, right? Everything pulled towards the center of a ball. If the water's not curving, that debunks the ball. It debunks gravity. Do you agree? Hello? Hackle dog. Can you hear me?
Could you repeat what you were saying? I didn't catch.
Okay, so if the water is not curving, that debunks gravity. It debunks the globe.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that's what we're testing, and the water's not curving. So when we go out and test the surface of the water, we can calculate how much curvature there should be, right? How much the water should be curving. We can calculate this based on the mathematics of the globe.
Then
Okay,
in your flat Earth, why it actually, sticking together with the ground, the land itself.
Yeah. Why is the water on the ground?
Yeah.
Why would the water not be on the ground? Right, the water is more dense than the air. Okay, not all of the water's on the ground. Some of it goes up into the sky. Okay, it makes rain, clouds. It evaporates, right? But the water is more dense than the air around the water. So the air can't support the water, so the water's going to gather in the low spot. Not because of gravity, but because if there was gravity, the water would be curving. But the water's not curving. Yeah, I have a question for... Wait, is he still here? Is he gone? He's gone. Crazy, isn't it, Yoda, how they can't answer these real simple questions.
Yep.
They say, from your perspective, you wouldn't see any curvature. Oh, okay, so you experience it as flat. Oh, well, they can't say it.
Yeah, well, that could just be an optical illusion. Then I'm like, you mean the flat part or the globe part? Well,
They're scared of the word flat. It's like programmed into them to be terrified of the word flat and earth. Welcome doesn't matter.
they spend all that time with us, dodging the questions, and even showing signs of deception. And then they ask us, why would they lie? Why would people lie to themselves about what they experience? That's the question. Why does this guy want to deceive himself into thinking that the flat Earth that he does see and experience is true? He'd rather deceive himself and say it's not true. But then he knows that he can't see the curvature of the Earth, so now he can't choose. Is the flat part the deceptive part, or is the curved part the deceptive part? He didn't know which one to pick. Like, do I actually see curvature and it looks flat? Or do I actually see a flat Earth and it looks curved? In my mind's eye, which one is in my mind's eye? I can't decide. The flat part or the globe part? Which one is the optical illusion, guys? Am I actually seeing it flat and my brain processes it curved? Or am I seeing it curved? My brain processes it flat? I can't decide. Short circuit.
Yeah. Hey, can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know this one? You've seen this one, right?
No.
Oh, really? Okay. So in this one, this guy gets some shards of glass that are different sizes and different shapes, and then he puts them on this bit of wood, and then he puts a board next to them, so they reflect the sunlight onto the board. Okay, and then we can see the shapes of the shards of glass on the bit of wood.
Oh, that, and they turn into Aries discs or something.
Yeah. So I was looking up what the cause is for this, and I just found the explanation kind of interesting. Can you guess what the explanation is?
Oh, I'd say light that's diffracted and not focused.
So it's saying that when it's closer to the shards, we can see the shape of the shards, basically. And then as you move it further away, what you're actually seeing is the shape of the source light, the source object or light. So the sun, because the sun's round, that's the reason that it's turning round as you move it further away. Meaning that if you did this indoors with a tube light, for example, like a 4-foot tube light, then as you moved it further away, you would see, instead of round circles, you would see tube lights. I just found that kind of an interesting, I don't know, I can't see that happening. I can't imagine that turning into little tubes. But that's what all the AIs were telling me. I'm like, so I gave it the example of the tube lights, and then they're like, yeah, they would be tubes instead of circles. What do you think about that? doesn't seem right, but maybe it's true.
Well, I'm thinking about the angle of the light. Angle being more perpendicular to the normal of the source in one case, and in the other case, well, when it's reflecting and very close to the wall, the angles might be sharper. You know, the angles that are created off the reflective surface are not of light. Like the light hasn't spread out.
Yeah. So,
like, the reason why it looks circular is because it's so far away that the light is effectively parallel, if you want to call it that.
Hey, DJ, is that reflected sunlight off those shards of glass, or is that artificial light?
That's sunlight.
That is very interesting. It's like it's creating a focal point to make it look, you're saying cylindrical. It looks like it's circle, but it could be like deep cylinder kind of reflection from a focal point. Anyway, I'll shut up.
So this is what AI said. So it said, so I said if I get 3 different shaped shards of mirror, I have the sun reflect off each shard, and I place a board to capture the reflected light from each shard. The shards reflect the photons from the sun onto the board, and we can see the shape of each of the mirror pieces reflected onto the board. But when I move the board further away from the shards, they turn into perfect circles of light. Why is this? Okay, and it gave a pretty short response. It said, when the board is close, the light pattern mainly keeps the shape of each mirror shard because the reflected rays have not spread enough to mix. You're basically seeing the mirror acting like a shaped light patch. But when you move the board further away, the geometry changes. Each shard starts acting like a small projector, forming an image of the light source itself, not the mirror shape. Since the sun is essentially a circular disk in the sky, each shard projects a circular image of the sun. So close distance, you see the mirror shape. Far distance, you see the shape of the sun. The mirror shape stops mattering, and the light forms an image from the source instead, which is why the spots become circles. And then I said, why would the shapes turn into circles? If the light source was a 4-foot tube light, would they turn into the shape of 4 foot of tube lights? It says yes. If the source were a long tube light, then far enough away, the reflected patches would stretch into the shape of the tube, not circles. As the screen moves further away, the reflected ray spreads and begin forming an image on the lights of the light source itself. With the sun, that image is circular, so the patches become circles. If the light source were a long tube light, the patches would gradually become elongated strips, matching the tube's shape. It's kind of trippy. If that's
it's like a pinhole camera. A pinhole camera requires a focal point to produce the image. Otherwise, it's going to be blurry, and you're just going to see a round circle. So there's like a focal point, right? And so when those shapes start to form, I guess you're focusing the light. That has to do with changing the angles of the light.
It was
meanwhile, what's this? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. You go ahead.
It's going to bring up Talon's been in my DMs, 20 Cups DMs, other people's DMs with this page from I don't know what, something written in the 1800s. It looks like they're talking about calibrating an instrument potentially used for sighting. And you highlighted the word refraction. He's like, I got you, MFers. There you go. I'm like, what?
That, I don't know, were you listening to, I don't know, it was last night for me. We were chatting with Talon in politics. Were you there?
Oh, no. I'd have to
the guys, I got to clip it. I got to clip it because it's hilariously retarded. Okay, so he was telling us that to account for refraction, you don't have to take any measurements of any temperature or pressure or anything like that. He says it's just a calculation. It's the same calculation, and it's a calculation that you just factor in after the fact, and that's how you account for refraction.
Like 7/6R, just bake it in everywhere.
Yeah. He was completely like calling us retards and stuff because we was saying that that's so ridiculous to factor it in later, that it's just reverse engineering, and he has no idea what's going on with the actual path of light or anything like that. Factoring it in later on.
I used to think he was smarter than this.
Yeah. I was surprised that he was saying that. I was like, okay, this is going to make a good clip.
Because
he's basically
he just
using the math deception to prove his reality. Whatever.
yeah. He genuinely doesn't think that you need to actually know what's going on at the time of the test with the refractive index or anything like that. It's just you could just calculate it later on.
So God forbid you add some rigor and measure environmental variables. Is that really what he was saying? Don't bother with it.
Yeah, he was. And then I challenged him. I said, give us a real world test that's been done, a long distance observation, where they actually accounted for refraction accurately. And he just posted that, like, some ancient India survey Wikipedia page. It's like, here's thousands of tests, and they accounted for refraction. We're like, oh, how did they do it? It's like they just calculated it. That's how you do it, you idiots.
This is the one where they had like a 10-mile long metal chain that they claimed that they used as a very accurate way to measure, where they'd pull the chain, they'd drive a stake into the ground and pull the chain tight as they can for 10 miles. And knowing how big each link was, they were able to count the links. And then when they're done with that 10-mile stretch, they pull up the stake and they basically leapfrog. They pull the chain again another 10 miles. And just keep hauling this like over thousands of miles, right?
I don't think
know.
that was the same one. I think this is one of the first. I think it was 1911 or something like that. I think it was done using some kind of old school theodolite style things. It did have a picture in the article. I don't think I have the article up in my tabs anymore.
Well, they claim to have used it too, but this is for their baseline that they kept trying to measure everything to and from. Anyway, it might be the same one.
So he was basically saying that as long as you do the globe math, no matter what observation you make, it's still a globe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just reverse engineering. It's the dumbest argument ever. I just find it hilariously pathetic that they have no idea what they're talking about when they bring up refraction as they go to. But they think that they know what they're talking about, but they go against what the mainstream subject matter experts are saying. It's like BYO refraction if you're an anti-flat earther.
It's like it's been said many times, that's the only two things you need to maintain your globe belief. Refraction and gravity, and not understand either one of them. Go ahead.
Another point of frustration with these folks is they'll pull up like a they'll pull up one of these articles, not an article, one of these papers, from like 1910, where they conducted some supposedly super accurate survey using the latest and greatest in optical technology of the day. And so you go to ask them, okay, so how did they do it? What was their method as described by the paper? And they say, well, you go read it.
Yep. And Indio came in, right? Because when you talk about refraction, it summons Indio. It's so funny. As soon as it gets into a heated discussion with some glober butchering refraction, Indio pops up, all triggered, and then just wrecks them. So yeah, it was right at the time he was sharing that paper, because Indio's read the whole thing, and he quickly exposed that Talon hadn't read it, right? Because he was asking him basic things about it, and he couldn't answer. So yeah, quite often they'll just share something that they've not even read, and they'll expect us to read the whole thing when they didn't even read it.
Why would they lie?
Did you see that citation in the side chat? You've probably seen it before. It's the 1996 Optical Society of America. I think your friend might have shared that one. It says the precision of modern length interferometry and geodetic surveying far exceeds the accuracy, which is ultimately limited by the inadequacy of current used equations for the refractive index of the atmosphere.
Wow.
If all you got to do to keep the globe believers believing is create a computer model refraction slider, and no matter what you look at, you can adjust that slider and it's still a globe. There you go, guys.
So you need, Dave, you just a slider, and then you can make anything work perfectly on a globe.
Yeah, mountaintops that should be miles under the curve are right there in your line of sight because of refraction, because we got a slider that can do that. Still a globe. There you go.
That's pretty damning, dude. Like, the guy's basically saying that he's model fitting. He's like assuming that the geodetic measurements are accurate. He's creating an atmospheric model of refraction to match the geodetics and interferometry measurements. That's funny. That's so circular. Right? Because how did they create the reference ellipsoid in the first place? Like the Bessel ellipsoid or the area ellipsoid?
I had a quick glance through this. There's an interesting article here as well. It's 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica surveying. And it's talking about how upward refraction is the norm, especially because they were talking about this India survey. And it says, like, in India, on the plains of India, upward refraction is the norm. And it's like it's a problem for their calculations or something like that. I'll try to find the exact section.
No, DJ, you just gave the concavers some evidence. That's good. Hello, Surreal 791. What say you? Welcome to the server. Okay, doesn't want to talk, I guess. Okay, Surreal, I understand if you're working. It's all good. Anybody else got anything to say? There was a new person here, and now they left, looks like. Anyway. Large bodies of water are not curving. Prove it's wrong. I'll shut up.
So in India, with refraction being claimed to be more negative than positive, kind of conforms to that paper that India was shopping around for our interest earlier. suggesting that K factor, K coefficient rather, instead of being a standard of plus 0.13 or 0.16, needs to be negative 0.03.
Negative 0.03, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which basically means you'd be, if you're looking straight ahead, you're seeing the surface of the Earth instead of the sky. Which means that they'd have to adjust their theodolites upward tilt them a little bit. If they wanted to take a horizon sighting, that means that their theodolites are inclined and not declined. That's hilarious. And then they'd have to adjust them down for negative K.
Yeah, I think they get it because of their globe presupposition. Quite often they get a lot of these long distance observations completely upside down when it comes to upward or downward refraction.
Yeah.
Like the Chicago skyline observation, for example, they say, oh, well, it has to be a superior mirage. It has to be a looming effect to work on a globe. So that's what it must be. When what we're actually seeing is the opposite. And if the surface was flat, then that's what you would see if you had maybe warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, like you would expect, on a hot day, heating up the city, heating up the ground.
So as you're staring straight ahead, the ground looks like it's being pushed lower.
Yeah. It matches, their textbook definition of sinking.
Yeah. I think about the Skunk Bay footage. You can watch as the surface raises and lowers with the change in surface temperature. But it's really not like, you're not really seeing the surface though, you're just seeing the image stretch up and down. There's no like rotation. So the math for a lot of this stuff, particularly over a globe, would work it out such that you'd be able to see more of a surface that was already tilted away from you due to perspective, effectively rotating it up and down and up and down, and that's not what we see. We see a stretching, like a panning. We don't see a rotation. So it's not like I can see. It's not like you know how like on streets they'll paint words like exit, and they make them very long, so that when you're seeing them from an oblique angle, the letters don't look like they're stretched out.
Uh-huh.
Well, based on how they describe the math for refraction, what you should be seeing is a tilting of like that painted road word exit, such that the word exit will appear to shrink and lengthen as the surface is rotating away and closer into view. But that's not what's happening. It'll stretch, not rotate. So it has the same geometric effect as if you yourself were being lifted up and down in your position, and you were changing your height of elevation, giving you better angle of view to the surface as you go up and lesser as you go down. But that's not what we see, because if you're doing that, then you're watching the surface rotate as you change your elevation up and down. But we don't see that. We see a stretching. So I don't think for even
we see a stretching. If you have a look at it closely, though, I think a lot of what appears to be stretching is mirroring, making it appear like it's stretching.
I agree with that too. But in either case, it's not like you're seeing more of the top of the surface of distant objects when the refraction is greater. Because mathematically, when refraction is supposedly greater around a ball, it's the same as lifting you up in elevation so that the surface rotates and you have a wider angle of view to the surface in the distance. But nobody sees that. So, for example, the black swan, call it that, the white swan, the oil rigs, you should be seeing more of the tops of the oil rig platforms as if you were elevated 66 feet up in your position. And the surface should be presenting itself that way, as if you were 66 feet up in elevation. Like you'd get dizzy, you'd get vertigo. Suddenly you feel like a giant. Anti-flatters showing up and leaving.
Yeah.
Like, oh, whoops, I meant to log in with my alt account. Just had a few of them cycle in like that. Lotrex.
Yeah, I saw him pop up. We got Surreal791 back. Welcome back.
Yeah, like we have in Skunk Bay. You're not seeing a rotation. It's just a panning effect.
Yeah, it's just, it's just stooping, towering. It's like a soup, really. It's throwing a bit of this, bit of that. But they're all, just basic effects that that happen.
Like I have an issue with Andrew Thomas Young's diagrams where he shows like those dashed lines going further and further out into the distance. This is depicting a rotation of perspective. And those diagrams aren't what we're seeing in reality.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.